to Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists. Today, we talk to Hollywood's biggest robot creators, animatronics.
Animatronics, or mechanical puppetry, popularized by movies like Star Wars, E.T., and a bunch of other flicks from that time. They are puppets or figures that enable and use the use of robotry and sometimes even artificial intelligence.
So put your hand in a sock and play along. Let's listen in.
Wow, what a great crew we have here. This is fantastic. Y'all are some of my favorite animatronic people. It's great to see y'all.
Well, be careful. We're not animatronic people. We are people who work in animatronics.
I like the word artist.
Very, because animatronic people are the people we create.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Should we go around and say our names?
I would love that.
Let's go around.
Yeah.
Well, I'll start. My name is TJ Thibodeau. I am an animatronic worker, and I worked on those hot animatronics down at Avatar World in Disney World. I've worked on a lot of animatronics for Disney in the past, and my most recent project was those beautiful blue alien creatures from Avatar.
Hello. I'm Dottie Jones, and I make animatronics that are a little unexpected. You may not even know that they are animatronics, but you know when a mother is holding a baby, and the baby is too young to be an actor. That is what I do. I make it so that the blanket wriggles around a little bit. So my animatronics are little itty bitty babies.
A really important line of work, Dottie. Hi, my name is Buster Reverend, and I built the one and only shark in Jaws.
Wow.
Haven't been hired since.
It is really wonderful to meet you.
Thank you. Been in the business a long time, but been on a really long hiatus.
Do you feel like you are a one-hit wonder, or do you feel like you have more in store?
I don't use that word in my household. My ex-wife sure does.
Oh, brother.
And she is still in your household?
Yeah, the bitch won't leave. Anyway, I'm really excited to get to talking to you guys because I believe our industry changes every month.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
for
yes,
sure.
I'm very much of the old school animatronics, and I'm really trying to get back in there and see what's going on now with you youngins.
Well, I cannot wait to tell you about it. My name is Noah Victrola. I work on animals. I work on all sorts of animals in Harry Potter and many other areas. Animals that come in that are made of robots, and I make them. I love animals, and it's very fun for me. I like to make feathers on robots. I like to put different types of things around, and that's what I do. So when you see an owl, it might not be an owl. It might actually be an animal. I mean, it might not
owl is
actually
an
be.
animal.
It must be an animal,
I
yes.
misspoke. I never misspeak. I usually am very precise with my words. I must be really nervous because a lot of people around here are my heroes.
Oh, wow, that's so sweet, yeah.
I started in my garage, and to be here with some pros, I am stunned and honored. I meant that sometimes it's not an animal, sometimes it is a robot or an animatronic being. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Jeffrey Funk. You might know my work. I've been working in animatronics for 30 years. I've worked on Hellscape, Hellscape 2, No Escape, and of course, We Bought a Zoo.
Now, oh my gosh! I just to hear that you worked on We Bought a Zoo.
It was it was my magnum opus, you could say.
That is one of the reasons why I am so stunned to be here today, because your work in We Bought a Zoo is the reason I am doing what I am doing.
Well, we worked together.
You did
With
Evan
animals.
Almighty,
We
right?
do. We both do animals.
That's right.
You did Evan Almighty and Bruce Almighty too?
I did do those.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your work, your anthology of stuff is just your work is
That scene in Bruce Almighty.
Yeah.
When Jennifer Aniston's breasts.
Yes, how did you make the breasts?
How did you make those breasts grow?
You'd think they would have used CGI, But no, those were robotic breasts.
That is incredible.
We taped hers down, put robotic breasts over, and they had several types of pistons on the insides. In fact, upwards of 100 on each breast, and they expanded.
I heard the noise was unbearable.
Absolutely excruciating.
That is the work I'm trying to get into.
That's right.
Yeah, I heard it sounded like the jaws of life.
It did.
Just
And
crunching
I know a thing or two about the jaws of life.
I also heard that you, in Bruce Almighty, were responsible for the scene where the monkey ripped its way out of someone's asshole.
That is also correct.
I can't believe that was animatronics. So you made boobs and an asshole.
Oh, what a dream! What a dream job! To make boobs and an asshole. This is why we do this.
We're over here talking about fishes and babies.
You're doing
Meanwhile,
the
you're
real
making
stuff.
assholes.
You're doing the real stuff. The stuff we're all trying to get into.
The green berets of animatronics.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
You are like the heroes.
You're
Not
the-
the Navy SEALs, the Green Berets specifically.
That's right.
I have a poster of you in my well, it was in my room and then I moved it to my bathroom.
Okay.
Of which, myself? Or?
Yes, of you
Wow.
standing next to, of course, the asshole and the butt.
Absolutely shredded.
You
They
moved
make
it.
posters of that.
They do. It was a massive marketing strategy only in Ohio.
It was come for Jim, stay for the ass.
So I got a question about that. Was it a real monkey animatronic asshole, animatronic monkey?
Yeah, what was real, what was built?
Because I
was-
could not tell watching that movie.
It was an animatronic asshole in both. However, we did use a real monkey first.
First.
But
no.
it unfortunately did not make it.
Oh no, it got caught in the asshole.
Who could have guessed?
It's a classic asshole
Who
closing
could
too
have
quickly.
guessed that the monkey wouldn't make it?
Absolutely.
That's a really good topic of conversation to talk about when your robot outdoes some of the abilities that the humans on set can do, right? When we build unsafe environments.
Absolutely.
Almost. And it's safety, I'd say, is a huge part of animatronics, and it has been since the 80s.
Very important. Well, some people here work in film, some people here work in parks, right? So
Yes.
who all has worked in parks? You have worked in parks?
I've worked in parks.
You worked in parks as well?
Well, tangentially, I pioneered a type of device, software, for animatronics to feel pain. And they've actually used that in the animatronics in the Hall of Presidents. Every single one of the presidents in Disneyland feels pain.
And this is really interesting because I work with Disney a lot, and this is a debate we have all the time. Why did we install this? Why did we make an animatronic feel pain? We're really tiptoeing the line of what it means to be human and what it means to be a
So I have a
robot.
question about the pain. Is it emotional or is it physical?
I would say it's a mix of both.
It's both,
really.
yeah.
Holy shit.
People want to see something real, is what we've
And
discovered.
because I've walked into the Hall of Presidents, and I've never looked at the presidents as physically in pain in any way. So is it just to give them an internal life that we're not aware of?
What's fascinating is the software to experience pain is moving faster than the software to have the animatronics express it. They're feeling it. They're simply trapped in their own animatronic
Wow,
bodies.
it's deeply haunting.
It is
Do you feel as an
absolutely
artist?
nightmarish.
Do you feel as an artist a lot of just shame in making things feel pain?
Absolutely not, Buster.
I wanted to mention, too, that I heard that in the Haunted Mansion, they actually made all the ghosts crave human bodies like their food.
Right?
So they want, so it looks like they want to be in the bodies. Is that really true?
Absolutely. I've heard that's absolutely true.
That is crazy.
And that's why the experience feels so real.
Wow.
It's silly, but you're actually in danger.
Wow.
Can you locate the place of pain that the robot is feeling?
Well, it depends on which president or animatronic. In the case of Abraham Lincoln,
Yeah.
he's feeling an explosive pain in the back of his head at all times. That's to make the experience real and to, in a sense, give him life after his excruciating death.
I heard George W. Bush feels the pain in his heart.
I've
I
heard
don't
that.
know if that's true.
Well, I think George W. Bush.
I think you took
To
creative
clarify-
license
to
with that
clarify,
one.
George W. Bush, the real person, doesn't feel pain, but the animatronic does.
Yes.
And that's where the artist becomes an artist.
No,
You wanted to make that a reality.
and obviously you
So at what point does this become voodoo dolls?
Well, that's also a very good question for our whole career. I mean, what point is this voodoo? What point is this making other lives? What point are we putting ourselves and crossing the line?
So there's an idea that we are trying to play God by making puppets. I don't think that's what we're doing.
I do not.
I think we're trying to make a movie.
I think what is frustrating to me is the idea of uncanny valley. I think it has stuck us in so many corners, and people saying, "Oh, this is a little too close to real life. Oh, this is freaking me out," and that is inappropriate and that is wrong, and I do not like that.
Yes.
I think if something is weird and it's a human being doing something weird, if a human being is taking a dump in the middle of the street, I don't freak out. I say that's somebody doing something weird. So if there is a robot that is weird to you, then you need to leave that alone, because that is just like a human taking a dump in a street. It's its own thing.
So when somebody takes a dump in the street, you're not calling anybody, or you're not freaking out?
I'm not freaking out like the way people freak out when they come into my bedroom.
Why did they freak out?
Because of the
when they come into
animatronics
your-
I keep in there, because of the animals, the creatures. I have a creature from Pan's Labyrinth in there. I have a creature from
Which one
Harry
from
Potter.
Pan's Labyrinth?
I have one of those little plant goblins.
Oh, those are
absolute fan
terrifying.
of those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they-
those are very
incredible
terrifying.
creatures.
They,
They were
scream,
amazing.
right? Those ones.
They scream. The mandrakes. Yeah, those are right above my bed, like a mobile for babies.
And so people come into your bedroom. Are they coming to for what? For
Well,
what purpose?
my mother comes into my bedroom and she gets so mad at me. She says,
Stop,
"What
sounds
is
like my
all this
ex-wife."
stuff?" No, it's my mother.
I'll just say that sound reminds me of my ex-wife.
Oh,
I'm so
okay.
sorry to mean to interrupt.
It's okay. It's okay. And she comes in. She freaks out. She doesn't like some of the things that I do. And I brought in somebody too that I kissed her on the lips in my room.
So you kissed her on the lips, and then what happened immediately following the kiss? Did you hang out for a while, or did she leave?
My ET fell over and she freaked out and she ran out.
That actually segues me into a really interesting question that I've been thinking about a lot for this panel. Has everybody else also experienced their animatronics doing weird things that you didn't tell them to do, kind of like ghosts or just talking?
I will say my
weirdly?
babies have. While I've not programmed them to do anything, and I insist that I've never seen it, because I haven't, and I will say that the actresses playing the mothers who hold the babies have a history of going insane, and
Really?
they report, but this is completely inaccurate. I know that they are just getting really deeply into the role, but they report after holding the baby feelings of the baby won't leave me alone. The baby wants to come home with me.
Actors
the
are
baby
funny
has
that way.
imprinted
That's
on me.
good.
That's
I'm
such a-
going insane. And actors are just crazy.
They're
I don't
funny
know how
that way.
else
I
to
do not
put
like
it.
actors. I wish they would not be in movies.
I wish they were animatronics.
I think
I
they're
guess in fact-
overpaid, number one.
Right.
Number two, they have too many dang rights.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yes.
That's crazy about the baby thing, and I don't think that's true, and I don't think we should believe the actors, but I do like that story. Have you ever lifted up the baby and felt anything like that?
Oh, I don't lift the babies. I absolutely don't lift the babies because I'm not a mother and I'm not playing a mother, so I couldn't possibly be trusted to lift the baby in any.
Do you lift the babies in the process of designing them or building them?
No, I use my feet on purpose so that I
you
never
don't.
have to feel the feeling of holding a baby in a mother's arms
You-
as if I were a mother.
You build those babies with your feet.
I have very dexterous toes.
That
yes,
is a classic method.
I have to separate the art from the artist, and a baby is so inherently tied to mother that if I build the baby with my hands, I become mother. I don't want to be mother. I never want to be mother. I want to be childless. I want to be able to go to the beach without hiring a babysitter.
And you using your feet is that separation.
Yes, it creates a wall between the baby. Between the baby and the mother? Listen, does anyone else feel that the products they create, do they feel a maternal attachment to them, or are they able to separate it?
Well, I'll say it's not necessarily maternal for the people down in Avatar world for me. I've had some pretty crazy experiences with my Avatar people. The other day I was down there as late at night, and all of a sudden one of the Na'vi turn on and start saying these weird stuff. Like unobtainium, we got to get back to our planet, Jake Sully. And I go, no, I'm TJ. And then they say, you're our Jake Sully. And then the hair starts coming off and the tails start wagging at me. And I'm like, I think these Na'vi are trying to fuck me. I think these Na'vi are trying to fuck me. So,
Is that something you put into the design? For them to be
lightly
able to
lightly
fuck?
as a wild card. Yeah, I mean, we all throw in wild cards into our designs, just little inside jokes. And I just added a little bit of thing where maybe 10% more they want to fuck you.
I don't
I
know
do
if
like putting inside jokes into our
I
into
do
our
like inside
robots.
jokes.
I do.
Sometimes I
Inside
slip in a single peanut into the baby, and because that's an inside joke I have with my sister.
That's a good inside joke. That could ruin the inside machinery, but if you put just one little peanut in there, that's great.
I am
What's
dying
the
to know
joke
the
with your
inside joke.
sister?
I would love to know what the inside joke
Okay,
have to hear
you
this
probably
inside
won't
joke.
get it. You probably won't get it because it's an inside joke. But my sister and I were at the Dodger game, and we're in the loge section, and we thought that we were gonna get a foul ball. We thought a foul ball was coming towards us. We thought we might be able to catch it, and then at the exact moment, a guy got hit in the head with a peanut, and so now we keep looking at each other and we say peanut, and so we'll hide peanuts in certain places.
That seems pretty easy to understand.
No, you wouldn't get it. You had to be there.
absolutely
I mean,
crazy.
Wow, fascinating.
Does that rot the animatronic having a peanut
Does
inside it?
Does that affect its
it's-
programming at all?
No, it's shelled. It's shelled. So I make sure to
Oh,
put it
right.
far away from the battery and far away from the the control system that makes it move. I sort of just strap it to the baby's chest like a little bomb,
Oh wow,
Oh, like a little bomb.
like a little bomb,
like a little bomb.
Like a
like
tiny
the world's
little bomb.
tiniest bomb.
Classically, the only thing you can strap to something.
Yeah, you have to be careful though with food and animatronics. I took some freelance work recently at the Rainforest Cafe.
Oh,
And yeah, we had to build some cockatoos.
I have
And
worked very extensively at the Rainforest Cafe.
Yeah.
I had to replace a gorilla because the fizz from the Coca-Colas would get in the air and was corroding. the
that is
gorilla.
exactly what happened to the cockatoos. And they're just a revolving door with animatronic artists.
Yeah.
They will not keep one in house.
No,
these people.
They wheel us and they deal us. They use us up and they throw us out.
well, I heard the rate for that is like $100 a week or something. I heard it's not good.
My reps bump me up to 150. What are you doing as a day rate for the Rainforest Cafe?
I was paid $25 per animal, and I worked on 25 animals,
Wow.
How many
Wow.
hours was you putting in for each animal?
12 to 18.
You were being paid with cents on the hour.
Yes, but that was all during 1 week, so it was a good rate.
and
That's
they
actually
they
fantastic
feed you.
rate, yeah.
They feed you because I was building in house. Were you?
I was building in house. I was building right next to the dining while it was open.
I had Oreo milkshake after Oreo milkshake after
Absolutely.
Oreo milkshake.
Were you allowed to
Absolutely.
eat other things, or did you choose that?
I'm a milkshake man through and through.
I had the tiger burger for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Are you guys on set when you're working, or are you just a prep day and a rap day?
Well, for me, I'm not really on set as much. I'm kind of just in the studio and on the rides, kind of working on the Na'vi. They are an exceptional race of alien, and they are an exceptional creature.
Well, how often are you at the park?
I'm at the park all the time, honestly. There's something that draws me in. I have to go and check up on the Na'vi and see how they're doing. And now it's almost a situation where I've got some crazy ideas, about where they actually belong.
Now, where do they actually belong?
Where is that?
Don't belong at Disneyland, let me tell you that much.
I tend to agree.
Thank
We-
you for agreeing with me there.
Of
That's
course,
great.
of course, TJ. On We Bought a Zoo, now a lot of animatronics have reached a point of advancement that they are free roaming, in a sense, that they're not brought in by a truck or something. We have them in a storage area. They walk themselves to set, obviously with a wrangler, such as myself. and they are there, and they might wander off if not carefully paid attention to. And in fact, on Weebotter Zoo, they had such independence that when I found out that they were going to be CGIing over all of the shots of these animatronic animals, I decided to take it within my own hands to release them onto the set and out of it. All of those animatronic animals were unleashed onto society and are now
where are
out
they
free
now?
roaming. Well, I've heard some reports of there was a rhinoceros that absolutely terrorized a Wawa.
I heard about that. Yeah, that was really upsetting.
I heard about that. Somebody had
And
a horn
got
through their
away.
hoagie. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. And it got away. So some of them are out there. The giraffe did not make it. It was shot on set. They got it right in the motherboard. So it did die.
Was the studio, did they take legal action with you? Did you have any repercussions? for
Absolutely
this?
not. They were so horrified by the existential reality of what was happening that nobody there even wanted to discuss it afterwards.
Wow.
I followed this closely. It was a very, very, very intense week for upstate New York, and it ended when it rained.
That is
The
unfortunately
crux
the
of
reality.
every animatronic is rain.
Correct.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the elephant in the room.
Wait, so you?
Well,
I
would
got
love-
yeah, yeah, let's
Jaws
let
is
you
fully
talk
wet.
about.
Buster, you made an
Jaws is
animatronic that went
underwater.
in the water, though, in the ocean.
That's never been done again.
Yeah, and I can't figure out how I did. That's
Oh,
why.
it's a fluke.
That's why I cannot get fucking hired again.
Because people ask you, how did you make the shark from Jaws? And you say, I don't know.
Just like Stephen King with Cujo.
100%. Do you guys know those hours that you're spending in your studio or your garage or whatever, and you're building, and at some point, this is back in the day when animatronics, we were just carving the field. We did not know. It was our head was in a dark asshole. We couldn't see left from right.
Sounds like
And-
a monkey in this. In that
Yeah,
guy's
a
movie.
monkey.
Sounds like the real monkey.
The real one, yeah. And I mean,
monkey
when
wrench,
you are
if you will.
when you are trying thing after thing after thing, you don't know what you tried. So all of a sudden, it's 4 a.m. You're going through it, and that jaw moves, and that fucking shark makes a move. You are filled with so much joy. You don't remember what you did. You just go, take this to set. Take this to set right now. And they took it
so
to
the-
set. I called.
Yeah, I just had a quick
Mr.
question. Was where you were working on that was a different field of water than set? You weren't working on the.
So I was on the Universal lot. They gave me a studio there to build, and we had a little pool, and I built this thing in the water, and it was working. And I don't remember if it was the blue cord or the red cord.
Classic.
I don't
One
remember.
of those made the fish.
I don't remember what I did. And I used to be very ashamed that I don't remember, but now I have to lead with it because I get hired and they say, can you build this in the water? The Finding Nemo ride at Disneyland, they brought me in. And I said, guys, my hands are tied. I'm going to need weeks to figure this
So
out.
you get hired and then subsequently fired, and you've been doing this for about 40 years of not actually being able to do the job.
I take freelance work, Rainforest Cafe.
Oh, right.
There was a
right.
week where the Bob's Big Boy Burger guy, they wanted him to move.
That was one of the most exciting weeks of my
One
life.
of the best weeks I've ever had.
That was an incredible week.
I think we all interviewed for the position.
That was so. Just for that 1 week, they got him to move.
How did everyone's interview go? Remember we had to do it by all the classic cars?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh my goodness, that was very exciting. I had to sit in a Model T and I could tell them what I would make Bob Big Boy do if he could come alive.
What did you say?
I said he would play cards, poker,
That's funny. So he'd sit down and play cards.
and he would always look like he had something mischievous of his hand. He had a nice card up his sleeve.
A smart way to bring in extra revenue for Bob's Big Boy. Have him win every time.
Yeah.
Beat the big boy. It would be a whole game.
That'd be a
Beat
great
the big
game.
boy.
Beat the
the
big
big
boy.
That was
boy.
me and that Jaws shark. Beat the big boy.
That's right.
Okay, let's talk about it. Do you guys have successful romantic lives?
Here, let's talk about it.
Because I find that as a man who's been building machines, it's hard for me to get out there. my ex-wife was just terrified. And it sounds like you've been trying to kiss women on the mouth. And it's hard.
I did not say it was hard. I said it did happen. It was easy for me to kiss her because we had strong feelings for each other at the time.
But it was hard for you to keep that relationship going because your ET fell on
Because
top
of the
of her.
creatures in my room. I would say I actually am very good on dates. And I would say I can't keep women, men, anyone off of me. They're very interested in me. They love me. I do not know what it is. I do not know what I give off. But I have been told is raw animal sexuality. And when I do try to make things happen, and I take them back to my room, that is a kind of an issue. I would also say if we don't go to my room and we go to their house, it goes very well. So the problem is, when do I let them in?
It's your job.
Yeah.
Have you considered moving?
No.
Because I would imagine that you're working a lot. You have disposable income. You want to stay
Yes.
with mother.
Oh my gosh, I could move. I'm gonna move. Thank you.
Wow, that's all it took.
That's all I needed
All
to
it
hear.
took.
I have not thought about that. Thank you so much. I will leave.
As animatronic makers, we have to be innovators. We have to ask
Amen.
the hard questions.
Amen.
Sometimes you could be caught in a mental loop of it has to work like this, it has to work like this, and that's the key to problem solving. Sometimes it takes one person to walk in here and go, nope, the baby should have 2 arms instead of none.
Oh, do you guys collaborate?
Who
Wait, what?
gave you that piece of advice? That's where were you that you didn't realize the baby?
I'm so glad you asked. It was a fantastic director. I was doing a spot for Arby's, and there was supposed to be a mother holding a baby, ordering an Arby's sandwich, and I didn't think it didn't even cross my mind that the baby would have arms. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's in a blanket. Why it just like you know when you're so locked in on something, you can't break out of it.
Yeah.
Until this director walked up and said, "Why the fuck are there no arms in this baby?" And then I thought, "Oh my god, that's the key to the problem."
Did you work with the person who made the baby for Twilight?
Oh,
Yes.
question.
What a tour
So-
de force.
What an amazing!
I
hot
thought it was
baby.
a real
So-
baby.
And
I could not believe it.
Yeah.
Now, was that the same baby as American Sniper?
That yes, that's the same animatronic actor. They repurposed, and we do call the babies actors.
Yeah, we do.
We do. Yes. So
The baby has had a lot of work. On M. Night Shyamalan's Servant, I saw was on it.
yes. So that's actually my sister does all the sort of the babies with sinister energy. So in all the horror movies, and she did the Rosemary's Baby.
Does
That
she
is-
do it with her
Wow, that
feet
was-
too?
That's old school.
That's very old.
Very
Now, did she work on Baby Geniuses and Baby Geniuses 2?
well. That's a good
Yes.
question. Are the babies sinister in those movies? Do you
Well-
guys consider those babies sinister?
Well, she worked on it, so yes. I mean, we are. I mean, I should explain. We're identical twins. We raised in the exact set of circumstances. Scientifically, a doctor made it so that we were part of a study anyway. Our parents
Great. Yeah, that makes sense.
And you
Listen,
you
rock
make
on 'em.
babies with your feet. I get
we
it.
make babies with our feet. We have lived our lives in the exact same conditions, except for one thing. She does the sinister babies in Hollywood, and I do the regular babies, the more lighthearted babies, the commercial spots usually.
Did the study end?
No, and I don't think it can.
What do you mean? You don't think it can?
I don't think it can end. I don't think it can end until they figure out what's going on with twins. They have not nailed down as a society, because I do ask the scientists at our weekly check-ins. And I ask, what is this for?
It's weekly check-ins, right?
It's weekly check-ins. But we do video diaries daily and everything like that. But he said, what is this for? And he said, you'll find out when you're older. And I said, well, I'm 53. When do I get to change? Because I think a lot of these psychology tests, they end when the babies are adults. It's like it's like
Correct.
a child psychology
You're
thing.
done, yeah.
Nature versus nurture. It's usually that sort of thing. No, this one seems like it's a forever one. So it'll be interesting to see what they find out about twins.
The scientists, they are not getting older?
I would imagine if they were there when you
never
were
thought
born,
about that.
they're over 100.
Is it,
And
is
you're
it the same
53.
scientists, or is it just it's like a group?
No,
Do you have new
they-
scientists every time you check in?
You know, I've never thought about how they look a little bit different every time, but they use the same names. They say, "Hi, I'm Charles," like you know me from before. "Hi, I'm Tim," you know me from before. But sometimes their face looks a little bit different. And you know, I never clocked that, but maybe they're different men.
Well,
Wow.
it just takes one person to walk into your life and introduce something.
True.
Exactly.
This has
It's
been a
it's
revelatory
problem
You're gonna
solving.
move.
You're gonna move.
I'm gonna move.
I'm gonna figure out what's going on.
Incredible.
Okay, how did everyone get into animatronics?
I can explain my story.
Oh, please. I'm dying to know because you
I
have a
would love
memoir
to
coming
know.
out.
I do.
I
do.
have pre-ordered that on BarnesandNoble.com.
Thank you. Gears and pistons and pain. I mentioned to TJ earlier that I have experience with the jaws of life. Now, when I got started in this, I was actually a PA on Jurassic Park. You might know the famous scene with the Triceratops. Sam Neill, with his head on it, it's breathing in and out. You might think, oh, similar to Jennifer Aniston's breasts, there's pistons inside
built,
them.
yeah.
But no, at that time, that technology had not been created. In fact, I was inside the Triceratops, on my back, with my feet, on the skin, pressing out and in. Out and in.
Not your hands.
Not my hands. No.
Just your-
It was
It was
too
very
thick.
heavy.
Yeah,
very,
very
thick,
thick.
very heavy. It was very hot inside of there. Not much oxygen. Now, what happened was once Steven Spielberg wrapped that shot, they left me inside of it. Now, I was there for upwards of 3 days. It's hard to remember. And I learned a lot about animatronics by studying the inside of it, using a box of matches and checking around, studying all of the gears, all of the pistons that were in there. It was fascinating. Eventually, they did remember that I was inside, and the jaws of life had to pry its mouth open, and I had to desperately
How'd you
squeeze
get
out.
in?
Yes,
so they
it-
must have known that you couldn't have got.
And
got
you,
that.
as an animatronics designer, you designed this, and you designed it without a
You
door.
were a
No,
PA.
I was a PA at the time.
Oh, you were a
Oh,
PA.
if I had
I'm so
designed this,
sorry.
trust me, its asshole would have been able to expand.
And that's your signature move.
Can I ask
That
you
is your
something a little-
signature.
And that's why I specialize in that.
Do you think that all of your animals have such a big asshole because you were trapped?
I think there's definitely some trauma there causing it.
So no matter who's in there, they'll always get out.
Absolutely.
That is beautiful.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I don't want anyone to ever get stuck inside one of my animatronic animals.
That is beautiful. I feel like there probably is a little piece of all of us inside. We were talking about our inside jokes. That
Like
we
a
put-
peanut.
Like a peanut.
Like a
There's
peanut.
a little nut inside every single one. A nut, as in the thing that you're hiding in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was in Jaws for you?
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, right.
Right.
I
Yeah.
don't remember what I did. But
so were you just kind of like guessing and putting wires together and just?
It checks out to me because historically it's very well known that that shark was very faulty, which is the reason why Steven Spielberg had to shoot so many scenes where you couldn't see the shark.
Steven would tell me, you gotta get it going. And I go, I can if I knew. It had a mind. Sorry, I can if I knew. It had a mind of its own, that thing. It really did. But I'll say, in the time since, it's been many years, I've been comfortable in the unknowing.
Wow, that's
There's a
beautiful.
release. Because I'll say, thank God I don't know how to build a robot that could swim and be that big like that. I'd be unstoppable.
You're worried about getting
I'll
too
tell you that.
powerful.
My ex-wife would be dead.
Oh, you're gonna
You would
kill
build
a
a
woman?
shark. You'd build a shark
I'm
to
just
kill a
saying,
woman.
no man should have that power, and I do believe that God took it away.
Well, I'm very glad that you don't know this information, so that you remain not a murderer.
But I go back and forth. I wish it so I could.
Okay.
I go back
Okay.
and I go forth. I do. I
Right.
really wish
So
I
is the plan
remembered
there
what I
maybe
did.
to invite your wife to a beach or something, and then just
Yeah.
accidentally an animatronic shark attacks her? Is that what's the fantasy
You
here?
would transport this shark out to the ocean maybe the day before, then bring your wife the next day, and hope the shark doesn't kill anyone during that time, and that your wife would be the only one killed, or would you not worry about the collateral damage?
You took the words out of my mouth.
That was a
That
question.
was a
He asked
question.
a question.
That was a question.
Exactly. That's exactly my answer.
We ask ourselves questions all the time in this line of
Oh
business.
yeah,
So
I'll,
true.
I'll just
True.
say
so
I.
true.
Oh yeah.
I think the biggest question we all ask, which is something I think we all struggle with, is what is the line? You know,
Exactly.
what is the line between machine and life?
TJ, do you love your animatronics?
I'm just wondering what the line is.
I'm
Sounds
curious.
to me like you've already fucked them.
Yeah, because you've given
I'm
them
just
sexual
wondering what
desires.
the line is and if it's all right.
No, it seems like it's already happened, and
I
you're
don't
just
know.
looking for us to confirm. But
I just am wondering if anybody else has had a situation where they're questioning the line between, what is the line between life and machine? What is the line between kissing somebody that is a machine and kissing somebody that's not a machine?
Can you tell us which animal at Disneyland you're kissing?
I know this might come as a shock to everybody, but it's the Navi.
oh yeah, we.
No, I understand.
I think
I
we
feel like
figured
it's
that out.
this might come as a huge groundbreaking thing, but yes, I have hooked up with the Navi, all of them,
Just
Every single one.
every single one.
There's,
just
there's
it-
upwards of 57.
57.
everyone knows that.
Mm-hmm.
But just in the way that Navi normally hook up with each other with just linking hair to each other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
both. It's both because they say let's
Oh,
do
you
it.
do the
no,
people
I-
version.
I do the people version. We do the Navi version. It's really fun. It's a blast. And well,
great.
honestly, there's a lot of drama right now because everybody wants a little piece of TJ. You know.
Well,
Oh,
they,
no.
They used a lot of my asshole blueprints on those Navi.
Yes, thank you so much for those asshole blueprints.
It's amazing that you
Which I heard are going to be in your memoir.
You have
have
such an
blueprints.
An
airtight
entire
patent
section
on those.
assholes.
That is fantastic.
Yes, but it's it's arguably one of the most human aspects of life.
You know all those books where it's a chapter book and in the middle they have the glossy pictures?
Yes,
Yours
it is
is
a
just gonna
pop-out book
happen.
at parts.
I did. Well, I had to make a baby that made a mess of itself once, and I did have to license your asshole technology to do that. I just shrunk it down,
Right.
So I'm sorry,
It's a
you
baby.
had to make the baby poop itself. You couldn't have just pretended or put the poop in the diaper or something.
Are you one of those girls that doesn't say
No.
poop?
I'm just wondering what film or commercial you were shooting where you have to visibly see poop coming out of a baby.
Well, first of all, I never say poop, and I resent that. I resent that I had to say it now.
Everybody poops, even an animatronic.
And
you know?
second of all, this was a very racy campaign by Taco Bell that they were going to air at 3 a.m. That was an advertisement, believe it or not, for pro eating nachos and having the runs. They were advertising it as like a fun stoner thing, and they had a baby, make a mess of itself.
So in this commercial, stoners were feeding a baby nachos, and then the baby was pooping itself.
In your defense, I want to say I worked for Taco Bell as well. One of my first jobs was making the Chihuahua, and
Oh, you
that
made
was
a Chihuahua.
that wasn't real.
that was my first
real.
job.
real.
But they make so many changes on the set of Taco Bell, and the last people to know are the animatronics. So you'll be bringing an animatronic that they asked for 5 drafts ago.
Wow.
Then they have to work with it. Once you bring it, they go, "Oh, we're not doing that anymore." And you're
Wow.
like, I have spent $30,000 on making this creature.
Wow.
Yeah.
It is
Taco
very
Bell works
difficult.
fast.
Did you make
fast.
Stuart Little?
I did not make Stuart Little. That is, I don't want to say the C word, but that was CG.
Computer.
Were you in a bidding war at all? Did you try to
I was in a
pitch?
bidding war. I pitched. I came out $300,000 more expensive. And that was frustrating to hear.
Yeah.
That was frustrating to
That's a
hear.
classic thing.
An
It's-
animatronic would have been able to drive that little car so much better.
They would have been able to drive it for real.
Yes.
And don't you think it would have been more likable? That's what I say all the time, is
Yeah.
that what animatronics are pulling a performance from an actor because he's in the room with them? Come on.
I will tell you, we were brought in for Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. We were brought in to do the Phoenix scene
Beautiful
with
scene.
Richard Harris and Harry Potter. And they brought us
Does
in.
Daniel Radcliffe only go by Harry Potter on set? Sorry, just go ahead.
Who is that?
Please continue.
We were brought in to work with Richard Harris and Harry Potter, and we sat down because they had tried it with CGI. And Richard Harris said, I don't know what I'm looking at. And Harry Potter said, it's just right there. And he said, don't you ever tell me what to do. When I was your age, I was smoking cigarettes. And it was a huge
Harry
fight.
Potter said this?
No,
Or
Richard
Daniel
Harris said
Radcliffe.
that to Harry
Okay.
Potter.
No,
Harry Potter
Potter.
never
Oh.
would.
Got
From
it.
Swiss Army Man.
Right.
Yes. I loved Harry Potter and Swiss Army Man. I cannot wait to see Harry Potter and Weird Al.
I hate.
Swiss Army Man's an interesting take because it's almost like an actor portraying an animatronic.
Which I have to be honest, I'm incredibly uncomfortable with.
It was
If-
too.
If,
It
if
was
Harry Potter
gross.
does anything like that again,
Me too.
I will find him.
No, for sure.
It was robot face. It was offensive.
It was bad.
It was
not
robot
okay.
face. And I'll say, you fucking your animatronics doesn't bother me. Someone acting like they're an animatronic bothers me.
Okay, I gotta put my foot down. None of you have fucked your animatronics.
I have a confession to make.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Well, okay. I was part of a team working.
A team.
Oh no.
Oh,
There
no.
were-
I was part of a team.
You are my hero. Reminder.
You will recall that I worked on Bicentennial Man.
Oh my
I will
god.
recall.
I recall.
I will also
And
recall.
I will recall that.
Feelings did develop between me and the Bicentennial Man,
Oh my god.
and things were explored. That was the first time that I really innovated. I probably went too far.
I do not want to
Now, by
burst any
innovated,
bubble.
what do you mean?
Bicentennial Man was real. Robin Williams was not there on those days. That was a real animatronic robot.
Oh.
Those scenes you're seeing is a real robot with real human feelings. It brings that movie to a whole other level
Oh my god.
of depth.
Wow.
Now, something that is not talked about, but I feel it must be, is that once his scenes were finished and we told him, you're going to be shut down, later today, he then disappeared. And we have yet to see him since. But I feel it's important to say because both of my ex-wives have been murdered, strangled by someone with no fingerprints.
I'm so sorry.
That is
Oh my
graphic
God.
to hear.
I'm so sorry. Did you not fuck him?
I did fuck the Bicentennial.
Oh my god.
Why are you asking the one question? His story was so much deeper and richer.
I felt
than
there
your
was
story.
more to that story
be
than
alone.
did I fuck
He
him.
gave
Holy-
context.
I have a confession to make.
Yeah.
I know what happened with that shark.
What did you do?
I fucked it.
You fucked it to work?
I fucked it and it turned on.
This has been Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists, answering the question, now that's why they call it showbiz. We'll see you next time. Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists is an improvised Hollywood roundtable podcast created, performed, and produced by Kylie Brakeman, Jeremy Colhane, Angela Giratana, and Patrick McDonald.
Our guest today was actor-comedian Shane Topp. You can follow him on Twitter at SuperShane or check him out on the amazing YouTube channel Smosh.
AOA is a Sugar 23 podcast. Mike Mayer and Michael Sugar executive producers, Liam Billingham producer. Production support by Angelo Restaino and Anthony Defranchesco. Music is by Gabriel Ponton. The opinions expressed on this podcast do not reflect the opinions of anyone who works on it, not even the performers, because this is an improvised podcast and we're stupid. Full video versions of AOA are available on YouTube, so please like and subscribe and leave us a 5-star review wherever you get your podcasts. That's all for now. Good night, Hollywood!
Welcome back to Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists. In this episode, we gathered 4 actors who all have played a waiter with one line.
The art of the one-line waiter role is something that few actors, but many try to master.
Whether you're a famous actor or somebody just starting out, the trick behind the one line can make some people very nervous, so it takes an absolute pro to get through it.
It's time to see how you can go far as a co-star. Let's listen in. Well, hey, y'all. It's great to see y'all.
Hey guys, hey, hi, how's it going, guys?
Great to meet all y'all.
Wow, this is
Wow.
so cool.
Really nice to meet with people talking shop.
This
you
is
know,
great.
None of us probably have acted together before.
No, I don't believe we have.
Because we're getting
I haven't had the pleasure.
No, we're getting the roles that the other people are probably competing for.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
exactly,
yes.
Exactly.
I bet we've gone out for a couple of the same parts.
Yeah, for
Yes.
sure. For
Yes.
sure.
Maybe have.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Maybe have.
Yeah,
Well,
totally.
I'm so excited and honored to share this space with you guys today. It's so inspiring to be amongst a group of like-minded artists
Yes.
who want to talk about the craft. And we could talk about the craft of acting multiple lines, acting as a guest star or a lead all day, but we really want to talk about our craft, our chosen craft.
Absolutely.
And I wouldn't choose anything else, One line is the most powerful thing you could do.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly how I feel about it. I think it's so misunderstood. It's so
Deeply, yes.
misunderstood, and it's an art form in itself. Booking that co-star. If people don't know what a co-star is, it's the people that you see in film or TV that have under 5 lines and play no importance to the overall story.
Right.
I read once that good design is invisible, right? And I think a good co-star isn't invisible, I'd say, but I'd say is barely there so that Leo DiCaprio can be there. You know what I mean? And there is an
Yes.
art to that. There's an art to negative space.
I'd compare what we do to sort of like a doula of sorts.
Yes.
We are delivering the baby so that Leo DiCaprio can enjoy his baby, his work.
Absolutely,
We are-
absolutely.
We're living furniture. You know what I mean? In so many words.
Yes.
We're furniture that can talk. We're furniture that can tell you what something sounds like, how people in the environment act or feel. And we're good at telling you if the main character is crazy, if the main character is liked, if the main character is disliked, and most importantly specifically the waiter roles, if the main character is nice to staff of different sorts.
Yes.
Oh, God, and that'll tell you
Yeah.
everything about their character arc is how this person orders a cup of coffee and how they are responded to by the staff.
Well,
Absolutely.
I would love to get your guys' names so I can write it down. Maybe add you guys to my IMDb contacts.
yeah.
So go ahead. What's everybody?
They're making it like LinkedIn now.
Yeah.
Well, let's all get together after the end of this and look at each other's pages, because when we look at each other's pages, it'll raise the star meter.
Oh yeah.
So it'll be really helpful if we could all just
Yes,
get together and look at
yes.
each other's pages
Mm-hmm.
and help each other out.
When I watch the
love nothing
Jeopardy
more.
at night, I just hit it.
Yeah.
Just go.
I had it on my phone.
Yeah, refresh.
That's nice.
Yeah.
So my name is Cole Hendricks, and I am an actor. You may know me from a couple of sitcoms. I play Waiter 1 in Community. I play Dentist 3 in Grey's Anatomy. And I have...
Huge booking.
Yes, that one was a big one for us because Grey's Anatomy, if you don't know it, you can like kind of raise the ranks. I didn't, but it was still an honor to be there. It was an honor to be there. And I've also played Boy in Movie Theater in the reboot of Will and Grace. So, yeah, it was great.
Awesome. Well, my name is Chance Mulroney.
This guy's got to be a local hire. Tell me you're a local hire
I'm
right
a
now.
local hire.
Okay.
I'm a local hire out of Albuquerque.
I knew
could
it. I
smell
could
'em.
smell it.
I'm a
I
local
could
hire out
smell
of
it.
Albuquerque. I'm the guy that they go to a lot of the time. You can see me in Justified. You can see me in Breaking Bad. If there's one line where somebody is doing something crazy, I'm usually the guy that comes in and says, "What was that?" All sorts of different places. I kind of got a different look. I'm a bit of a cowboy. I got into this a little bit later in life, but I got into it hard. And so people like me. People like me, and I like that. I like that a lot, and it's really fun.
That's awesome.
I work with the Coen brothers. I work with Paul Thomas Anderson. I worked with Greta Gerwig on a new movie, and it's been really fun. It's been really fun, and I'm the guy that comes in, and I get to say the thing, and I get to get out, and it's fun. And it's fun.
Which one of us?
You can go, sweetie.
Okay. My name is Annalisa Whitford, but I do go by my stage name, Anna Whitford. Because I believe it's catchier, it's to the point.
Yeah,
And
it definitely is.
Yeah.
It definitely is.
Yeah, it's more memorable, I'd say. Anna. Anna. I'm so honored to be with you all today, of course, telling human stories. That's why we're here. Some of my credits include I have a co-star on Mike and Molly.
A good show.
It's a great show.
Yes, I was a neighbor, and I said, "Here is your mail."
So like a waiter, but a neighbor waiter. I love that.
Exactly. There are many types of waiters, and I would say that in that moment, I was a waiter for the mail.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I like to think of mailmen as waiters for mail. I like to think of airplanes as waiters for people.
Yes.
A doctor is a waiter
Wow.
for medicine.
Absolutely.
I would say stewardess, waiter for the sky. You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
There's tons of different ways to look at a waiter.
Zookeeper, waiter for animals.
Wow. Hello, guys. My name is Franco Booney. I am been in the business a long time. I most recently I played a diner waitress in Inception. I asked Leo DiCaprio if he wanted his top off. I do a lot of diner waitresses.
Did that scene get cut, or is that in the? I remember it now. It's right when the city starts turning upside down. A waitress comes.
He
up
runs
and says,
inside to hide. And I ask, do you want a top off? And
Played
then
for comedy. One of the few moments of Inception that's played for comedy.
I was blessed.
So
I was
funny.
blessed by the
So
role.
funny.
Ain't it funny when they're funny? I love it. I love it when you get a funny line.
I love it.
Well,
Anyway, but I originally started in this industry. I had a one-line waitress part in The Godfather.
Wow, what was your line?
I said, lasagna here or to go. It got cut.
And that one got cut.
Oh,
But that's what put me. I love playing a waitress. I have a full wardrobe of waitress gear and outfits. I have the diner gear. I have it all, and I can do it all.
How many waiter headshots do you have?
Honey, I have one for
Because there are
each.
different types of waiter looks,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes. I don't do the black tie waitresses. I'm too slippery.
Okay.
I sometimes I don't know if you guys. Sometimes I was asked the first black tie waitress. It was a steakhouse, I think, in Mrs. Doubtfire when she's running between the restaurants. I was playing the role, and I had to hold a tray, and that was the first time I ever had to hold a real tray. And the prop department put a whole thing of glasses of wine glasses on that tray, and boy, was I a slippery girl. And that's the last time I played for black tie restaurants. But now I do mostly the woman behind the diner counter. You could see me in Riverdale season 1. The kids hang out in the diner,
Did
and
you
I'm
get more
there.
than one line for that one?
So that's what we call reoccurring background acting, where I do that a lot. Where they want to show the town, right? They want to show. There's a couple people that have done this on Friends that are always in Central Park. They made a pretty penny. Me, on the other hand, no. But so I'm in all the episodes of Riverdale. When they go to the diner, you'll see me.
I hate to go back on this because you just said something that was so interesting to me. And I was curious if when you worked on The Godfather, I'd love to hear the stories because
Yeah.
it's so interesting to me. And I don't know if Francis Ford Coppola told you about this. The idea that you'd go up to a mobster in an Italian restaurant and ask if they wanted their lasagna to go.
Well, the line got cut. I didn't even get to set, honey.
You didn't even get
you
to
didn't
set.
get to
It
set.
was, when
But
you
you
book
counted
It
it-
was
you-
just a theoretical booking.
You counted it as a booking. You counted it as a booking, but you didn't get to
because
set.
it started my career, and that's when
Yeah.
I said I found my actress as a waitress. I really found that.
What
but,
part did they cut it at? While you
Believe
were
it or
driving,
not,
or-
the new show, the new Peacock show, The Offer.
Yeah.
There's a little scene where they talk about cutting my scene.
Did someone play you?
No, it's just theoretical.
It's theoretical. Did they? Okay, so it's in the final cut of The Offer, though, that we can watch on Peacock, or is that also cut?
On Peacock, in The Offer, you hear one of the actors who's playing the writer go, "Let's cut that part," when she asks for his lasagna to go, it doesn't make sense. That is me they're talking
Well,
about.
now I'm going to be watching it.
I'll
Now
go
I'm gonna
tune
be
in.
watching it.
Thank
I've
you.
I'm
got
gonna be
to.
I'll
watching
make sure that star meter goes up as well.
There
for
you
I'm
the
going to be
show.
raising the star meter to the
For
offer.
the offer,
For
yeah.
the offer.
Let's all do that after this. Let's get
Yeah, I
together.
would really love that.
That would
yeah.
be awesome.
Can we talk a little bit of technique right now?
Absolutely.
Because I'm so interested. My version of art is trying to get inwards, trying to figure this out.
Process.
The brain, the neurons, the process, the journey. And I'm just always living and thriving to learn more about my fellow actors. You know, I want to know what makes you tick and like how you guys approach. So maybe a good example, I can throw you guys a line and you guys walk me through the process. Does that sound groovy? Does that sound
Oh, certainly.
good?
I'd
Does
do
that-
that.
Yes, I'm head over heels.
I love games.
Okay, great. So the line is, let's just say it's Breaking Bad, and you go, "Here's your steak."
Is this the line you had?
Yes, I was in Breaking Bad. Wasn't a local hire. They flew
Yep.
me in.
Yeah, we didn't meet.
And my line was, "Here's your steak." So I would love to see how you guys approach it and take that on, and then I'll show you mine at the end.
Of course. Wow, I feel like I'm imitating to the person who performed the art.
Yeah, and I
That's
think
a lot
so
of pressure.
well, no, it's not a lot of pressure. It's not a lot of pressure at all.
Okay,
It's-
if you
because
say
it's your
so.
process, and every artist is different, and every person is different. So whatever you bring to it is going to be right.
Right.
So why don't you give it a try?
Well, okay. I mean, my first thought is, here's your steak.
Yeah.
Here's your steak. Okay, well, that wasn't a
started
read.
yet. I didn't think she started.
This
I
is
just didn't like
process,
it. I
not
didn't love it.
performance.
You didn't like. Okay, you can't note the process.
No, sure.
Maybe
Everybody's
we think of
different.
some. Can we think of some sort of code word that when we
For
say
when-
process, we're doing the process, and then when we start doing the performance, we say the new word.
Let's
there a
try
word
Okay,
like
how about it's
Okay.
yes? Okay,
Okay, thank you.
okay. Well, I'll say cut when I'm doing the process and
Okay.
action when I'm doing the actual performance.
Okay, that's good.
I follow.
That's a language we can all understand.
Okay, so cut. When I get the line, here's my steak. Here's your steak. Sorry, I'm getting so nervous. I think to myself, what has this person been through before she delivers the steak? Why did she not say, here is your steak, sir? That means that she's not at a black tie establishment, right? She's not someone who has to defer to her customers in that way. But here's your steak, no frills, no additional parts. That means that you are, and that was a cut, by the way. That was not a read. That means that you're someone who's no bullshit, right? You have a daughter at home. You have to
Yes.
feed her. And when's your shift ending? I think it's ending in 30 minutes. So with all that in mind, action. Here's your steak.
Wow.
And if I could add a little improv on that, it'd be, here's your steak. Now, why don't you think about that for a second?
Wow.
And cut.
I have chills down my whole body. That was awesome.
Do you guys ever, well, no, I
It
would
was
love
definitely
to hear
better
your
than your
reads
first read. Definitely better than your
Okay,
first
again,
read.
I feel like I have to specify. That was not a read.
Are you in acting classes? I loved watching you break that down.
Thank you. Yes, I am in acting classes with my mother. My mother goes to Leslie Kahn, and then she reports back to me
That's great.
A secondhand class.
because she
second
says,
class.
"Listen, we both want to be actors. We can't afford to have both of us go to Leslie Kahn. So I'm going to take the information, kind of like what happened with Stanislavski. You have these students, and then he brings it. They start their own schools. That's sort of what my mom is doing.
With all the modern technology, she should just put a GoPro on her and you should watch it live.
And
Yeah.
in fact,
Leslie Kahn would never be
She
able to see
has.
that.
She has done that.
she has. Well, she wanted to give me a full virtual experience. And so I do watch it, but through my mother's eyes. Sometimes my mom, she goes to the bathroom and she has to be like, don't watch.
Hold on a tick. I think I seen, wasn't there a viral video that was acting teacher roast student for wearing GoPro on head? Actual GoPro
I
footage?
saw that. And I will say, once I saw the studio, I knew it was Leslie Kahn. And then I saw Leslie Kahn, and I knew it was Leslie
I
Kahn.
don't know
That's
who that
when you
is.
knew.
I don't
That's
know
when
who-
you knew it was Leslie Kahn.
And that's when I knew it was
Your
Leslie
mother
Kahn.
put the GoPro on her head.
Yes, and after that, she did have to start. That is what we call the hat classes, where she had to wear a hat over the GoPro, and so I could only hear the audio.
Yeah.
But after a
But
while,
why would you need a? Yeah, why would you
Leslie
need
let
a
her guard down after a while, and so we were able to get away with a hat with a little hole in it, so that the GoPro could see through.
No, yeah, that's a classic acting technique.
So the teacher
Classic
put her wall down, put her guard down, so you stuck a hole in the hat.
And
so
you
she
could
was
probably,
nice.
could you see it in her face when she look up at the hat and she go,
She knew.
There are a couple times
She
when
knew.
she looks directly down the barrel of the lens and goes, huh, and then continues back on with the class. And it was interesting, to watch, to work with that filter on, because it's not an immediate class. It's sort of like a game of telephone, to receive classes that way. But
Well, can we hear your reading, Franco?
Franco, I'd
I'd
love
love
to hear.
to. I mean, the waiter
Oh, thank
extraordinaire.
you, guys. Well, now I kind of get a little typecast as a waitress who has. I usually notice that the calls they bring me in for, it's the detectives at the late night getting a steak. So that steak would, if this is the role they cast me in, I know it's not in the morning. It's kind of late at night. So
Your eye just completely went a different direction.
Well-
That was-
yeah, you sound like my son. Okay, so. Okay, so my process would be, how many hours has she been on her feet?
Yes.
And when
you
I
say cut? I don't know if we're going or
cut,
not.
cut,
Okay,
cut,
this is
cut,
process.
cut,
That means process.
Okay, thank you.
cut, do not enter process in process going on. Okay, so sorry. Okay, so so
Are you all right?
It is a process. Don't interrupt
Is
her.
this the
She
process?
said do not enter.
my
She
process,
said do
I'm
not
letting it
enter.
out. I'm letting it out. I'm
It's-
letting it
I've
out.
never seen somebody embody
Well,
something so
she-
much.
So
Don't
if
enter.
this was shooting day, cut. I'm doing process. If this was shooting day, I'd wake up in that morning and I would tie bricks that I get from my neighbor's yard to my feet, so I feel how many hours it's been that I've been on my feet. And I treat my kids. I treat kitchen like a diner, where I go to my kids. I go, you want to top off? So I get in the space. I get in the space of making the coffee and going in and giving the check. I give the check to my son so many times for practice, and he goes, Mom, stop giving me these checks. And I go, of course I wouldn't charge you, Sonny. So yeah, that's kind of the process. So now I'm physically there, right? I can't do that for you now, but physically I'm really lagging. Because I woke up this morning walking on bricks, okay? Here we go. Action. Here's your steak.
I'm shaking.
That was. Wow. That was a performance.
I mean, when we talk about telling human stories, this is what we're talking about.
Thank you so
I
much.
got chills over my whole body.
Because I go from the body. And I tell you, I couldn't have done that unless I really just get my shoulders.
I could
Yeah.
feel the pressure that this woman was under.
I had a similar thing when I was in Mayor of Easttown.
Oh,
Kate Winslet orders a rack of ribs. And I go, here's your ribs.
wow.
Yeah.
Just like that, you
That's
just
amazing.
launched. That's amazing.
It's incredible.
Thank you, guys. I feel so wonderful to be admired by my peers.
That's great.
Wow.
Gosh.
Well, I guess I'm up to the plate, huh?
Cowboy's
Yes,
turn.
please.
All right, here I
Is that
come.
baseball? Is that baseball?
Well, for me, it's dinner time.
Okay,
I'm up to
okay.
the plate. I'm going to eat the whole thing. So, cut. So I see it, and I'm in the outfit, right? And if I'm a waiter, they're probably giving me something like a white shirt and blue pants or something. And I'm in the outfit, and I go up. I got an apron on. I see they got a steak. They say, "Hey, bring the steak over and tell them it's a steak." I think that's a steak. That's a man. He wanted a steak. Action. Here's your steak. Cut.
You know what? I loved it. I really loved it,
Thanks.
especially for somebody local hire out of Albuquerque. I thought it was really good.
Well,
Have
don't
you worked
treat
for
me now.
Have you worked for Aaron Sorkin?
I have worked for Aaron
You're
Sorkin.
fast with the dialogue.
I worked for Aaron Sorkin. Yeah, he actually flew me out to Washington D.C. I played a server who Philip Seymour Hoffman slapped in the face in Charlie Wilson's War.
And it was really, really
I
fun.
remember that scene. That was fun. Did he? He must have actually slapped you. That looked improvised.
He did slap me. We were
And that's
good
a stunt
friends.
rate as well. You'll be getting a stunt bump.
I did not get a stunt bump. What's that?
You got slapped in the face. That's a stunt, honey.
A stunt bump?
What union are you part of?
Oh, I'm part of the Albuquerque SAG.
ASAG.
Interesting.
Yeah,
And
ASAG. I'm
you're
a
part of
ASAG.
ASAG. Now, what makes
We call it-
ASAG different?
We call it saddle SAG.
Do they get to skirt the rules of actual SAG, or
Well, it just applies to the local unions in Albuquerque. Things are different. You know, you get vouchers to go to the casinos. You get free breakfast burritos at Frontier. A lot of benefits.
do you
Oh
get
my
health
God.
insurance?
Oh, we do sometimes. We get sunburn insurance, and we get dust mitigation.
You get all that stuff, but you don't get a stunt cover.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I did get the stunt bump, but I don't remember the difference between the rates.
What's your ASAG number?
My ASAG number? It's 4. I'm number 4.
How many people are in ASAG?
I think there's 200, 300 now. We're growing. There's a lot of work coming to Albuquerque, so we're having a lot of fun. And I just started recently, you know. Well, not recently. I've been doing this
Yeah.
for
Charlie Wilson's
based
War.
on my shows 20, 30 years. But I started it, you know, after my wife and I, you know, my son moved out of the house. He was an empty nester. I was an empty nester.
Your son was.
My son was. He made me an empty nester, okay? That's why I'm better saying the lines, because sometimes I twist my tongue up. I'm better at saying the lines than saying my own words sometimes.
Yeah, I gotta ask you because, you know, when you recounted your process, you sort of just said the line. What school taught you to do that?
That was beautiful.
To just say the line.
No sauce.
How
I
many
ain't-
techniques are you?
I ain't been to no school. I mean, like I said, my wife, you know, I was putzing around the house, and my wife said, "You gotta do something. You gotta get out and do something." So I was like, you know, I could sit around all day. I could sit around all day at home, nagging on my wife, or I could sit around all day on a movie set, potentially get to meet Aaron Paul. Teach him how to, you know, shoot a paintball gun in the down times and stuff like that. So that's kind of how I ended up getting into it. I don't really.
So you
have,
just sort of walked right in and
That's
you just
insane.
book.
Yeah,
and I
other
can't
people-
believe
You just
that.
book.
And I can't believe
I guess
that.
I just book. I guess people just like me for me, and it's fun. You know, I like to. I'm all I got. I ain't putting too much else.
That's
on.
so interesting because, you know, your generation, little lady.
Yes.
It feels like our generation.
Yeah.
There's a lot of accidental bookings.
Yes, ma'am.
And it feels like your generation it is all about the book. It is like you guys are vultures. You guys are nuts.
Yes, ma'am.
You're on all different social media sites trying to get jobs. You guys are nuts.
Yes,
ma'am.
well, I mean, all due respect, I mean, you guys don't know the hell that is Monologue Monday.
Yes.
Where on Facebook groups, you know, we have to post hashtag Monologue Monday.
And self-audition Tuesday, self-tape Tuesday.
Yes,
Wow.
and self monologue Thursdays.
Fuck me, what's Friday?
Friday's a free day.
Friday's free day, but you have to post free day. So you kind of do a performance of what you interpret your free day
And
as.
what's that do? So people, you probably post something, you post a big video of you doing a really good self-tape, and then you get hit up by casting directors.
Not
and they
at
cast
all.
you?
No,
Not at all.
No,
Okay.
Usually I'm getting hit up by people that support Trump and just use kind of my videos to use it almost as a pulpit
Wow.
to go off on something.
Do y'all like
Interesting.
Trump?
Let's not go there. Let's
I don't like him.
Okay, great.
Oh,
great.
That's so
great.
wonderful to hear.
Y'all don't like him?
As an actor, he raised prices for acting and I didn't like that.
Okay. What else did you not like about him?
I hated when he raised the price to act.
But are there other things you didn't like about him too?
I'm telling you, he raised the price of acting.
Okay,
and
in
it
what
was
way
the
did he
sword.
do that?
One, he raised taxes, and two, he went in and made classes more expensive.
He might have not have done this with ASAG because he did it with SAG.
He did it with SAG. He made a rule that SAG has to charge, like basically any class that's teaching SAG actors have to charge more.
Really?
Yeah. So my rate, that's what my acting coach, Linda Arnoff, told me. And, you know, classes now are like $1,000, $2,000 a month.
Wow.
But we're really learning and we're really diving deep into it, you know.
Wow.
So you guys want to hear the read that got it?
Dying to hear the read.
Let's hear it. I want to
So-
see your
But let me
work.
see the process that got the read.
Sure. So Linda Arnoff cut. Linda Arnoff's process is, one that goes deep into the soul of the character. It's all about the introspection. It's all about the work. So when I see a line like, "Do you want your steak?" I immediately think Albuquerque, drug addict, probably some death recently in his father.
That's
his
not
father's
fair to
dead.
Albuquerque.
No,
That's just
I
not
would
fair.
say that's what Linda teaches. Albuquerque equals drug addict.
That's not fair.
And always, if
Well,
you're
you don't have to speak for Albuquerque. It's
I'm sorry.
I don't. Linda does. I'm sorry.
I had a
guys.
past
It's just what
lover
she
live
says.
there, and he was a good man.
And I've been, and Albuquerque's lovely, but it's just the method.
Charlie Toots.
So nobody else interrupted anybody else's method. Nobody else interrupted anybody
I don't know what
else's
else talking
method.
about Albuquerque, son.
You said all people from Albuquerque are
I
drug
did not
addicts.
say all people from
And I
Albuquerque
said not
are
my
drug
past love,
addicts.
Charlie Toots.
I said Albuquerque on an audition equals drug addict.
This is such truth that's happening right now. I can't get over it. This is fascinating.
And then she says, if you are a waiter that doesn't ask a question, seems confident, somebody probably has died. So in my head, I go to the soul of this character. I'm searching, I'm digging. I'm sitting in front of a wall, staring in front of it for 2 hours, coming up with the backstory of this character. And his name was Jim. His brother, and this is when we use I statements. I'm Jim. My brother just died in Iraq. Just died in Iraq. So when I come to that steak, action. Here's a steak.
I literally spit. I literally just spit on this mic.
That booked
Wow.
it. That booked it.
That booked
They
it, huh?
loved my take. Tears pouring down my face.
You never know what a director's thinking, huh? You never know what he's seeing. You never know what he's picking up and saying, that's
They
what I'm going
loved
for.
it. And I'll tell you, Linda makes you book. I've booked 4 things already.
Oh, awesome.
And I'm ready to book the 5th.
That's
you know?
awesome. You're ready. In what ways are you ready?
I'm emotionally present and I'm emotionally ready. And she always says, don't act desperate. So I'm ready. I'm ready.
Wow.
I got a question for y'all. Do y'all want more lines?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I would I really want more lines.
Okay.
I'd just like to be vulnerable right now.
Yeah.
Cut, because this is processed.
Yeah.
Sure.
I desperately want more lines.
I'm right there with you, sister.
That's incredible.
That's
Do
awesome.
you want to do a scene? Not right now, but
Later?
we could do a scene
Just
later
get
or
together
now.
and do a scene?
I would love to work with you.
God, I
I
miss
would
being
love
young.
to work
I
with
would
you.
love to work with you.
You're such an artist. I would love to work
And
with
you
you.
seem like you've learned so much from those videos your mom makes you watch.
Yes.
I would love to pick your brain.
Watch,
Yes.
they'll hook up after this.
Oh, I
No.
don't know
I
about
just
that.
love. I
No,
would just
I love. There's
to
something
work
about your
with you.
energy.
There's
I
just
feel like
something
Tell me that.
about your energy.
They will.
Franco,
There's just
don't say
something
that.
about.
Did y'all hear
There's
that?
something about your energy.
There's something about
These
your
young
energy.
I
kids-
that
feel
is-
like it's just a
No, what
chemistry
Starts
thing,
with
you know?
energy and scene study, and in 2 minutes they're fucking.
No,
Franco,
because what's coming
you gotta
from
stop
him is
saying that
truth.
because I'm about to start
What's coming
picturing
from
it.
him is truth.
And my wife's gonna be mad at me. My wife's gonna
Because
be
you're
mad at me
thinking about it?
if I picture it. Don't talk about it too much.
It's just what it is I feel like you know what the truth is and you're going to bring it to every scene.
Yes, and
you
I
know?
do feel that
Stop
what
looking
is
at him like that.
emanating off of you is truth.
Yes, we got to grab
So
coffee and
if
talk
we
about it.
if we potentially got dinner and picked each other's brains,
Yes.
what would happen is truth.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
what would happen?
brains.
Oh, don't do that.
What
Don't
did she
do
What did
do?
that.
you say?
What did you do?
Oh, with my hands, I made the motion for sex.
Oh, wow.
Don't do
wow.
that. Hey, we can't
And,
talk
and
about
that's
that
your
kind of
truth.
stuff.
And that's your truth,
That's
and that's fine, and that's what you're saying.
that's
But for
fine.
some of us, it's about the process and it's about the art.
Some of us are just working.
Yeah.
You know, we're just working.
I know.
We're
I
just
feel like I'm
trying-
working so much it's exhausting.
Where did I lose you guys? I am also about the work, and I am also about process
We
and
know.
the art.
Totally. It does feel like that. It does, yeah.
So what do y'all do outside of acting? What do y'all like to do other than acting? I got a couple horses. I'm part of the Elks Club, and I like to go swimming on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I got this really, really fun. I've started getting into bouldering for olders.
Of course,
Older
yeah.
bouldering, we're calling it ouldering. So some young guys are bringing me out. And
What's a
I gotta
boulder?
say, that sounds extremely
What's bouldering?
dangerous.
Ouldering?
Bouldering, you have to fall from 10 or 20 feet usually.
No. You got to climb down. That's why we got the big mats. We bring our mattresses out. We go out into the Sandia Mountains.
You
and,
bring your mattresses to the mountains?
Yeah, you can do that in Albuquerque. Everyone's got a mattress.
So you're just falling off.
Well, sometimes we ain't falling too far. We can only go up a little bit. Well, but I
You
love
should
doing
do
that.
stunts.
Oh,
You should
I don't
really
know
do
about that. I
stunts.
can't join that. Albuquerque stunt squad.
I don't have a lot of free time. I work a lot.
Yeah.
I work a lot.
I have a lot of free time.
Me too. I was just about to say
Yeah.
that.
I have a lot of free time. I have a collection of old yearbooks. Spanning from 1920s to today.
Of yearbooks of yours?
No relation to anyone I know, and I just pore over these things, and I think of all the women, and every day I pick a different woman, and I try and tell her story.
That's beautiful.
How do you do it?
That's beautiful.
That sounds really nice. What kind of? Who's the woman
Sorry,
today?
can we have a cut moment? I want to hear this process.
Yeah, me too. I really want to hear this.
Cut. So today's woman is Adriana Marshall. She was a student at Robford Elementary in 1964. She was a sophomore in this. She had braces.
When does truth end and creating begin?
Well, that's the thing. I feel like I am plagiarizing from these women because I know their stories so deeply.
How about that?
Okay, wow.
So I look at her and I look at the way that she's, and I see something in her eyes. I see that she doesn't want her picture to be taken fully, that she feels a little awkward. And so I give her a little monologue, and it goes something like this. Okay, action. Mother, please let me off this farm. I wanna go. I wanna leave. And cut.
You
Oh my
gotta
God.
add that to your reel.
amazing.
You
Oh
gotta
my
add
God,
that
I'm
to
How do
your
you
reel.
pay your rent?
I love that.
Well, my mother and I live together, not by out of necessity. We just are very wealthy, and it's a choice, and that works for us.
You're really wealthy, yet she won't make you both take an acting class. She wears a GoPro under a hat.
So we're what we call selectively wealthy. So the money can be spent in certain places, but it's not allowed to be spent in certain other places.
Hold on. I want to talk about that little monologue. We can go forward from that.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
I'm sorry. We have to
I
go
love
back.
was
that.
beautiful.
That was amazing. So what do you do with
Really?
it? What do you do
Thank
with
you.
it? Who do
Thank
you
you.
show it to? Like, where do you put it up?
Yeah.
So I put that on Facebook. I put that on Monologue Mondays.
Great.
And then there's this woman who runs the Facebook group, and she will comment all the time, like, this is incredible. You have to message me. You should take my class. It's an online membership. It's about $600 a year, but it's super worth it because you get access to all these incredible minds of the
Wow.
Facebook casting directors community. And I haven't taken her up on it yet. I'm a little nervous. I have imposter syndrome.
Gotta take her up on that. You should definitely get in that class.
Do you think so?
I think that's a great idea. Just like what you said, that sounds like you can make a lot of connections to casting directors and other people. It doesnn't sound like a ripoff at all.
It works
Like,
differently out
Okay.
where I am. I can't give advice on that. Classes for me, every time, they offer acting classes, but you walk in there and these guys it's mostly like weird interpretive, Santa Fe types coming in doing artsy stuff, and it doesn't work for TV and movies because you got people coming in, and that's half the auditions. You walk in and everyone's doing, oh, I'm a little flower, I'm a little daisy, I'm a little, all that kind of stuff.
So they're doing more performance art
Yeah,
type.
it's a little artsy fartsy type, and that's what we're not shooting artsy fartsy in Albuquerque. We're shooting Transformers. We're shooting Breaking Bad. We're shooting we're shooting drug dealer gets caught up in the wrong kind of business, and then some guy goes, "What was that?" And that's me a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So that's kind of different. So I wouldn't do classes, but that's because the classes for me would be bad.
Wow.
I understand.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, no, I would just love to know from everyone, what is the one-line role that you want that, like, you're dying to play? Like, what is that?
For me, Army. I want to be in
Army.
the military.
Army.
I want to be in active combat.
You want Army?
I want Army.
You
I would
want
love
Army.
to be a Marine and just say something like, action. Mom. Where's Mom?
Where's Mom? Are you saying where's Mom?
What type of army
Mom?
is this?
It's a
So
pussy
that
army.
that world, it's kind
I
of tough
love
to
it.
talk
Just
about.
rolls right off your back.
That was really good, man.
Thank you. So
That was
that,
awesome.
that world, I was playing a co-star that had been blown up and was about to die. I can't even talk
Incredible.
about it.
That makes me emotional.
Yeah, because I think what I'm constantly looking for, I mean, like my day-to-day is the passion, the grind, and the work. You know, and those are the things I'm focusing on. I'm looking for opportunities to basically play people emotional. So
You got to do that, man. I was in a scene in the Pacific, Tom Hanks's miniseries. and,
Really?
Yeah, I was in a scene. They shot Albuquerque for Guadalcanal, and it was really crazy stuff. But I had one year. I say, "You're excused, Corporal."
Wow.
that's I would
That was
kill
fun.
for that.
And it was
Now, was that a cut or was that an
So
action?
I'll say cut, and I'll tell you what. So the process, no, that was just a cut. So what I did is I walked in, I saw Tom Hanks. I said, "Excuse me, it's Forrest Gump." I said all my favorite lines to him.
my
I said, "I'm
God.
running." I said, I pissed myself. I said,
Jenny.
I said, life is like. I said, Jenny. I said, I want to know what love is. Stuff, all that kind of stuff. And then he said, "We gotta go." I said, "Okay." He said, "Action." I said, "You're excused, Corporal." Cut. No, that was action. "You're excused, Corporal." Action. Cut.
Wow.
I'm confused.
Wow.
That
But
was
that's what it
incredible.
was.
That's
That was
really
really
great.
incredible.
Yeah, it
I'm
was
so
really
proud
fun.
of you.
So I hope you get to do Army. Army's really fun.
Yeah,
Ah.
no, I'd love to do that. I would love
I'm
to.
dying to do animation.
I think you got a voice for
I
it.
think
You
you'd
definitely.
be wonderful
Can we
at
see
that.
a couple, maybe of your ideas for characters? Like, what if you had to play maybe a
You
little?
want to top off?
Okay.
Okay, so an animated waiter.
Do you guys want your bill? Yeah. Oh, no, I don't want to. No, I couldn't do any.
But you could be some kind of animal waiter. What kind of animal?
Oh,
would
that'd be so fun,
Like a
like in
squirrel.
Madagascar, and be like, here's your leaves. You
That's
want to
good.
you want a bamboo top off? See, I got creative there, and I never get
I
creative.
love that, Franco. How do you feel after you got creative?
I feel like my nipples are hard.
Okay.
Okay, wow.
I gotta say though, that's exactly how I feel most of the time. I'm really
Wow.
in a scene.
That's how, and I felt that from you.
It feels so good to be around young people.
I'm telling you, man. If you can, like, for me, a telltale sign of you being in the moment and feeling the emotion, hard nipples.
Wow.
Hard nipples, the hardest you can get them.
I
Sometimes
did.
I'll squeeze
I
them
did take
before
one
just to
acting
feel it.
class once. I took Lady Gaga does a master class
Oh,
On acting?
online.
she's so funny with all her stuff she does.
She
Yeah,
is so
she is.
funny. I
And
find her
she-
so funny.
She's so funny.
She
Oh, I
is.
forgot to say what I
She's an
do in my
artist.
spare time.
Oh yeah, I'd love to know about your life.
I run the Reddit page. I run.
Just all of Reddit.
No, I work at Reddit.
Oh, you work at Reddit.
What do you do for Reddit? Because I feel
I do
like
freelance stuff.
freelance. What kind of freelance
What
stuff?
kind of, like web design or?
No, I input information. Sometimes there'll be pages where there's not a lot going on, and they'll pay me a fee. I've done this since I was 20.
you
It was
go
my
to-
it was my day job when I couldn't.
You
book.
go to
cool.
kind of empty subreddits and comment
And I
stuff.
fill them in. Like last night, there was the Buffalo Wild Wings subreddit, and it was dead empty. And I just went in there.
Why
and
does Reddit want people to be commenting on a dead sub?
they want more clicks.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Makes
no.
sense.
That sounds like a great job. It's a great side hustle.
Y'all might as well be speaking Chinese right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I have a question for the team. Dream role,
Of all time?
dream film, dream story, dream director, anything. Tell me your dreams.
Wow,
That's heavy. That's actually a lot to think about for
that's
me.
really big.
Linda, my acting coach, says I would never probably make it that far, but
Wow,
so yeah, maybe come back to me.
that's a mean thing
That's
to say.
so cruel.
No, it's good. It's good.
That's so deeply cruel. I'm so sorry.
No, it's not cruel. It's truth.
I don't
It's
like your
helpful.
acting teacher.
No, she's great. She really, really, because what she does is she regurgitates your own trauma. So she'll be yelling at you, what happened? What's the truth here? What did your dad actually say? And I would say, well, in the scene, and she goes, no, shut the fuck up, you imbecile. You tiny little squirmy boy. What did you...
She have your hands on
She
her hands on you?
It's her signature Linda forehead. She grabs your forehead with
No,
her
she
thumb
doesn't.
and her pinky, and she just presses against you and goes, look at me. And you just start crying.
Oh, God.
Wow.
And so you're paying even more. So Trump raised the price of that class.
It's the worst that Trump could do that. He's a bad guy for raising the price.
I abhor the man. I'm not
We've
afraid
got
to
to
say
grab coffee. We've got to
We
grab
have to
coffee.
pick each other's brains.
Because if you don't like Trump and I don't like Trump, I feel like we can talk about that.
That's because that's like such a unique thing that you don't see that all the time.
No.
It's refreshing.
Yes.
It's refreshing.
Oh gosh,
That's like that show Hacks.
Refreshing.
I'm picturing it again.
It's exactly like
I'm
that show
picturing it
Hacks.
It
again.
feels like Hacks, which I find so funny.
And I'd love to talk about Hacks.
You guys
Because
should
it's
do a
funny,
scene
but
from
it's
Hacks.
real.
Genius.
It's so
We
And
should
then
get
they'll
together
hook
and
up.
do a
Stop.
scene from
I would
Hacks.
love.
Stop.
They'll
Who do
rehearse
you want to
their
play in
scene from
Hacks?
Hacks,
I want
and
to
then they'll
be Hannah
kiss.
Einbinder.
Oh, that's great.
my
I'll play
God.
Gene Smart.
Stacy's gonna make me sleep on the couch tonight.
Could you imagine these two people having sex?
Thinking about it.
You're gonna be so mad at me.
Dreams. So I things that I dream about, I've always wanted to play sort of I want to play like a princess. I'll be honest, like that's something I wanted to do as a little kid, and now I want to be a princess. I think
so
that would be amazing. But the problem is, I was watching one of my mom's classes that she took home, and Leslie Kahn told my mom that her age range is probably like 40 and above, and so I really took that lesson to heart, and so I understand that I can't do
No,
that.
That's not
no,
your age range.
that's
That's your
your
mom's
mother.
No,
age
but
range.
Leslie Kahn said it.
No, you look like
Well,
Elsa.
that
She
actually-
looked
You have to
directly
be a
into the
princess.
camera, and she said, "You are too old to play a princess."
So she looked at a big top hat that your mother was wearing with
I-
a hole in it.
Can I ask how old you are?
I'm 25.
Okay, great.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Wow, that's so refreshing to hear.
That's crazy. You barely ever meet any like we're old. We're old.
We're literally ancient.
Just don't
so
look at them.
old.
Why are you covering your ears?
He's imagining you two having sex.
I can't do it. If I hear any more of y'all connecting, I swear to gosh. I swear to gosh that Stacy is gonna be so mad at me. She's gonna cook me cold eggs for 3 weeks. Every time. That's what she does. I can't even
Has
hear
this
it.
happened before?
All the time. If she catches wind that I think about sex.
She makes the eggs and she puts it in the
so
fridge to
mad
get
at
it
me.
cold.
She says, "Yeah, what kind of like?" She said, "I'm gonna make you some eggs today. What kind you like?" I always tell her, and she goes, "Great, they're ready. They've been in the fridge for 3 hours."
Oh,
She
so
always
she
gets
knows.
me.
She knows.
She gets me. It's never mean, but it's not nice, and it's a message, and it's okay.
Okay,
But-
what's your dream, son?
Well, I want my son to move back home, and I want him to move nearby with his wife and his kid. I want to play with them a little bit more, and I want me and Stacy to actually. I just bought an Airstream because I booked a role on. I booked a role on this show. They're doing this really exciting show with Timothy Oliphant.
Jesus.
And it's
I
really
love
fun.
him
And-
so
and
much.
They booked me, and then they gave me this big advance for it because I guess I was up for all these other roles or whatever, and they needed me, which is so flattering, so nice.
So they were.
So-
For just
you were
a
in a
couple
bidding
lines?
war with how you're.
You
that
should
what
have
they
led
call it?
with that today. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how all that stuff works. I just get a bunch of emails. I ain't got no reps or nothing, so I get a bunch of emails.
They
and
just
I
go
say, I don't
straight
know
to
what
you?
do. Yeah, I ain't got.
You're
nobody else.
facilitating a bidding war by yourself?
Is it
Yeah.
ASAG?
It's on the Saddle Sag. It's on ASAG. Yeah, it comes to me, and then I gotta figure out which emails, and I ain't even I'm behind on all that stuff. So I'm going through my SBCglobal.net account trying to figure out, do I do this? Do I do this movie with this actor? Do I do this show? Anyways, I'm hoping to do enough stuff to buy an Airstream with Stacy, and then we can travel the country, and I can see Mount Rushmore for the first time because I just love what people do with rocks.
That's.
It's like a
I'm
Sorkin
hoping.
monologue.
I haven't gotten a work email in probably 3 or 4 months.
All I do is get emails, Reddit going, put something on the Bed Bath & Beyond subreddit, put something on what I do with broken light bulbs subreddit. And I go, Jesus Christ, guys, stop emailing me. I'm on set with Timothée Chalamet.
My manager just became a real estate agent, so that's where I'm at.
Yeah,
She said she could still do me on the side too, but she's gonna be mostly homes.
Well, yeah, I'm really. If you guys have any openings, if I could take a meeting with them, that'd be great because I've been doing the casting
absolutely.
director grind for about 4 years now, trying to get signed. So yeah.
Hey, I got a question. Y'all ever actually been waiters?
This has been Artist on Artist on Artist on Artist answering the question. Now that's why they call it showbiz. Good night, Hollywood. Artist on Artist on Artist on Artist is an improvised Hollywood roundtable podcast created and performed and produced by Kylie Brakeman, Jeremy Colhane, Angelo Giratana, and Patrick McDonald. AOA is a Sugar 23 podcast. Michael Mayer and Michael Sugar, executive producers. Liam Billingham, producer. Production support by Angelo Restaino and Anthony Defranchesco. Music is by Gabriel Ponton. The opinions expressed on this podcast do not reflect the opinions of anyone who works on it, not even the performers, because this is an improvised podcast and we're stupid. Full video versions of AOA are available on YouTube, so please like and subscribe and leave us a 5-star review wherever you get your podcasts. Good night, Hollywood. Welcome back to Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists. Nicole Byer, Howie Mandel, Steve Harvey. These 3 people have something in common.
That's right. They're all game show hosts. If the captain is the captain of the ship, then the game show host is the captain of a game show.
Like Shakespeare to a Shakespeare play, or Michael Bay to explosions, a game show needs somebody in charge.
So get those scores ready and listen in.
Do we go around?
Yeah, okay.
Wow, it's great to see everybody here.
I'm so stoked.
Yes.
I'm so stoked.
Man.
I'm so stoked.
It's really good to be here.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
I've never worked with any of you. Watched all your work.
No, I
Never
don't.
been in the same room.
That's a crazy fun thing about game shows. We don't really ever work with anybody else besides the contestants.
Yeah.
Really.
The unwashed, I'm joking. But have you noticed they all have a smell?
Yes.
I'm joking, but
Yeah, man, they all smell like money because that's what they trying to win.
And
yes.
they smell like they've been standing outside all day in the sun. I'm joking.
Seems like you got a lot of resentment towards your audience.
No, I love my audience. My little minions. I'm joking around.
Well, go ahead, introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. All right. My name is Scotty Speed. I am the host of You Did That. It is a baking competition show where 10 bakers try to fool 6 judges by either presenting a cake that they made or something they bought from the store. And if the judges guess if the thing they bought is something they bought, nobody gets any money. But if one of them gets tricked, money goes around.
Now I have a question. How many times have you said that monologue right there?
I've said that monologue. I do count. It's been 455
Wow,
times.
wow.
We're on season 15. It's
Wow.
awesome.
Nice.
Congrats.
You guys can clear that up. That was a little confusing.
Yeah,
but-
do you say that at the beginning of every episode?
I do. They have me live record the audio intro.
And at what point does the ratings drop out on your episode?
We have a loyal fan base.
Okay.
We have a loyal fan base.
All right, next.
The game show laugh.
Okay. Okay. Up next.
Oh, hello, everybody. You know who I am. 2 and 2, baby. I'm Drip Ice, baby. Yes, yes, yes. Legend in the game.
Legend.
I host, of course, the very popular show. You sure you want to say that? On BET. It's a show where black people bring in white people and ask them, you sure you want to say that? It's been called the most stressful hour for white America of all time.
God, does your show stress me out?
It stresses you out. I know it does.
Almost unwatchable. Almost
Yes.
unwatchable for me.
Yes.
But it actually comes in handy because I'm so used to being with my wife, and when I'm on the road, I go to bed and I go, I'm missing the stress that puts me to sleep, and I put your show on.
You sure you want to say that?
Oh,
You
you're
sure?
on.
You sure you want?
I think
You
you
sure you
messed
want to invite the stress of white America into your heart?
Drip, I did want to point out, I saw your show because
Oh.
I went to a Rite Aid recently to put my arm in one of those little blood pressure things that squeezes your arm. And instead of the squeezer, they just played your show on the screen.
Oh, that's right. That's right. My show has the #1 demographic for people who can't afford blood pressure cuffs at the doctor.
It's really good because sometimes I wake up in the morning and I'm like a little sleepy and I can't get out of bed, but I put on your show and then I go, and then I zoom out the door.
Yes.
Boy, is it good.
My show has been called the #1 ratings hit for BET since 106 in Park.
Another very stressful show.
Another stressful show. Yes.
Hello, everybody. I'm George Pook, and I host Survivor with Kids. It's a great, fun spin-off of Survivor where we get 30 kids and put them on an island for 20 days to see if they can survive.
How old are the kids?
The kids range from anywhere from 13 to 5. They're young, they're spirited, and the interesting thing about Survivor is, they're all adults, but with kids, you want to see what they do by themselves, so you kind of leave them alone a little bit longer. It's really fun, really safe. We're in season 1, and we're hoping we get season 2.
How much do the kiddos win if they win?
They win $10,000.
That's
which is huge for kids.
Yeah.
That's a lot for
A lot
sure.
for
That's
kids.
a
So it
lot
must
for
be different,
kids.
yeah,
It
for
was
adults
great,
and kids.
Yes, it was a great way to pitch the show. We kind of went in going, look, kids don't really have an understanding of money. $10,000, that's a lot for a kid. They'll love that. So yes, $10,000 for 2 kids that win.
I actually auditioned for your role as a host a while ago, and I remember back then it was called Lord of the Flies, Let's Just Fucking Put Them on an Island project.
Yes, it was called that, but the network, network notes, so we had to
Can't
change
say
it.
fucking in your
Yeah,
title.
you can't say fucking or Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
But yes, that was the original pitch. Is kind of I read that book and I thought I got called up one of my friends who's a big time producer, John Garmp.
Oh, Johnny G.
Good guy,
on,
inventor
Johnny
of
G.
the genre.
One
Y'all
of the
mind if I smoke in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
no.
ahead. We do mind.
I was
go
gonna
ahead.
say I minded, but you go ahead and do your thing.
I don't think you'll stop if I do. I'm
Yeah.
joking.
I don't.
Oh, man. Oh, okay, it's my turn. Okay, well, my name's Ricky Flanagan, and I host Lady or No Lady. There's 50 boxes up on the board. Half of them contain a lady, and the other half contain nothing at all.
Yeah, a real human lady. I don't watch this show, so I'm gonna know what it is. There's a woman
So you're
inside
saying
the
there's
box.
25 women in boxes.
She didn't say woman. She said
A
lady.
lady. You're
Oh,
right.
it's about a dame.
It's not just any woman. Anybody can be a woman. Now, some of the empty boxes do contain women, but only 25 of them contain
ladies.
ladies.
But if it's
Yeah.
a woman, it's considered empty.
Yeah. So it's people in every box. It's 50 people in 50 boxes,
Yeah,
and 50 of them are women, and 25 of them are women, but 25 of them are ladies.
are women. 25 of those women are actually just jack-in-the-boxes.
So they're women Jack in the Boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jacqueline in the boxes.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy is I wasn't confused when you first described the show. But
Yeah.
the more you talk about it, the least I know.
See,
There
that's
seems to be more to this show too. You got other things like is there like a
Are there
bankers,
levels? Yeah.
the levels and stuff like that?
Seems like there's a lot of
And
levels.
what's up with this show? What's up
well,
with
we're
this show?
trying to expand because we knew the boxes thing could get stale. So eventually we started having ladies hiding in the rafters.
Ah.
And so you have to, that's a trick of the show, is if you want to go for a bonus round, you have to put a blindfold on and count how many ladies are in the rafters. And then you get a bonus point. Anyway, we're on the Roku network.
I love Roku. Those are good guys.
Good
Yeah.
guys.
They
over
are
there.
good.
Roku
I
pretty
love 'em.
cool.
We pitched Lord of the Flies, but with fucking kids. Put the fucking kids on the boat island, but it didn't work with them. they weren't looking for that content, so we went a little darker.
They're gems over there. Roku's the future. Like Roku's
Yeah.
They're the future. The great thing about them is I don't think they've seen the show once, so I've never gotten a note.
I mean, who saw Roku coming? It's like if a television just said, "I'm gonna make TV now."
That's incredible. What a creative way to say that.
Well, come on, the last but not least, one of the latest
gotta
and
hear from the
greatest.
legend.
How
Oh
you
my
guys
gosh.
doing? It's Mr. Chapel. That's me, Mr. Chapel. I host a little game show we like to call Wipeout Holding the Lasagna While I'm Surfing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this show's been running for what, like 50 years?
Oh,
Yeah.
we've been going since the 80s.
Yeah, can we hear a clip of how your voice sounded when you first started?
Yeah, let's
before all
play,
the
let's
cigar-
play a vintage clip. You know I got some. Hey, welcome to Surfing with a Lasagna Wipeout. That's a little boy whose balls hadn't trapped yet.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Legend.
we shoot in the depths of Burbank.
Yeah.
And I smoke 5 packs a day, and you can tell from my voice, I've changed.
I love you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chappell. I mean, I used to watch you. I used to pretend like I was sick so I could watch you on my sick days when I was home.
Oh, incredible.
I would say that would be the best part of a sick day was watching Wipeout Holding the Lasagna while surfing.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I love you too. You know, when I was a little shorty growing up in Boston, I used to hear your catchphrase, your famous catchphrase, like, Scooby-Doo-Doop. And I was like, dang, that makes me want to do TV.
Oh, that's so kind. I mean, I love my catchphrase and my people who wrote it. Shout out to Johnny C. He wrote that catchphrase. And we wanted something that I could say for anything. You know,
Yeah.
if somebody fell off the surfboard, if they ate the lasagna, if they tripped, I could just go off, oof, oof.
And just to remind everybody, the game is kind of you're trying not to wipe out, and then you're trying to eat a lasagna, and then you're trying to surf, right? That's the
Well,
idea.
like Lady in a Box, it's got levels.
Yeah.
So you got to
Yeah.
get to the level with the lasagna.
That's such an honor to hear you say that, because
Of course.
I was raised on your show. It's such a simple...
What happened to your voice?
I feel like
sorry.
it drastically changed.
I'm sorry I'm smoking so much. Am I affecting you?
I think I'm getting a little secondhand smoke. And I don't remember what I sounded like before. But anyway, I'm okay with secondhand smoke. I actually like it better than firsthand smoke, to be honest.
Yeah, hands free.
I do kind of like this new voice on you.
Yeah.
it's
Yeah?
nice.
Kinda
I
nice.
think it's a great hosting voice.
We are looking for a rebrand.
It's shrill, it's short,
Yeah.
it's really good.
It does sound like smoke is literally caught in your throat.
Yeah, I think I sound like America's grandfather doing this. Just a comforting voice that you could put. You sit back in your chair and you watch the Roku channel, and then America's grandpa comes on.
Now, I want to push back on something, because on my show, that right there would be grounds for -5 points. You see, when you say America's grandfather, you sure you want to say that? Because America's grandfather wasn't too kind.
I'm
the
tugging my
black man.
collar so hard right now. I'm so sorry, Drip.
All right, that's all right. That's all right. Hey, you know what? Because you apologize, which is how you get bonus points on my game.
Wow.
Here you go, 10 extra points for
Wow.
Do you ever
you
feel
brought the points with you.
you. Oh yeah, I bring the points with me everywhere I
That's
go.
incredible.
That's
Well,
how
that's
game
my-
show hosts do it, you know.
I
That was
hope
my
to get
question.
points today.
Yeah.
Do you
I
ever
hope so.
feel like you're just trying to live your life and you start playing your show like at a restaurant with your friends and you'll bring your show up?
Nah. See, when I'm off, people can say outlandish shit around me.
You don't care.
I don't care. But when the camera's rolling, you sure you want to say that?
No, I do want to ask you, because there was that, of course, story that went viral about the woman who went on your show
Yeah.
and then went so crazy that she drove a car into a palm tree
Yeah.
and then, like, fled the state.
Yeah.
Do you feel any responsibility for that, or
Any
do you think she had it
resentment or
coming?
anything like that?
Yeah. I get this question all the time. You see what I'm saying? I'm a person who likes good television, right?
Oh, you say that again.
You know, so I don't feel any type of responsibility for her actions because who was number one that day? Drip was. Drip was number one. So as long as I'm number one, baby, you can drive your car into a goddamn fire hydrant, into a palm tree. You can drive your car into your grandma. I'm not going to care.
I love that.
You know
I
what I'm
love
saying?
that.
I love that you win every show.
Yeah. I love that you are the winner.
Oh, I win every show. I win, come on, brother.
It gets me every time, though. At the end, I go, maybe he won't win. And you win.
I win.
My
I
question
win the
is-
money for every show. Contestants have never won money. I won $4,500,000 on my show.
My question is, if you lose, do they replace you?
If I lose, if I lose, they replace me with, of course, Steve Harvey.
It's kind of like an It Follows situation.
It is. It is. As soon as a woke white person comes who doesn't say anything wrong on my show, that's when I lose. But that's impossible. So I'm not gonna ever lose,
It's
baby.
been years and no one can do it.
Nobody can do it.
Oh, no. What part of town you film in?
Oh, you know what I'm saying? I film in Inglewood. I film right behind SoFi Stadium.
Oh,
Wow.
God,
Right
I
behind
love
it.
that stadium.
Right
Is that a
behind it.
sound concern at all?
That seems devastatingly placed.
Yeah, it's a little loud, you know what I'm saying? It's a little loud, but you know, I just with my bullhorn though, you know, I make up for the sound and the volume discrepancies, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have a question for everybody here because I am so curious about the way people's productions, because everyone shoots a game show differently, right? How many episodes do you guys shoot in one session? For me, since it's a baking show, we shoot one every 2 days. It takes a long time. And I
Wow.
have to sit in the studio while they bake. And it is excruciating. It is hard and it is long.
Wow.
Unless they buy from a store, then the episode takes 45 minutes. And so it really
Does that ever
varies.
cue in the judges? I feel like if they don't shoot for 2 days, the judges would know most of the things were purchased at the store.
Well, that's the thing. We bring the judges in at the end. So sometimes we take 2 days to bake, but the judges don't know until they're coming in at the end. They don't have to sit there. Thank God.
Just
I
you.
do.
That
Just
makes
me.
sense.
Just
Got
me
it.
to kind of do color commentary while they are baking.
And you follow them to the store, right?
I follow them to the store. I don't know if you guys can tell. I actually used to be a comedian before I did this show.
I couldn't. That's great.
You couldn't tell.
That's
Nah,
great.
man, you ain't saying
I
nothing
was
funny.
not able to
Oh,
tell.
I haven't said anything funny.
thought
You
you
haven't
were a
said nothing
scholar.
funny.
No, I wasn't a scholar.
I thought you won a contest.
No.
Yeah, some sort of like.
I thought
7-Up
this was
contest.
nepotism, man.
No,
I thought this
no,
was
Or it's like a
nepotism.
Make-A-Wish Foundation
No,
kind
I was
of
a
thing.
good comedian, actually.
Oh,
I was
yeah?
a good comedian. And I was really good, and people loved me, and I took this job, and now it's what I do. But
Word.
comedy's always been my love, my heart, and I actually am doing a lot of stand-up sets at the Chula Vista Mall. If you guys want to come out ever,
Okay, where in the mall?
Yeah.
it's in the food court.
Oh.
Next to the Wiener Schnitzel.
Oh.
Also,
No, I couldn't
very
get the Wiener
loud.
Schnitzel. Yeah, it is very loud, but I use a bullhorn, and it's really great. But how many episodes do you guys shoot?
Well, for us, we've put these kids kind of in the middle of nowhere, and so we're constantly shooting for 30 days. You know, it's not, we don't wrap until we're done. And
Well,
then
Do the kids got to go to school? Set
no,
school?
well, we have a tutor on set, but no, not really. The tutor, we basically give one of the students the job of tutor, and they have to teach the rest of the students.
Now,
the rest of the kids.
which age? Between the 13 or the 5-year-olds?
Usually we aim for 13, but sometimes it doesn't swing that way because,
Right.
it's all random. At the beginning, basically, the kids get to the island, they break them to different groups, and they're all assigned roles randomly. So there's a cook, there's a school teacher, there's the mayor, there's the police, there's the comptroller.
Ooh, police. You sure you want to say that, brother?
He got you.
Well,
I
it's just
love
a,
this
it's just a
fucking
position.
game.
It's just a position. It's just
Oh,
a
okay.
position.
All right.
Okay, so how many points do we all have at this point?
Well, you
Who's
said-
winning?
You got 10 points. You got 10
Yes.
points. 0.
Okay.
You got 5 points. Negative 15, brother.
So just mentioning the police is negative 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, so when
I
you
can
gain
work on
points, it's because I said sorry?
Yeah.
Oh,
And now you got 15 points.
because I said sorry again?
Now you got
Wait, so it
30.
counts if she says sorry in the middle of a sentence?
It's crazy that no matter
Now
what,
you
you're going to
got
win.
40 points.
It doesn't matter when you say it. It's
Nah.
just.
Sorry.
Nah, brother, you a white man. You gotta work harder than that. You gotta work harder than that, brother. You gotta work harder than that.
Shoot.
But yeah, so basically, we nonstop shoot. It's fun. It's hard. It's challenging. It's always the worst when you lose a kid. But that's just like the tricks of the trade.
Can I ask you a question, brother? Because if there's something we all know as game show hosts, we like to work as least as possible.
Yes,
You know?
Totally.
Yes.
And you tried to make it sound like you shooting for 30 straight days when we know you sitting up in the crib and you just making appearances and stuff. How
Thank
many
you, Drip.
appearances? How many appearances do
Thank
you
you,
make?
Drip.
How many
Okay.
times do you come to the island? You know
I
what I'm
come.
saying?
You're right. I come only when they play the game shows and if there's been a devastating loss. To
Yeah.
try to explain it to the audience of what happened.
And what qualifies as a devastating loss?
Oh, if they're kids, so accidents happen all the time. They're kids on an island in the middle of Kenya.
What
on the
percentage of
coast.
the kids survive the show?
I would say season 1.
Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, we're shooting
You put these
location.
kids in the middle of an island on Kenya?
Yeah, on the coast, the Kenyan coast, there's an island. It's not too big, but we just throw the kids on there and shoot. And basically every morning I take a boat in to see what happens.
What's the demographic of these kids?
We fly them in from America.
Wow.
What?
This doesn't sound good. We're circling it on something really rough.
Bring them in from America, huh? Feels like another 20K going into the pockets of Drip coming up pretty soon. We gonna go ahead. We can keep this going. I'm gonna.
Dude, just say sorry.
No, I can't.
You know what? Honesty gets you everything. Plus 20 points.
Wow. That's what I love about your game. It's always changing.
It's always changing.
So,
So on lady or no lady, we kind of have. We
Your
have
voice
some.
changed again.
Sorry, I switched to my cigar.
Yeah, oh yeah, the cigar is more smoke and it's kind of making my voice higher. But anyway, on lady or no lady, we are very intent on having the same lady there the whole time. So if one contestant reveals a lady, she's free to go and she can go eat and she could go have a snack, go to the bathroom, whatever. But if that lady is not revealed during the show, then we keep her in the box for the next contestant. So sometimes she's there overnight and they have little air holes.
How big is the box?
It's like lady sized. It's kind of like 5'2".
5'2"?
Just
Yeah.
5'2"? Okay, yeah.
I mean,
Kind of like 5'2".
I didn't bring this up when we started, but I actually dated a girl, a lady, who was in the box.
You dated one of the box ladies?
Yeah, I dated a box lady, and it was really difficult when when you guys were shooting, because she'd basically say,
She probably had to spend a lot of time in the box, right?
Yeah, and there was no service in the box, and I just kind of had to lose her to the box.
Wow.
Every few weeks, she'd be gone to the box. And it was hard. It was hard to date.
Wasn't Kate Middleton a lady back in the day?
She was
She was a lady.
Can I ask just a fundamental question about the game? What happens in the game? Are they just are they just selecting boxes until there's only one left? Or do they have permission to leave and give up at some point?
Yeah, what's taking the airtime?
Okay, so I'm not
Do
sure
you
what's
win
so
when
confusing.
you select a lady, or do you get a pass? I'm just confused.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's so confusing. You have one lucky contestant, man, woman, or lady.
Yeah.
They stand there and they go one by one. They go, one. They open up the box. Is there a lady, a woman, or
so
a...
they always go one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, that's the rule of the game. You can only go in order.
I got
So
you.
the lady at the top is always in the box.
Well, we don't know. We don't know because we do switch out the ladies, after all the ladies have been
Keep
used
explaining
over
the-
like
keep
7
explaining
episodes.
the fundamentals
Anyway,
of the game, I think.
they guess one, we reveal, we clap, regardless of who it is. Number 2,
We love a clap.
box opens, we reveal, we clap, no
Yeah,
matter
okay.
who it is.
Love a clap. Love a clap.
And then at the end of the game, you have to rock, paper, scissors the final lady for a prize of $50,000.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you go through all the boxes.
And
Fundamentally,
so you
I
just
don't
get into the
understand it.
end, so the game is just rock, paper, scissors.
It's a long preamble to
guess-
kind of a big boss battle.
It's like revealing somebody behind a door.
Yeah, if we're splitting hairs here, I guess the technical game is rock, paper, scissors, and the ladies in the boxes are all fanfare. But once you get into it. It's a really captivating show to watch. You never know what's gonna happen next.
Now,
That's incredible.
I heard something. I know we still got to talk about how many games we record in a day, but I heard something, you famously, most people, because we are, we just getting on the other side of COVID. Most people.
Thank God.
Yeah, I'm so happy,
Yeah. We didn't even. We were,
we kept going, baby.
kept going, too.
I get a boner every time they put a thing in my nostril.
Okay.
Okay, that's Mr. Chapel.
It makes it really hard to get COVID.
You know what
It
I love
does.
about you, Mr. Chapel? Just to interrupt.
Nah, you good. I want to know.
A man like you will never exist in the industry again, and I want to hold on to you for as long as possible because I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss the problematicness of
We
you.
gonna miss you,
Me
bro.
too.
You
I'm
holding
being
on.
honest.
You holding on.
Yeah.
All right. Now, and during COVID, we wasn't allowed to touch, so people would fist bump, right?
Yeah.
People would fist bump. But I heard you don't like to fist bump. You know what I'm saying? You hug and kiss everybody. And
No,
shit.
I think that fist bumping transmits too few germs.
Yeah, you
And
is
so
too few
I
germs.
hug and kiss as many people as possible so that I can build up a natural immunity. I'm
Gotcha.
all about natural immunity.
So basically, every time a woman or lady comes out of a box, you're hugging and kissing her, right?
Mhm.
Well, I ask first, and that's what
Yeah.
takes up a lot of the shooting time. Is
consent.
that every lady comes out of the box, and then I say, "Hello, lady. Is it okay if I hug you?" And then she says yes. I give her a hug, and then I go, "Thank you. Is it okay if I kiss you?" And then she says yes, and then I go in for the kiss.
Yeah.
And so I take a lot of time, and sometimes I'll ask, "Are you sure? Are you sure?"
And then to be clear, she goes back in the box, and they close it, and they go to number 2.
And then they wheel them out.
Yeah, well, once you've been out of the box, you can kind of sit where the box was and sort of hang out and be a pretty lady. Unless you're a woman, then you have to leave.
My 17-year-old daughter sent me an article in Vulture about how you're really giving a platform for consent in your shows.
And that's awesome, and we love
And that's
that.
a really
We do
cool
like
thing.
And that's the fundamentals that Lady or No Lady was founded upon.
Consent. Get inside this box consensually.
Exactly.
That's
Or
awesome.
how about
I love
how?
that.
Yes.
I love that.
That's awesome.
Now we know what's really going on with your voice. You got mono.
I think I have permanent mono, yes, but I've never checked. Natural immunity.
Oh, good for you.
I gotta know about this surfing show.
Oh, yeah, we clock in once a month and we do 16-hour days.
That feels right. That
Yeah.
feels right.
Because the rest of us, the lights, we don't move. Once we set them up, it's all about the surfboard and the kitchen behind the surfboard and the spot we put on the guy. And then we got the 2 PAs that shake the surfboard and hand the lasagna. And I will occasionally shout out trivia from my lawn chair that they suspend over the stage. But besides that, we're in and out.
Yeah, I guess for as many questions as I had about Lady or No Lady, I've got no real questions about Wipeout Lasagna Surfboard.
it stands
makes
strong.
sense to me.
It's
Yeah.
a classic show, and you sitting in that lawn chair suspended above the ocean is, an image that's been blasted all over society for many years.
Yeah.
The t-shirts, the tote bag.
My uncle has a tattoo right above his belly button of you.
Yep.
Oh,
In a lawn
that's
chair.
so kind.
My
I mean,
grandma got a picture of you above her TV.
that's so sweet. It's a fantasy working where I work.
Yeah.
Because you know what? People like watching people fall.
And there's your final tagline that you always say, because it was keep the nuts on those pets. The way you were so anti-spaying and neutering.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
believe they should run wild. And it sent a lot of confusing messages.
You got in trouble for that a few years ago. I was on your side on Twitter. I was like, yo, leave my man alone.
Yeah.
You got in trouble for going and reattaching nuts on dogs and cats.
Thank you, Trip. I know that I shouldn't be putting them back on, but I
Yeah,
can't
you
prevent
was
them
sewing
from
them-
ever getting cut off again.
You was sewing them back on.
Yeah, I remember when they wanted to up my contract when we hit 5 years, and that was right when I had really started having a personal journey myself with my pets' nuts going away and their personalities being lost. And watching these pets lose their goddamn minds when you cut their nuts off. And I said, never again am I going to do this. So I told my agent I ain't going back to the show unless I can have a moment at the end of the show where I tell people you keep your nuts on those pets.
Can I ask a legitimate question real quick? A legitimate question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know,
Is it for me?
No, it's not for you. It's for everybody. It's for everybody. Whoever knows this. This is a legitimate question. You know, when you neuter, you take the nuts away.
Yeah.
What you taking away when you spay?
So when you spay, you actually use this little tool that you hook.
Yeah.
You're taking away the uterus.
Ah.
You're taking away the so it's internal, and you have to. When the vets bring it up, they kind of snap it like a little legume.
All right, man. That's
This
cool.
is
That's
why
cool. That's cool.
why you come off like
That's
a
why
scholar
you-
and not like a comedian.
What do you mean?
A comedian, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Well,
I just
no, but
wish-
you didn't let me say my punchline at the end of it. That
All
I was
right,
gonna
go
say.
ahead, go
please
ahead.
get
Hit
to
your
it.
So you
punchline.
snap it like a little legume, and I wouldn't want them to do that to me.
Not really a punchline.
What do you
That
think?
kind of.
This is why you're doing comedy in a food court.
Hey, it's a good start. But I think we can punch this up.
Okay.
Can I ask
Let's
how
punch
old
it up.
you are? Because at the beginning of this, I thought you were maybe 20, but now you feel 60 plus.
Okay, this is a fun game. I'm going to award 50 points to whoever can correctly guess my age.
Okay.
So this
Here
is a
are
trap.
the riddles.
Oh, the
Here are the
riddles.
riddles.
All right.
It's between 16 and 99.
Yeah.
Riddle number 2. It's not how old your mother is.
Yep.
And riddle number 3. It's not how old your baby is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should we all go around and just
Yeah,
guess?
let's guess.
And also
Okay, my
not a
mother's
riddle.
dead.
Okay.
Your mama's dead?
Okay,
That
so
makes sense. That makes sense.
Well, how old are you guys' mothers? And we'll just
Nah, my mama 52.
Okay,
My
so
mom's
she's a
also 52.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm not 52.
You're not 52.
My mom is 73.
I'm not 73.
My kids ain't born yet, so they 0.
yeah, same.
But we're getting warmer. We're getting
Warmer.
warmer.
Okay. I'm just going to take a guess of 26.
I'm 72.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? This makes me. I have a question for this because that was a bad game, but hosted by a good person.
Yes.
Do you believe
I was
in a
enthralled.
game show that's bad with a good host?
Now, let me tell
Or
you
do you
about
think
that.
they don't exist?
Let me tell you about that. You know, Breitbart.com has
Yes.
Breitbart, yeah.
Breitbart.
That's where I do my own research.
Yeah,
They promote the crud out of Survivor Kids.
Yeah, but see, they don't like me, you know what I'm saying? They don't like my show. They don't like my show very much. I don't get much traction on Truth Social, you know what I'm saying? But the show, they be like, this show is bad for America. It's just making white people feel like they can't be alive and, you know, function in society. But they say, but that's your bias, though. That your bias is a damn good host. So according to some people, my show is bad, but they still watch it.
Wow.
And I
I'm
would like to. I do believe you make up a significant portion of Breitbart's income because of hate clicks.
Yeah.
Because people are clicking
Well,
because they're
weirdly,
angry.
Hate clicks and also love clicks because they
And love
always.
clicks.
I see Steve Bannon give editorials about how much he's a fan of your hosting ability.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Now, normally I wouldn't take that endorsement, but Drip Ice take any endorsement you can give. You know what I'm saying?
I love that.
I cannot tell you who likes You Did That because people just shouted at me on the street all the time, but I can't ever catch their face. Like, they shout it because it's my catchphase. They go, "You did that!"
Oh, that's
And so
fun.
if my dog poops or something, I'll hear just a whizzing car, "You did that!" And I won't know who it is. And I feel like people watch it, but every time I try to be like, "Who is that?" Like, it's always just some kind of shout at me. So,
It's like, who is that?
yeah, exactly.
Nobody has ever recognized me.
Well, you do seem to be shifting kind of at a rapid rate.
Yeah, yeah.
You're a chameleon.
Yeah, sometimes I have a beard, sometimes I don't.
But you know what?
What?
I'll just say I think that Howie Mandel's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey.
Wow, we're really coming out.
He's great.
But I think that game show is the best written game I've ever saw.
So you think it's a
You
good,
think it's the opposite.
good show, bad host?
That's what I'm saying is I think it's up for debate. I think it depends. I think the Monopoly
mean-
Man's a good host of
Yeah.
Monopoly.
Sure.
You think the Monopoly
think-
Man is the host of Monopoly?
In so many words, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you guys ever get to meet Regis?
Oh man, I met Regis. Man, Regis
met
was
Regis.
that guy. Man, Regis was that. I got a story about Regis.
Oh, you do?
I want to hear your Regis
I've
story.
got one too. I've got one too.
You
I
got
got
a
one too,
story
I got one
about
too.
Regis? Boy, I got a story about Regis. So the year is 2006. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
I know what you're saying.
You know, a young Barry Obama is. We called him Barry back in the day. We all hanging out in Hyde Park, Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Me, Barry Obama, Regis Philbin.
Oh, what a good gang.
What a fucking
Good group of
Mary
guys.
J.
What were you
Mary
guys
J.
doing? Just
Blige.
Mary J.
Mary J. Blige. Oh, we was playing Uno. You know what I'm saying? We was playing Uno, and I had a lot of cards in my hands, so I wasn't there. Barry Obama had one card. He was like Uno, and Regis hit him with the bloppity blop blah. And if you don't know what that means he hit him with the draw 4, draw 2, reverse, skip, and he hit him with all those. And Barry Obama was like, "I'm gonna run for president."
That's what he said.
And when I get that presidency, I'm gonna start a lifelong mission to end your life.
Wow.
He said this to Regis?
He said that's to Regis,
In front of
man.
Mary J. Blige?
Mary J. Blige was just there singing. She
was
wasn't
just
playing.
Switzerland. Okay.
She was just Switzerland. She was just like, no more pain, no more drama. Yeah, that's what she was singing. And, and he did it. Barry went on. He became president, and Regis Philbin died.
That's a story.
That's a story.
I have a similar story. And
You do?
yeah. Maybe it's for another time.
No,
though.
I think it's for now.
If it's similar, I'd like to compare.
If it's similar, yeah.
And this is a story that happened to you, and it's not a story you're doing for points.
No, it's
Okay.
a story that happened to me. It was me, Regis Philbin. We had Alex Trebek there.
Okay.
And we also had one of my favorite people, Hillary Clinton. She's great.
Yeah.
And we were all playing a game, a little game called Life. So very similar. Weirdly, how similar this is.
Yeah.
And basically, I soft pitched the show idea to him, which was actually really exciting to kind of, like, what if we got all these kids from America, put them in Kenya, and just see what happens?
God, you must have been pitching that for years.
Yeah. And
Just gonna say, I don't like this Kenya thing.
I can see some points trickling out your
There's
pocket.
nothing wrong with Kenya. There's nothing wrong with Kenya. We love Kenya, and we're bringing a lot of money to Kenya. And the one thing he did say was, "Don't do this. This is a terrible, terrible idea. 5-year-olds going to Kenya by themselves and being left on an island. This is not a good idea." And we potato. So we made the show without him. We were all hanging. It was a good time.
What was his role gonna be on the show?
Oh, he didn't have a role. He was just kind of. I was just talking to him more as a mentor.
Oh, I see. I see.
More as a mentor, and then it we had a falling out. But yeah,
That's incredible. I was in an a cappella group with Regis back in the day.
I heard about this.
In college.
Yeah.
It was me, Regis, and weird enough, Mary J. Blige.
Mary
that's
J.
why you were singing her song.
Yeah, I know them all.
You know them all?
People don't know that she was a kid genius.
Oh,
You should know that. She was in college when she was 8.
So when you say that, it makes you sound like a scholar. Like, why would
No, but you haven't heard the joke, the punchline.
What's the punchline?
She was in college when she was 8. I was in college too. The college of my pooping my pants in elementary school.
So was Mary J. Blige a lady on your show, or was she?
Okay, so she was a lady, but because we never have celebrities, she was she was on a new level. She was the ultimate lady.
Oh, wow.
And if you catch an ultimate lady, then you get $51,000. You get an extra $1,000, and you get to hug the ultimate lady for 2 seconds.
With her consent, of course.
With her consent.
Wow.
Which takes a little longer, because I have to ask, may I hug you, and may my contestant hug you? But that's the price we pay for a little bit more of a solid foundation of consent, of course. I have to ask you, because you do have celebrities on your show.
Yeah, I got a few celebrities
Who
on my
has
show.
been your favorite celebrity to have on?
can I just jump into
Yeah,
when
go ahead.
you said to Vin Diesel, you
Yeah.
looked at Vin Diesel and you said, "Do you want? Are you sure you want to say that?" And he
Yeah.
almost had a conniption.
Yeah.
was awesome.
That was awesome.
Or when
That's-
Selena Gomez shit her pants.
Oh man,
was
yo,
awesome.
when Selena G shit them poopy, when she
them
shit them
poopies.
poopies, when she shit them poopies, man, when she shit them poopies out the boo boo.
Oh my
When
gosh.
Lindsay Lohan wouldn't stop,
Yeah,
that
man.
was
Yeah.
bad.
Yo,
Who
that's-
was it that bled from their nipples?
Oh, you know what I'm saying? That was the old woman from Downton Abbey.
Oh, Dame Maggie Smith.
Maggie Smith, man. Maggie Smith, man. I
Oh,
ain't-
when Margot Martindale ran her car through the set?
Yes.
That was crazy.
That was a good episode. That was a good
great
episode. That was a good episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we've had all the celebrities. You know what I'm saying? I would probably say my favorite one out of all the celebrities we've had was probably Hillary Clinton too. You know, Hillary Clinton.
We have some similarities. For
Yeah,
sure.
man. Hillary
Wait,
Clinton was.
Has
tight.
Hillary been on everybody's show here?
She was a contestant
Your
on mine
show?
this year.
She was. I know she was on your show.
She was
I
on
watch
my
every
show
episode.
when she was first lady.
I don't know if anybody watches Lady or Lady, but
Lady or no lady.
yeah.
So she was not in the boxes because I could not do that to Hillary Clinton, but she was a contestant.
Wow.
So
Oh.
she picked the ladies. This was through a crazy connection. I was sort of a Make-A-Wish kid for Bill Clinton early on. It's a long story. We don't have to get into
I didn't
it.
know presidents get Make-A-Wish.
When you're president, you are assigned a Make-A-Wish kid. And you kind of have to make all their dreams come true on a whim, and I saved all mine up. I was a kid, and I was like, oh, I really wish I had an ice cream cone right now. No, I'm going to save it. And I saved every wish I had until I could combine them into an ultimate wish, which was, please, Mr. Bill Clinton, sir, can you ask your wife, Hillary Clinton, to be a guest on Lady or No Lady?
Wow.
Wow.
It's a beautiful story.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and I didn't know you planned Lady or No Lady for that long. That's wonderful.
It was a dream I had ever since I was a boy.
Wow. Can I ask one last question before we go? Because I'm dying to know. If you got to host any show besides your own, what would it be? Made up or real?
Gosh.
Wow. You know, I'm gonna go on here. Do you guys mind if I? Because this is a sensitive subject for me.
Yeah,
you know?
no.
Oh,
we
please.
can-
Of
yeah.
course,
You're
please.
you're tearing up.
Holy
Oh my
shit.
gosh.
Drip.
Nobody see my eyes. And,
Drip's going drip, drip.
Nobody see my eyes in 15 years. You know.
Wow. They're so big.
Thank you. I feel like I'm
Holy
squinting
shit.
right now.
No.
Yeah, they so big. You know, the thing that really made me want to do it, and I know I said you made me want to do it, and I'm not lying. You did make me want to do it, but there was this little show called Double Dare. You know what I'm saying? Host Mark Summers. You
A
know,
lot of good guys.
good guy, really good
So
guy.
good.
Mark Summers, and you know, if you don't know the show, he would bring kids and families on. They would answer questions. If they got them wrong, they would go down and pie each other in the face and do physical challenges, and then run the obstacle course. They called it the slopsticle course because Nickelodeon was a G like that, and I just loved that growing up. So you know, that's what made me want to do it, man. That's what made me, you know, we all have our inspiration. That's what made me want to do it. So if I ever had the chance to host another game show besides my game show, I would host Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Oh, different.
Oh, drip.
Yeah. I was just telling that story to
was
let
a
you
that's
know.
a different story.
Yeah, but the show I would host is Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
I love you, Drip. There's nobody
You know,
like
it's so
you.
funny.
Yeah.
Double Dare was actually a huge, inspiration for Survivor Kids. It was just kind of like,
Yeah.
what if we did Double Dare but in Kenya? And
Wow.
yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah.
Would your dream show be kid involving too, or?
I was just gonna say that. I think for me, I would love to do Bachelor Kids. I feel like that would be really fun. I mean, there's just such a huge market.
Nope.
Yeah, Bachelor
nope.
Kids. We could do Fear Factor Kids. I feel like that would be so fun. So interesting because I think when you're a kid, the world is so impressionable on you, and I just want to see these kids become adults.
Can I ask you what happened, or what was the general vibe of your childhood?
So basically, my parents were missionaries in Kenya, and It wasn't great. My dad would go off a lot, and basically
So your life in Kenya wasn't great. You sure you want to say that, brother?
No, my childhood was great.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. My childhood was great. I want to take that back. Thank you. Yeah, my childhood was great. I had a great childhood. So, yeah.
All right.
My childhood was great.
I think my dream show that I would host would be like a game show that's only stand-up comics, but there's no points, and people just get to tell their jokes and then leave, and it's before a live studio audience.
So you want to be booked on a stand-up show?
I would like that. That would be my goal. That would be awesome. But until then, I love doing You Did That, because there's so many interesting people and it's so fun and there's so much cool stuff. And the bakers are amazing. And this week we actually have world famous pastry chef Jacqueline Bonchetou.
Oh, Bonchetou. Nothing like a biscuit made from Bonchetou.
So, for her,
Yeah.
would she ever go to the store and buy something?
She's the judge. One of 6. We also have a sports analyst. We have a really famous TikToker named Sassy Little Booger.
Oh, I love Sassy Little Booger. He does the funniest French fry faces.
He has the funniest POV skits I've ever seen.
And then 3 of the Try Guys. And so they're going to be on, and it's going to be so much fun. So check it out. But I'm also available for other stuff.
Incredible.
Yeah.
That's great. You know, if I had to host any other show, I think it would be Saturday Night Live. But I would never do it because that would mean I'm taking one moment away from my own show. Lady or no lady, I've hit my dream and there's nothing else I want.
That's
Wow.
Great. And you'd only be able to host SNL once. They don't have
It'd be
usually-
one and done, yeah.
Yeah, it's just
That's
one.
exactly why I'd never give it up.
Yeah.
Would you ever host a men to no men show?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that men fit into boxes in the
Oh,
same
yeah, that's
way.
right. You right.
I don't know how it would work. Like, I'm trying to wrap my head around a man-shaped box, and I don't know. I mean, I'd love to talk to you about it later, but I'm gonna have to think about that one.
Well, so that illuminated something for me. These are not large crates. These are shaped like the women.
Yeah, so they're not like
They're
you
more like
all
coffins.
boxes.
They're more like, old Egyptian coffins.
They're not boxes.
shaped to their bodies.
They're kind of
Yeah.
like, you know when a Barbie comes in?
Yes.
The plastic lining around it?
That's a box, though.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
a square box.
I guess it's a square box, but inside of it, it's Barbie pressed against
Oh.
plastic.
Oh, you mean that part? Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So, it is pretty obvious when it's a lady and when it's a Jack in the Box.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
But
Bill
you-
Clinton got you this, right?
Yeah. He doesn't talk about it much. You guys should tune in. The Roku channel.
My dream show would be I'm very inspired by your work, Drip.
Thank
And
you,
I
thank
would
you.
do something a little similar but different where I would bring in these pet owners and before they're about to snap off their pet's little balls, I say, "Do you sure you want to do that?" And we'll have fire coming from the ceiling and then we'll put them and then we'll have a PA bring scissors near their balls.
Yeah.
And we'll say if you want to take off the balls of your pets, you got to take off the balls of you.
Yeah.
Tune in. Hopefully at the Roku channel. I have a pitch next week.
Word. Yo, can I be a guest on your show?
Yes.
Word.
Keep
Word.
those balls on those pets.
I would really love to be a guest. Oh, no. Oh, my voice is changing, too, because of that smoke.
Oh, I didn't even notice. I've been through 5 packs.
What did you do?
This has been Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists answering the question, now that's why we call it show business. Good night.
Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists is an improvised Hollywood roundtable podcast created, performed, and produced by Kylie Brakeman, Jeremy Colhane, Angela Giratana, and Patrick McDonald.
Our guest today is comedian, improviser, and actor Jackie's Neal. You can follow him on Instagram at Jackie's Neal.
AOA is a Sugar 23 podcast. Mike Mayer and Michael Sugar executive producers, Liam Billingham producer. Production support by Angelo Restaino and Anthony Defranchesco. Music is by Gabriel Ponton. The opinions expressed on this podcast do not reflect the opinions of anyone who works on it, not even the performers, because this is an improvised podcast and we're stupid. Full video versions of AOA are available on YouTube, so please like and subscribe and leave us a 5-star review wherever you get your podcasts. That's all for now. Good night, Hollywood!
Welcome back to Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists. Boo! Did I scare you? I did not, but these kids sure have had some scares in their life. We sit down with the cast of Creepy Stuff, the legendary show that swept the nation, and their 4th season just dropped.
It's the 1980s classic nostalgia you've all been waiting for. These 4 kids have grown up together on TV, and here they are in our studio.
You've seen them escape so many monsters, but what was it like for them to escape puberty, crushes, and their parents? We sit down and we hear what it was like with them.
Listen in.
I think I'm gonna Postmate something. You guys want me to get you something?
Oh yeah, where are you going?
I think I'm gonna get something from Dino's. You guys want me to get something from Dino's?
Was
Don't barf. Dino's is not that sick.
what's Dino's, like hot dogs?
Dino's is pizza.
What do you
Dino's
mean
is
you don't
pizza?
know what Dino's is?
Yeah, we eat Dino's
I
like
don't
every
know.
day, dork.
I have somebody who orders food for me. I got a. Do you guys have like a Marissa? I got a Marissa around season 3, and now I don't get ordering my food. She orders my food.
Oh yeah, I have a Marissa. His name is Andre.
Oh yeah, I have a Andre. His name is Derek.
I have a Derek. Her name is Katya, and she's so cute.
Don't
do that.
You
No,
can't
have
have
you
a
seen
crush on your
Katya?
Marissa. You cannot have a crush on your Marissa. It doesn't work.
I do.
Okay, I'm gonna just order 5 pizzas for us.
Can you make 3 of them vegan?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think we should probably go around and
where are we?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
I
come on.
totally forgot.
We're
I forgot.
freaking nuts.
What
Gosh.
is this one even for?
Yeah. Sorry, guys. We've just been kind of doing the circuit of these like late nights and all this stuff
Yeah.
and all that
Our
stuff,
head
so.
is like filled with to the brim with so many like Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel. How are
Jimmy
we supposed
Fimmel.
to keep track?
But that was so fun. We played laser tag with him on air.
Yeah.
That was so.
that was
He's
hilarious.
sick.
that was
sick.
that was so
He was
binky.
sick.
so pinky.
That's an inside joke.
Sorry, yeah, that's an inside joke.
Sorry.
So, but what is this? Yeah, okay,
Well-
cool. But we're so excited to be here.
So we're gonna
though.
talk about our like this is a podcast that like Helen Mirren does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, do you guys remember that time like Helen Mirren texted you?
Oh, can we talk about that?
That was great. No, not right now though. We're like
I think we're allowed to talk about anything.
We
She
can talk
texted
about
me
whatever we want.
She texted me to vote for Joe Biden.
What? She texted you directly?
no
was
way.
really weird.
Dude.
I was like, dude, I'm like
I
16.
told you she's into you though.
You can't vote for Joe Biden when
can't
you're
vote-
16.
I can't vote for Joe. I'm
though.
16.
That's so weird. I got the same text from Lin-Manuel Miranda.
No.
Wait,
What?
He said, "This is Lin-Manuel Miranda for Hillary Clinton."
No.
So it was like both of them were texting me.
That's crazy.
That's so funny. Lena Dunham texted me and told me not to vote.
She said
just
that.
personally.
Yeah.
Okay, I think yours might be real.
That
That doesn't
These
sound
sound like just random texts that they send a lot, but that one sounds
Guys,
real.
my Andre is doing the hand signal where I have to get back on track.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry. Hey guys, we are the cast of Creepy Stuff, and we're so excited to be here. Yeah. We're so pumped about the show, and we love our fans, and we love what's going on, and we wanted to sit down with artists, and just gab and get to you guys something.
Say your name.
Okay, so my name is Connor O'Toole. I play Geek on Creepy Stuff. I I'm kind of the lead, but this season, some of the other plot lines had to jump forward. So yeah, but I'm really pumped about
We're
it.
coming for your butt.
Dude,
Yeah,
shut up.
We're coming after you, dude.
We're coming
no,
after
they're gonna
your
freaking
butt.
Twitter's gonna go
coming
crazy.
We're gonna
if you say
munch
that.
your butt.
We're
No,
gonna
dude,
munch your
Twitter's
butt.
gonna go crazy.
Munch. That's
If
the
you
sound
say
of
that,
me
Twitter's
munching on
gonna
your
say
butt.
Butt
crazy.
muncher say what?
What?
Your butt.
Sorry, how
go
you're
into
eating.
Ooh, your butt's in my
Am I
salad.
eating my butt, or are you guys eating my butt?
It's kind of both. It's kind of both, right? It's kind of both.
So we had a great time. Unfortunately, there was only 4 people allowed, so some of the cast couldn't be here. You guys know we have a 9 to 12 person cast.
Yeah, Stevie, Lynn, Lewis, Mikey, Sky, Scott,
Oprah.
Oprah Heisenberg. Oprah Heisenberg.
Garbanzo.
Oprah Eisenberg.
Yeah.
And you know what? I gotta give it up to some of the people that joined this season. They've freaking killed it this season.
Yeah,
Totally.
like Kendra Mills.
Kendra Mills.
So many good ones. But who's here today?
Me.
Us.
Okay. I'll say my name. I'm Corky Stevens. I play on the movie. TV show. I'm sorry. I messed up because I just shot a movie.
That's crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we all just shot movies.
You have to say with who.
Yeah, I
You
think
have
I
to say
shot
with-
a really big movie.
You have to say with who.
You have to tell them.
I have to. I don't know if I'm allowed. Okay, I'm asking my Marissa. Marissa, am I allowed to say it? Okay, she gave like kind of a this, so I'll just say it. Lady Gaga.
Wow.
Sick as hell, dude.
She's
Sicko
so-
mode.
she's so-
Corky's going for the Oscar.
Yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
She's Binky. She's Binky.
She's Binky.
Lady
She's
Gaga's
so
so
binky.
binky.
Okay, so I'm going for. Okay, what were we talking about? Okay, so
Your
I'm
name.
Corky Stevens, and I play on the show Corny Blimpy.
And it was nice, actually. That was something we joked about because Corky and Corny are so close. That
They
must
didn't
have
even
something
write
to
it
do.
for me. They didn't even write it for me. I think I
So
went out
true.
for your role originally, but I just kept reading the Corny lines because it looked more like my name, and I got kind of confused in the audition.
Yeah.
I was
'Cause
younger
we
then.
were
I was
8.
in. I
We
was
were
in,
8.
Yeah, I was in 3rd grade. I was actually 5, but they bumped me up a couple for this. Anyway, go ahead.
What's up, everybody? My name is Liam Della Rosario, and I played the role of Toothy. As you guys know, your character's name, Geek, your character's name is Corny Blimpy, Toothy. They kind of went really physical, right? They really went off of our attributes. They really went off of, and I have big teeth. I've always had big teeth. I'm proud of my big teeth. Ever since they came in, I wasn't born with big teeth. I
remember
course-
season 1. You had like a hole.
Yes, season 1, I had half my baby teeth. That
Wow.
they had all my baby tooth fell out all at once, and and that's because my teeth were so big they needed to come in together. Yeah, that's a real thing. That's actually a real thing.
Wow.
And yeah, it was really fun, and I love my character. Unfortunately, my character was in a coma for this entire season, and that was a huge bummer. But I still got.
But the
hang out with you guys.
flashback scenes. The
Yeah.
flashback
The
scenes are so
And we have so many.
good.
And we have so many scenes in the hospital with you.
Oh,
And dude,
that's
like
so fun.
I'm not even lying. Like the way you were in the coma, like I believed it.
Stop.
So good.
No, it
I
was
like,
so
really, really
good.
believed
Corky,
it.
Gal, I'm gonna cry up. Stop! Don't say that kind of
Don't
stuff.
cry
Don't
up.
cry
Don't
up.
cry up.
Don't cry
Don't say
up.
that kind of stuff.
Don't
It's gonna
cry
make me
up.
cry up.
Don't cry up.
It was really, really fun, and of course, I still got in on the pranks. Obviously,
Of course.
Avi.
So it was really fun.
Hey y'all, what's going? It's Stephen Michael.
I like your name because it sounds like one of those like Renaissance painters.
Yeah.
Thanks y'all. I'm Stephen Michael. In our show, I play pube hair.
Yeah.
A little bullied boy in season 1.
Yeah, so
Who learns a
bully.
thing or two in season
Yeah.
2?
That's called a redemption story. It's really amazing. Your character is honestly, Mike. My girlfriend is her favorite character.
Really?
Yeah, and Twitter goes crazy for you. Like
Yeah.
the memes about you, just pubic hair have been insane. Like
Yeah, full name pubic hair.
No, I hate that that's his full name on the breakdown. On the original breakdown, it said pubic hair, and I said, no freaking way. And then my mom was like, nah, they think his nickname will be pube hair. And I was like, okay, I'll do it.
That's way better.
Yeah.
That's
I was like, at least
way
it's not
better.
pubic.
Yeah.
Because this show really isn't raunchy at all, except for that one glaring detail, which is kind of crazy.
It's all
Because
about
it's kind of
kids.
like it's kids,
Yeah,
it's like
totally.
80s, it's like family. So it's kind of. I mean, I honestly like admire the writers so much. I don't know what they were like freaking doing
Yeah,
when they came
no.
up with that name, because like I could never come up with something like
No,
that.
like let's like shout it out for the writers though, because like what they did, especially this season, was like I never read, and but Derek read it for me this time, and it was like the best bedtime story I've ever read. You know,
Like the
I'm
script
so
was
glad.
the best bedtime story.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I read it too, and I love it. Like sometimes I would almost just read it for fun, but I don't because I'm so busy with my movie.
Oh my God, that's so insane.
I can't believe I got to know you.
Oh, you can. You can. You're being so nice.
Huh?
You're being
Okay.
so nice. You guys are gonna make me cry up.
Derek just said we gotta stick on topic. So
Oh my God, and Katya just waved at me.
Be cool. Be cool.
Hey, do you think okay, sidebar really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think my Derek your Derek and my Melissa are like
There's something going.
I feel like they're kind of like
is that
flirting.
serious?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Can
Well, that
you
was like
hear
on
us?
hold on. That was like on season 3 when our scripty was sleeping with the DP.
Yes, you.
I don't want to hear that stuff, guys.
You could tell, I can't believe like they should keep that from us. We're kids.
But you can't. It was.
But when
like
they say they're
hands-on.
sleeping, I think it just means they're
Because
in
I
the
think-
same bed.
No, but the DP has a wife and kids back home in Michigan.
No
He
freaking
flies
way.
in for the season. Really?
Okay, wait. So you can't read, but you know when people have families on set.
No, well, I it's not that I
Because
can't
he
read. like-
talks to everybody.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
should
Well,
see
you
him.
are
He's
class clown.
Well, yeah, I just like to get to know everybody, and especially at the crew parties, I feel like I've really got to know everybody. And I don't want to say anything bad, but yeah, the DP told me at the crew party.
Wait, can I ask you something about your Derek?
Yeah.
Because my Andre was really interested in
Well,
your Derek.
my Marissa, you're
Oh, you're Marissa.
Yeah,
Your
You're Derek.
So my Andre was wondering if I could ask you about your Derek and to see what your Derek's deal is. I don't know what that means.
She's making you do that?
Okay, Andre. Yeah.
I'll
He's-
ask him.
he's making
Yeah,
me do
I'll
that.
ask him.
Can you ask him?
Yeah, I'll ask him later.
Because my Andre's like a really, really good guy.
He's just really busy today. He's got to take care of my 4 dogs.
Would you guys admit you're all crushing over Katya?
I'm not.
I'm not.
Just freaking admit it.
No, I have a crush on my
Everybody
neighbor.
wants to smush my set tutor, and she's mine.
No one wants that.
No,
Yes,
I
you
don't
do.
want that.
I see it. I see it in your little trailers sometimes when I come into your trailers, and you're thinking so hard about smushing my little tutor.
Dude,
No,
no.
no, that's because you come in with this prank where you bring a cardboard cutout of Katya and you act like you're her and you cut holes out where the boobies are so you can look at us.
Yes, because I like to have eyeballs in her boobies.
No, we don't have that kind of thoughts. Like, I'm 11. I don't have those thoughts. I don't have those thoughts
I'm
at all.
17.
And I'm 21.
I'm 18, going on 9, my mom says.
Do you guys think that being on set has like made us different than other kids?
I just wish you went to school.
Can I actually say this though? Because my cousin, I actually hung out with my cousin this summer a lot. 'cause
I
we
love
couldn't
cousins.
shoot, and I had a little bit of downtime in between creepy stuff and shooting this 4-part movie with James Cameron.
4-part movie.
4-part movie.
Okay, so it's not like 16-hour film.
Is that
going-
what's called a
Yeah.
limited series?
Well, no. What they're trying to do is the opposite of a Netflix model, where Netflix does like 8-part movies, but it's on Netflix and it's a season. They're
Okay.
trying to do 4-part movies, but you watch it all in the movie theater at one time. Yeah.
Okay, so.
So anyway, but I was hanging out with my cousin, and he said that I was really cool, and so that made me think. Like I was asking him, like, what's school like? And it's crazy. It's so different, and I think we're actually the cool ones.
really?
Yeah.
Well, no, that's like what happened when we went on Ellen.
yeah.
I realized like that was season 1, like had just released, right? And
Right.
like they brought us on to Ellen, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
When they pranked us with Taylor Swift.
Yeah, Taylor Swift singing our theme song.
My mom calls that our Hamilton moment because the world turned upside down.
Yeah.
Is that a lyric from Hamilton?
That's from Hamilton. Have
And
you guys
Hamilton
seen
came
Hamilton?
out
Too
actually
old. I
after
was
that,
too young
too.
at the time.
It is like kind of the talk show appearance that like stopped the world. Like
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like everyone knows where they were when our Taylor Swift pranks creepy stuff kids fought, like, dropped on
Because
YouTube.
she pranked us, which, like, no one was expecting, right? Like, because we're in a show called Creepy Stuff, and she is, like, this beautiful woman, so it's different.
She's, like, beautiful lady.
Ellen's
like,
a 10.
And I
Ellen's
remember
a 10.
she goes,
Yeah, no, Taylor. I'm talking about Taylor.
Oh,
yeah,
for me,
Ellen-
Ellen's a 10.
I was also talking about Ellen.
yeah. But remember when Ellen goes, "Who's your favorite character?" And this beautiful woman said, "Pube hair." And I literally farted on Ellen's couch.
No.
Remember?
That's great.
And you guys were like trying not to say anything, and we were giggling.
Yeah, but like I don't think we're that different. Like I'm a man now. I'm 17.
Yeah.
And I don't feel that different. Like I bought my 4th car, my 4th house. I just bought my
Is
parents.
everybody, like, emancipated?
I am.
Yeah, me too.
You're 21.
I'm 21.
So did you emancipate
naturally
yourself
emancipated?
when
So
we were
I got common law emancipated, aka at 18. Just happened.
You got that's kind of like how the age that God wants you to get emancipated.
Yeah, I got
like the
emancipated
mayor.
by nature and earth.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
I got emancipated when I was 6. So I started driving a car around 7, started signing paperwork, and then, I still see my parents sometimes, but, I got an apartment.
We're all emancipated, right? I love to go around and hear everybody's favorite piece of paper they signed, or the first piece of paper they signed.
Oh, yeah.
First piece of paper I
Yeah.
signed. Man, like for the show or just
Just
in
like
general?
as an adult, like as an emancipated
after
child.
I got emancipated.
Yeah.
That the first thing I signed was I bought 4 pools.
Okay.
And you signed off on it.
I signed off on it.
That's amazing.
And these guys came over and they said, "Are you sure you want 4 pools in your house?" And I said, "Where do I sign?" Because I've heard that's what they say.
Yeah.
And
My first thing I said, oh, sorry.
No, it was crazy. It was just like not one thing you have to sign.
No, for
Yeah.
sure. It's
It's
a
like
couple things.
tiring.
And
Kind of a
especially
lot of things you
4.
have to
4
sign.
pools is a
Yeah.
lot.
It is
of work.
hard to continue signing things because I remember when I first started signing stuff, I got so excited, like it was like really fun, and then as you keep doing it, you're like, oh, this is a lot of stuff to do.
Well, that's what happened to me when I became a notary.
You became a
When
notary?
you became a notary.
So before acting, my mom got me into notary.
So you were emancipated before you got rich or famous?
Yeah, my mom got me emancipated because we were like, I don't know, there's some details. I didn't understand it. But I got emancipated early. My mom says it was an accident. And
Like she slipped and fell and filled out an emancipation form in the courthouse?
I don't freaking know. The Michaels household is full of kooks. Anyway, so
You guys should be a show. I'm like not even joking.
You should be a
I could
show.
help you pitch
That
that.
would be
I could help you
great.
pitch
Be a
that.
show.
You guys should be a show.
that would
My
be
team would
crazy. You
love to
are
pitch.
so good at pitching.
I love pitching. I found my passion. I love pitching in the
Dude,
room.
you love pitching. You're always pitching me that Band-Aid movie.
I
I've
think
never
it's
met someone
good.
who's passionate about pitching.
Yeah, I love
Okay,
pitching.
no, you can't just Chekhov's Band-Aid movie. You have to, if you mention it, you have to say it.
You have to do this.
Talk about the
You have
Band-Aid.
to
Come
do
on,
the pitch.
guys.
Pitch
Come
Band-Aid
You
on.
have to do the
Come on.
pitch. Pitch
Okay,
me a
it's-
movie. Pitch me a movie.
Oh, we play this game on set all the time. When the grips are taking so long, we go, pitch me a movie, pitch me a movie.
But Corky, you sound better than you used to. Because
Yeah.
is Gaga teaching you stuff?
Yeah, she used to be. Yeah, she's kind of helping me on the down low. Like she doesn't have a ton of time because she's out running around like being a famous singer. But sometimes like in between scenes, like or like she'll come into my trailer and she'll be like, "Okay, Corky, let's do some scales," and then I'll be like, "Fa la 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 la," and then she'll be like, "Pa pa 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 poker face," and I do that over and over again. And then I sound a little better. Anyway, I'm going to be. My manager says we're pivoting to me being a famous singer, but that's not happening for 4 years.
That's crazy. My manager, we just tried that last year with my song. Do you guys hear that song? I asked you guys to listen, but it's okay. I didn't listen to it either.
I listened to it.
Did
no,
you
I
like
listened
it?
to it.
Yeah.
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 Wasn't
No,
it called Alarm?
Yeah, it was. You gotta ring the alarm, alarm. I love shooting that music video. It was the first time I was able to go shirtless, and I thought it was so cool because I could show off my muscles. And we shot in Peru for like 4 days.
Didn't Jada Smith direct it?
Yeah, Jada Pinkett Smith. She came down and directed it, and she
That's
because
so
she really believed in my
cool.
music. She really believed in my music.
So sick,
I
dude.
loved it. My mom wouldn't let me play it after a certain amount of times in the house because she said, "This sounds like an alarm clock. This
Yeah,
sounds like."
And
I'm
that's what
supposed
I
to be
really
waking up."
wanted it to feel like. I
Yeah.
wanted it to be the song my team and I, we were like, this will be the song that every kid wakes up to because they'll set it as their alarm.
Right.
Wait, okay, so you said in 4 years you're gonna pivot to being a
Oh
singer.
yeah, in
So
4
do you
years
guys,
I'm gonna become a famous singer.
do you guys, how often do you look at your 10-year plan that your reps have made you and you like look at it? I look at it every single morning when I'm drinking my Cheerios. I look at my 10-year plan and I'm like, okay, next year I do that Rockstar Energy campaign, and then I look at it all, and it helps me stay on track.
It's
Yeah.
tough because mine is like a book. Like it's like you throw it on the table and it fucking like all the cups just go like whoa and they fall off the table. That's how big my book is
must
of my
be
5-year
awesome.
plan.
That's crazy.
There's so much going on. I like don't even fully understand it.
Yeah.
But they did have this one page that's like kind of red and a little scary where it's kind of like you have
the canceled
to
years, yeah.
Yeah, it's like if this happens, then it's like mission abort, and then the whole thing,
No
and
way.
then the whole plan goes out the window.
See,
Yeah,
there's
we have
pages
a
in mine that have
contingency plan.
kisses.
What?
They have kisses.
They're like
You have kisses
they're like,
in your
They're like,
plan?
hopefully he'll kiss like a celebrity like this, or this at this year.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Like romance.
No, you guys, yeah.
You have that too?
Well, we had that last year. I was in that relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Logan Paul's sister.
Yeah.
Right.
Jake Paul and Logan Paul's sister.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry,
Laura
dude.
Paul.
Laura
I'm sorry
Paul.
about
Dude,
that.
Laura Paul was
No,
great, but like
she was nice, and it was nice for
Yeah.
them to set that up. My team and
you
her
just
team
weren't
kinda
yourself
set the-
around her.
Yeah, I just felt weird, and like she kind of brought down the vibe a little bit. But we're just like different
She was
backgrounds,
fun, though.
different
Like when you brought her
teams.
to when you brought her to Branson with us, and you brought her on all those group trips we went on.
Yeah.
Like she was like really fun. to
Yeah,
hang
when
out
the
with.
country
Turks
of
and
Iceland,
Caicos.
yeah,
Turks?
Turks and Caicos was so fun, and she was fun.
Turks and Caicos.
wait. Say it again.
Turks and Caicos.
Yeah, that's not what you said.
No, you literally
Turks
said
and Cai-
Turks and Caicos.
No, I didn't.
No, oh my
Dude,
God,
I
how
would
did
know
you
that.
know?
Don't say that.
You said Turks and Quesos.
No, I didn't. No, I
And that literally means Mexican cheese.
I'm always saying he should become the stand-up comedian.
No, thank
like
you.
he's gonna become the stand-up comedian
No,
of the
thank
group.
It is crazy you play the one like the demon child. Like cuz
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's so sad and stuff.
We should probably tell listeners what the show is about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, if you don't watch now, you should. But basically, what it is creepy stuff. We're all located in Santa Fe,
New Mexico.
And-
And if you don't know Santa Fe, New Mexico, it's like close to aliens and stuff. Like,
Mhm.
and this is like real. This
And
is
just
like the
weird
FBI. This
stuff.
is like real.
There's like
real
literally
stuff.
like a Saturn
like it's
above
like real actual
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, like
So-
and our EPs, the Duster Sisters. The Duster Sisters, they are actually like really
So
Missy
First of all,
Duster and
they're
Jimmy
like
Duster.
our moms. They're like our moms.
they're like our moms, and they love that kind of creepy stuff and like
Yeah.
like alien stuff. Like I've never heard someone know so much stuff about aliens than both
Yeah,
of them.
so basically, season 1 is I'm a kid that gets basically taken by the aliens and brought down, and I am an alien, basically.
yeah,
I get
Yeah.
replaced by an alien, but I'm playing myself.
Yeah.
Season 2, we find out me and the alien. Season 3 is when you guys really start having those beautiful arcs, and I am locked up in Area 51.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we're all just like in high school. Like it's kind of about aliens, but it's kind of more about
Middle school, high
humanity
school, yeah.
itself. That's what
Totally.
my mom
Season
always
3,
says.
we go in, we break you out. We try to get you out, but the aliens you met in Area 51 are now your friends and your family. And so you say, well, they've got to come with us. And we say, well, they've got to act like teenagers too.
Yeah.
And then we play that, remember that
so funny.
finale scene?
A football game.
Yeah, we play the football game to that classic 80s song.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
classic 80s song,
Girls just want to have fun.
Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
We got the
Yeah.
rights to Cindy.
Because it's crazy because all the aliens were like, well, we're being girls. And we're like, this is not going to work. You have to play football.
Yeah.
And then it's the scene of all these girl aliens beating the crap out of boy
I think that's what
football
I
team.
love about the Duster Sisters
Yeah.
is that they just make it like
They
such
shove
a
it down
girl
your
boss
throat.
system. And they were like, these aliens, surprise, they're girls.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Like
Yeah.
my
and
mom
they're so
loves it.
misunderstood. Like I don't understand a girl at all, and so they're really like bringing light to something that's like so important.
Like
Yeah.
girls are aliens in their brains and boys are pubic hairs. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like
Yeah.
that's their level
Yeah.
of creativity.
And so, like, just to continue, unfortunately, at the end of that football game, you know, your
Spoiler
big tooth
alert.
Right.
gets in a huge coma.
Toothy.
Toothy gets in
Yeah,
a
yeah.
huge coma, and he's out for the rest of the season.
Well, when he's in the coma, we call you Big Tooth.
Yeah.
Like as a memorial.
My character,
It's
my
fun 'cause,
character.
like-
Look, for the record, my character's name was changed this season to Big Tooth, and it made me think for a second. I asked my Andre, did they forget my character's name? But I
It's
don't
kind
think
of weird. Like, I don't think TV normally does that. Like,
I don't think they
Yeah.
forget
that they
things.
just in the middle of it change the character's name.
I was nervous it would confuse the awards voters because I was like, well, what if they wanted to vote for Toothy for me to win an award, but then
But you didn't. You won that Emmy, so they weren't
Yeah.
confused.
I did win the Emmy, so thank goodness.
'Cause you're
For the
such a
coma
sick-
season.
Yeah.
You got for the coma season. You got the Emmy and the MTV Music Award.
That was crazy
I
for
was
Best
so-
Kiss.
Kiss.
Best Kiss.
Because there was that
Best
kind of
kiss.
sleeping baby. What
No,
the
you
frick
kissed a
is
sleeping baby. You kissed
What
a
the frick
sleeping
is
baby.
sleeping baby?
Guys,
What the frick?
the Emmy was awesome, but when I got to hold that big gold popcorn for the MTV Movie Award, I swear to gosh, I don't think I've ever felt like that
Kevin
in my
Hart
life.
gave you that award.
Kevin Hart is
Yeah.
so tall in person, by the way.
He's so freaking tall. People don't really know that.
No, and I want people to know that.
Yeah, because I feel like he's bullied. And
We should speak out.
actually, no, that's not cool. Like, let's take a moment because my team, we all support this anti-bullying campaign, and actually, I would like to bring it up right now.
Yeah.
No bullies, no hallways. We're trying
Absolutely.
to get rid of bullies.
That's
and
awesome. You're
You're
hallways.
so
even believe-
brave.
Wow.
And that's so
'Cause that's
true
where
because no
bullies
one's talking
happen.
about that's where they live.
That's where they live.
Bullies live in
Oh
hallways.
my God. I can't even remember when I used to go to school, but when I did, bullies were in the hallways.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
Do you guys have any memories of real school? Sorry to interrupt.
No,
I'm
that's
so
fine.
sorry,
I'm
man.
just trying to think.
I got pulled out of school to become a notary when
I went to
Right.
school. Well,
when I was like 8.
Yeah. I went to school. I was at this art school from the age of 4 to the age of 8 or 9. And then
That's cool.
when we booked it. And it was a great school. I felt like so normal. Like, basically, it's where all the celebrity kids go. My dad was, you guys know, a big VFX guy. So he
was.
sent me there.
And you know, you're not. It's like not even. It's not nepotism.
No,
like,
it's
a lot
not.
of people think
No.
it is.
No.
If it's VFX, it's not nepotism. I want people to know that. If it's VFX,
Well, they say
it's not nepotism.
if it's VFX or props.
Yeah, those are the two things that are
It's
not
not
nepotism.
Those are
It's
nepotism.
not nepotism if it's VX or props.
It's
and that's
literally
that's
not.
my charity that I'm working with. That's my charity.
That's
It's,
so
it's
awesome.
awareness so that people don't think it's nepotism when a
Because
kid
there's- yeah, it's
of
just,
a VFX guy is hired.
or props.
Or
It's
props.
just sad because it's just these people have to work hard too, and they weren't given anything except for, in the case of props, like very rare items that aren't actually practically useful. You know what I
Actually,
mean?
no, when you think about it, like a lot of ordinary kids whose dad aren't like prop guys don't have access to 17th century typewriters.
Yeah, how did they get those?
Yeah,
So
we
how do
gotta
we get
actually
those?
think about our privilege. That's what I learned this
No,
year.
like privilege is not binky, guys. Like it's truly like
Not
I want everyone to
binky.
remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, completely. The nonprofit I'm working with, me and my team are working with, is the DMV this year. And
That's great.
And-
I
That's
love
great.
that.
yeah,
Okay,
it's because
this
they're
is me, I
struggling.
don't know. Does a notary work at the DMV?
No, those are completely separate things.
Okay. Okay, thank you, because I genuinely don't know.
No, I get it. I honestly, that stuff is like mush in my brain. But
Yeah.
but the DMV is really struggling, so I did an ad campaign for them.
No,
when
what?
you were on that Oscar-winning movie, I
Yeah.
was working on DMV
I
commercials.
think we have a clip of that ad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's watch.
Hey, it's me, Michael Stevens. Need to register your car? Beep beep. That's my mini car. 'Cause I don't drive, but you probably do. You should come to the DMV and get that checked out.
The California DMV. Drive on in. It's showtime.
It was like a Hollywood DMV crossover that they
That's
were working
They were
fun.
really like trying to get Hollywood people into the DMV
Yeah,
because
it
they
was
like weren't
really
registering their cars.
Me and Courtney Cox did the campaign. She had a separate ad as well.
She's so nice.
I'm
She's
working
so
on
nice.
I'm working on a campaign crossover with the comptroller. And I'm really excited. I'm really excited. It's the only thing on my
Okay,
plan.
man, what does a comptroller do?
Oh my gosh, I can't even
Turks
begin
and
to-
queso. Turks and
Turks and
queso.
Guys, stop.
Oh, but
Comptroller, don't you
seriously.
mean controller?
No, it's comptroller.
No, you
It's a real thing, I think. Do you guys think comptroller is a real thing, or did I make the words up?
I don't know. You kind of BS sometimes. Like
You
you
do.
kind of like pull our legs.
Let's talk about pranks on set.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, wait.
Oh my gosh.
Wait. Let's talk about pranks on set.
That's what we were gonna say.
Wait, that's what you already said.
Sometimes I hate when you like try to become a leader because you took that one leadership course.
Well, I know. I mean, I had to because they made me. The studio paid me to take a leadership course because, unfortunately, and we don't like to talk about this, but I'm number 1 on the call sheet.
Oh my God.
Okay, not for
I
freaking
don't-
long. I'm
don't-
coming for your butt.
Okay, come for my
Coming
butt.
your freaking
Come for my butt.
What were we talking about though? What were we just talking about? Pranks on
I feel so
set.
stupid. I'm 8th on the call sheet. But
No,
I'm the
but
only
look, you're
feel so
here.
stupid.
There's only 4 of us, and you made it. You're basically 4.
You're here. You're one of the kids.
Katya?
You're one of the 4.
Katya won't let me look at the call sheet because everyone's phone numbers are on there and I start crazy group texts.
That's like the best prank. I remember getting one of those where it was like me, you. It was like the guy it was the guy who runs catering, and then it was the makeup girl, and they were like, please take me off the list. But you kept sending gifts of like trucks and cars.
Yeah, I remember when you texted every single person on the call sheet for like day 5, and it was just a truck ramming into another car. And you said, keep trucking.
Remember when I texted that one guy in the prop department a truck gif, and under it I said tomorrow's animal print day, and he came wearing cheetah print.
That was so
So
bad.
embarrassing
was
for him.
so
Like
rude.
literally, if I was him, I would have walked into the sea.
Yeah.
That's like humiliating. I can't even believe it.
Oh, gag me with a spoon, walk into the sea.
Okay, but wait. What was the best prank?
Okay, I think best prank hands down was ketchup packets on the toilet seat.
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
That was a good one.
That
And we
was-
found that one from Google.
I thought my butthole was bleeding. I thought I was bleeding on my butt.
Remember when
Yeah.
your Andre said it was your period?
My Andre said that it was my period. And I believed him. And then he was in on the prank too.
We got him. We paid him a lot of money.
I remember we couldn't shoot that day because I had too many tear stains on my face. And they were like, people in comas don't have tear stains like that. So we had to call off day.
Well, that was actually why you got the Emmy, because you kept crying in a coma, and people really thought that was beautiful.
Because it looked like, I think they had to change that in the script because originally you were supposed to just be a body.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with my Emmy.
Yeah.
My room is too small for it.
Well, where's the MTV popcorn?
MTV popcorn is on the hood of my car.
So did you glue it?
Your Maserati?
I glued it onto my Maserati.
Okay, so put it on the back. Put it on the trunk.
If I put it on the trunk, if I open the trunk, it's gonna shatter the window.
That's actually true.
Wait,
yeah.
so my Tesla has a trunk in the front.
Oh, yeah.
You should put it in there.
I don't have a Tesla.
But you could put it in my frunk.
I have a frunk, but it's just kind of like cables and like batteries and stuff. Is that the same thing?
No, I think that's just the interior of a car.
There's a frunk, and then there's like
it's like a frunk with like motor oil.
that's
and
under
like,
the hood.
That's an engine.
It's an engine.
Corky.
Okay, I guess I don't have the latest model.
Okay, I
Okay.
think the meanest prank, though, and maybe
Yeah.
this is a good time to just address it. Like, we brought up some history about one of the grips, and he was no longer allowed to work on set, and he was kind of blackballed from Hollywood. And that was a little mean of a prank.
I think we
talk
can't
about
do
that.
pranks below the line anymore.
No, that's
I
mean.
think we can't. I think we gotta stay
I think
in
we
our
gotta-
lane.
we got to aim for the big people, the people that are maybe making as much or more than us.
That's a good point.
What people don't understand is like, here's the thing. I've gotten like accustomed to adrenaline, is what Katya tells me. That think about season 1 when it blew up that big, and
That
we
was
went
so
on Ellen,
fun.
and
That
we
was
went to
like-
the MTV Awards,
Yeah.
and my world was being blown. That happens bigger in season 2. It happened bigger in season 3, bigger in season 4. So to feel anything needs to be cosmic.
It's
so
really
pranks
crazy.
were like freaking ketchup packets turned into like exposing a man's history.
Yeah.
Because I needed to feel something. And then I'm just saying, like, we're just used to like big stuff.
I
Yeah.
don't think like any human body in this current society is meant to experience what we have experienced.
No.
Like we met the Queen last week.
Yeah.
And I was tired.
That's what my
I
dad
was
shouts
so
at me all
tired.
the time when he's mad at me.
What does he say?
He says, like, nobody should have what you have. The power is too raw and
Yeah.
too ripe. Yeah. So, but yeah, I totally feel that. Like,
No, go ahead.
No, it's
No, go ahead. You sounded really perturbed.
No, I just like you guys. I don't want to do that Times Person of the Year shoot. I think it's like,
Oh my god.
like I'm so tired.
yeah. Like,
no, I get it. Being
we're
tired
all
is
The
tired.
four
sucks.
of us, like they picked 4 of us to do that. Like it's just like
We
so
have to-
tiring.
We have to do it. They only have the Grand Canyon Reserve for a day.
It's just like I don't want to be flown out there in a helicopter again. It's just tiring.
have
I
to
just
do
like
it.
I get like it's just so like lonely on that private plane.
Yeah.
Because like I don't have anything to play with. Like I feel like people who go on like regular people planes like get to play Connect 4 on the flight, and like I don't have anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, and we can't go on private jets together anymore because of Puped over here.
Dude, Pube had
After those
ruined that.
pranks you pulled.
Yeah,
Well-
you open the door. And now my Marissa says that we can't
We
be
can't.
like
It's
that
too much
close
of a
unless it's like
liability.
absolutely
Okay,
necessary for me to
They
be in a
say
room
it's
with
kind
you.
of like
I'll
a
just
situation the
say
government does. They separate us. Just
I'll
if
say
one
this.
of us dies, it'll be all right.
Their logic is stupid because putting us together doesn't stop. Put the child lock on these planes,
Yeah.
okay? And then I won't open the door. Don't separate me from my friends.
Yeah.
I guess it's just like if one of us dies, there could still be a show, depending on who it is. But if all
Oh,
4
I
of
get
us
what you
die,
mean.
then like
There'll definitely be a show of
they're
either.
gonna have to make it about somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just,
God.
yeah,
No,
I
there
guess you're right. Like it is kind of really tiring to be us, you know? Like I was at this signing the other day and like literally probably 10,000 people showed up. You guys remember like 10,000 people showed up to get our signatures, and like some of the most beautiful people, and like people just looking at me in the eye saying like this show changed my life, this show saved my life, and I like after a while it doesn't mean anything.
Like I remember I said, "Hi, who would you like for me to make this out to?" And they said Bradley Cooper, and I looked up and it was Bradley Cooper, and I said, "What has become of you?
Were you
How
signing
did
your?
this happen to you?"
You guys have always wanted to say this. What has become of Bradley Cooper?
Yeah, he's freaking fallen
I
off the
think about
deep
that
end.
all the time.
I do
I
wonder
just-
what's become of him.
He's such a fanatic of the show.
He's
He
obsessed
he
with
wants to be
us.
on the show, and we.
Remember when he like
There's more for
remember when he
you.
wrote us each individual letters asking us for a part?
Yeah.
He wants to be one of the kids too. I just think he has so much other stuff to do that I don't know if he needs this.
He sent us that song. He said, "You can use this anytime you want."
No, I'll say first of all that was creepy, and it's just the pressure of these things. You know
I
what I
actually kind
mean?
of like that song. I play it in the car.
Yeah.
Oh, I
his-
guess.
his song is
Well,
pretty
he
good.
ended up finding a place for it in Star Is Born.
He
So that
finally
was
put
nice.
it somewhere, which felt nice.
That
See,
felt nice for him.
that's where the song should be.
Yeah.
It
Like,
shouldn't
stop
be
making
in-
things about us. Stop naming your DMV after me.
He owns a DMV.
No, sorry, I changed subjects. They named a DMV after me, and I've been wanting to talk to somebody about it all day because it makes me
Which
so damn
location?
tired.
The Stephen Michaels DMV.
Michael Stevens, first of all. Michael Stevens DMV.
Wow.
Normally, I have a building named after you. You kind of have to like donate a lot of money. Did you like give them money?
I did those ads for free because I thought it was a nonprofit.
Who are you with? Who's your team?
Genevieve.
Oh.
Oh, Genevieve.
Yeah, Genevieve.
What do you guys have to say about Genevieve?
We can talk after. Because
We'll
she's
talk
in the room right over there, but she's not very good.
How do you guys know that my reps aren't good? Back off.
I won't
No,
talk to you about
yeah,
this.
My
I
reps
don't.
kind of dick her around a lot.
I don't want to talk to you.
You guys bully my reps?
Genevieve is right
Yeah,
there.
my reps kind of bully your reps a lot. We talked about it at lunch over
Don't
at
worry, she's
Nobu.
not listening. She has her noise canceling headphones on while she listens to the Daily. What's going on?
I won't tell you anything about Genevieve that is negative, but let me just tell you, I heard she only eats at Subway.
That's not a bad thing for a manager to do.
Yes, it is. It's not for a human.
No, it kind of is because it's like, how could we trust her?
Yeah, that's like really abnormal.
How could we trust her?
I know she's right over there, and I don't want to say anything mean because like I am doing an anti-bully thing, but my reps rip her apart.
My Marissa is like freaking out right now. Like she really wants us to stop.
Hi, Derek.
Oh, my Andre is counting medications away from the bottle that I'm not going to get if I keep acting like this.
Okay, fine. We'll stay on task.
I mean, your reps are weird twins that never talk.
Yeah, but they get shit done.
My mom always said the wisest man says nothing at all, and your reps have never spoken once.
No.
And there's 2 of them.
They only speak to me, and that's what they like to do. They like to trick because you never know which one's which. You know which one's in the room and
As
which
long as
one's
they get
not.
shit done.
Yeah, they get shit
They
done.
get shit done. Okay, what are you guys most excited about the show?
Well,
for
yeah,
people to see?
because the
Season
second
5.
half is coming out. Season 4, second half is about to come out.
Sorry, I keep mixing it up because it's kind of like the 5th season because they haven't dropped it yet.
And we
but
can't,
it's kind of
guys. You know that we cannot do spoilers. We cannot do spoilers
Yeah.
again accidentally.
We have that 8-week intensive that we're
Spoiler training.
Yeah, spoiler
that
training.
guy that learned from the CIA how to he did like the
How to hide the codes.
guys, I kind of
yeah.
miss waterboarding. It was
That
kind
was
of fun.
so fun. Remember watching freaking you be waterboarded? That was insane.
That was crazy because we realized Corky liked being waterboarded.
Yeah.
So it wasn't gonna work on him.
It wasn't gonna work, so I just kept spoiling stuff. I just kept telling everybody what the end of Harry Potter was.
But guys, no, truly, like, we'll get in so much trouble if
Get
we
in so
spoil.
much trouble.
Like, this Duster Sisters, we cannot piss them off again.
No, and I don't want to.
No.
I will say that there is going to be something surprising,
That's good.
and I can say a song that we're using.
That's good.
Every little thing she does is magic by the Police.
And
That's
you guys,
a good song.
fans out there, creepers, you guys
Creepers.
can try to
Creepers.
figure that out.
Creeper Nation.
Figure out where every little thing she does is magic fits in.
But I'm
show.
I'm so excited for these next
I'm
2
really
episodes.
excited because this
excited.
season I finally get to be a slime monster. Oh,
I think you're allowed to say that because at
that
the end
feels
of
like
season,
the setup.
well, the
Okay,
end of
okay,
season,
okay.
yeah, the end of
That'd
season
be-
3, you became slime.
That's okay. That's what's
Right.
really hard to tell about spoiler training is sometimes it's like, oh, we wear a red hat, and then we freak out because it's like, were we allowed to say that?
Yeah.
But
No, for
sometimes
sure.
we're like, oh, Corny dies in the end, and then it's like,
I think my body just
Like, that one
reacts
was
to
fine,
it. Yeah, that
right?
was
I'm
fine.
just like scared.
that one's fine. That's just like
Okay.
part of like.
Okay.
It's. I mean, we were trained in a really intense program.
So what do you
I
think it's not all right? Like, I'm confused what we shouldn't
I think
spoil.
we can't talk about like where we were. Like I think we can't.
like we can't say we were filming in Burbank.
We can't say that.
We can't
Yeah.
say that.
We definitely
Or the
can't say that.
Pentagon.
I think we can't say what we ate.
Yeah.
I think we can't say what kind of granola bars they had at Crafty.
Hmm.
I was told that so days I think like everything we shot in October is off limits because
Okay.
we did block shooting, but all of that fits in the window
So,
of
so
this.
that's like the birth,
The birth,
Birth, the death.
the death,
the death,
and then the hawk.
and the hookup.
Hawk.
The birth, the death, the hawk, and the hookup.
the
Well, no,
hookup.
they gave us that mnemonic device to
BD
remember what we can and can't say, right?
BDHH.
BDHA.
BDHH.
Big. Dookie. Hot.
Big dookie.
No, that's such a.
Dookie. Hot.
Big dookie. Hot. Big
Well,
dookie.
can we actually...
Always get me. I always think you're gonna say a real mnemonic.
It's the best prank in the book.
It's one that I imbibe in.
Well, I guess, can we talk about then the sex scene?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that's.
Yeah, between the two parents in the show.
And then,
Yeah.
classic me, pubic hair opens the door, and
What's your line that you say? You say, honka honka.
I knew you were going to say it. On set, you literally came in and said, "Can I say that line instead? I'm number 1 on the call sheet." And I said,
wanted
"This
it
sucks."
so bad. It was so funny to me. And my character just didn't do a lot this season, so I just wanted to get one joke in there.
And can I give a shout out to our incredible parents that have that tender sex scene, Andy McDowell and Jason Alexander. Incredible.
It's so tender.
They-
I mean, I've never
so
seen
nice that that's what-
lovemaking
yeah.
like this.
And they let us be on set. And they let us watch. They let us. Also, we watched the dailies, and we were actually in control a lot of the edit.
Well, you
know?
were the intimacy coach.
Yes, I was in there
What was
going.
so cool, because we've all been wanting to direct an episode, and they just
Yeah.
said,
And
"Hey,
I've been
here's a
wanting
scene
to
that you guys
intimacy
can just
coach."
go."
I said, hear about this one. That was actually fun fact. That was where I learned what sex was.
Really?
Me
That's
too.
how I learned where babies were made.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about this, because we all wanted to be directors, and you wanted to be an intimacy coach.
Intimacy courtesy. I just think it's so important.
Yeah.
It kind of goes with the bullying thing, and I'm just like really trying to get like my side projects are my band. My side
Yeah.
projects are intimacy coordinating, and my side project is anti-bullying.
How do you do intimacy coordinating on the side? I'm just curious.
I do honestly, it's weird, but I'm doing a lot of student films.
Just like, and those film like on the weekends.
Yeah, whenever I can fit them in, guys. So, like, we're not shooting all the time, but like, so some friends will reach out, be like, "Hey, I'm doing this music video. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Do you want to direct? Do you want to be in it?" I say, "No, I'm sorry. You have to pay me so much for those things."
Wait, that makes me think. Before we go, we should all say what's next, like what we're working on. Like, do you have any intimacy coordinating gigs and short films coming up?
I wish, but no, I've just got that 4-part movie coming out.
James Cameron.
Just that.
Yeah, and then also I'm like doing this thing. It's like apparently one of the guys from the Strokes really likes my music, so we're producing an album, and I'm so pumped about
That's
that.
awesome, man.
Julian
That's
Casablancas, I love him. So he's gonna be producing my music album.
That's so
That's
cool.
sick.
Congrats.
My
Congrats.
team's going rock and roll.
That's so binky.
Congrats.
That's so, and
so
then
so
I'm buying a
binky.
couple more homes and investing and getting into art.
Congrats,
Thanks,
dude.
guys. What's next?
Okay, so my what's next is, it's kind of confusing because the big book where my 5-year plan is, I only memorized some of the pages.
Oh gosh.
So there's a couple of pages and I'm trying to see what I can remember. Okay, so on one of the pages I do a movie with Adam Sandler called Little Brother Old Man.
No freaking way.
And we're like a little brother and old man, and we live in an apartment together and we do crazy stuff.
That's
And then
so
there's another
cool.
page of my book where I declare bankruptcy. And then there's another page of my book where I go to heaven and then come back with news.
I can't wait for that.
I can't wait to.
I don't remember what the news was.
You come
back.
That's
I don't know
gotta
what
be-
I don't remember what the news was. Only that I have a message and I had to come back and I have to deliver it, or
That's
else
awesome.
stuff is gonna get really
That's
bad.
so
That's
cool.
awesome.
That's
Anyway,
great.
I'm really excited. My life is gonna be crazy.
That's
That's
awesome.
so cool.
I'm so excited. I got to see my plan the other day. They are putting me on ice. They're putting me on ice. I'm not doing anything until the creepy stuff reboot in 25 years.
Oh my god.
No way. So like no food, no
That's
water.
great.
No food, no water. Lock me up.
Put you in a freezer.
Yeah.
Wait, but then you'll be too young for the reboot. We'll all be old, and then you'll be.
No, that's part of. They've already started writing it. It's gonna be. Why is he still young?
Is it-
And that's
why.
That's toothy. And that's why.
Dude, when are you going over ice?
Did they have to
How
talk
much
to your
time do we have?
doctors?
Yes, my doctor suggested it.
Did they pitch it to the studio? Did your doctors pitch it?
So my doctors they actually work for the streaming service.
Oh, great.
So it's been great.
Oh, I go to a Hulu doctor.
Yes.
Yeah.
My mom's gyno's at Hulu.
What's next for
What
you?
about you, Steven?
I'm doing. You know how every Christmas the network does like NBC does like a live musical.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're doing that for a play of Boss Baby.
Oh wow. You're
Whoa.
doing. Are you
I
the
always
baby?
thought Boss Baby was adaptable to theater.
Yes, it is so adaptable. It's gonna be so freaking fun. David Mamet's writing it.
No.
Yes!
He's writing the play version, the
Yes,
musical.
I guess it's his favorite movie. Is
So
Boss
they're not
Baby.
taking the original script from the film at all.
No, they
No.
hired David Mamet to make Boss Baby a play for TV.
That
Wow.
makes sense because
Wow.
Boss Baby always felt like a kind of a
Drama.
nuanced send-up of Glenn Ross.
Yes. Like it definitely pulls from that.
And
Yeah.
like Oleana.
Yeah, like
Yes.
Juliana. And also, there's like hints of American Buffalo in the margins.
It's crazy. There's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like a trace of like Brechtian conventions
There is
in
a
it,
little
which is
bit.
nuts. Because I've always thought that.
It's crazy. And there's a bit of I hope they're exploring kind of the Artaud theater of the oppressed situation because I think there could be some violence and some interesting kind of aggression that you can throw into them. I don't know.
No, for sure.
I don't know what
That's
I'm talking about.
I
That's so
don't
weird.
know.
That's word for word what they said because the 11 o'clock number is going to be from the Baroque era.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
Anyway,
this is like when you
exciting
break it down.
future.
I wish I wasn't going to be on ice. I want to see that.
Oh, guys, I'm just so excited for our future, and I'm just so excited to like be with you all.
Yeah.
Wait.
Don't you guys think we're just like other kids?
Yes.
We're just like other kids.
We're just like other kids.
I just want to play.
We should all throw it's creepy stuff season 4.
Season 4.
Creepy
Stuff,
Season 4.
Get there or be
square, motherfuckers.
I think I just remembered what my heaven message was.
What?
Is oranges are bad.
This has been Artist on Artist on Artist on Artist answering the question. Now that's why they call it showbiz.
Good night, Hollywood.
Good night. Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists is an improvised Hollywood roundtable podcast created, performed, and produced by Kylie Brakeman, Jeremy Colhane, Angela Giratana, and Patrick McDonald. AOA is a Sugar 23 podcast. Mike Mayer and Michael Sugar executive producers, Liam Billingham producer. Production support by Angelo Restaino and Anthony Defranchesco. Music is by Gabriel Ponton. The opinions expressed on this podcast do not reflect the opinions of anyone who works on it, not even the performers, because this is an improvised podcast and we're stupid. Full video versions of AOA are available on YouTube, so please like and subscribe and leave us a 5-star review wherever you get your podcasts. That's all for now. Good night, Hollywood.
Welcome back to Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists. This week on the show, you've seen them, you've loved them, you can't get enough of them. Well, now we get to hear from them. It's models.
A model is not just a pretty face on a pretty body. They're also people, and they have a lot to say about their profession.
Speaking of a lot to say, we gathered 5 awesome models and we put them in front of a mic. Let's hear what went down.
Lights, camera, pose. Let's listen in.
3, 2, 1, pose. I love doing that test. I love a little model test, you know. Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
That's awesome.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Should we go around?
Yeah, sure. Hey, what's up? I'm Keith Cole. I'm model, turned musician, turned magician. Heck, what don't I do? Humanitarian, if you believe it.
You're the face of friggin' Abercrombie.
Yeah, I did.
Sick.
I'm currently the face of Abercrombie and have a stint at the Magic Castle. Yeah, so I do a lot. I love modeling, and life's a crazy spiritual journey, and I'm excited to finally get in front of a mic instead of a camera. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Hi, everyone. Hi. I
What's
am
up?
Janice Simons.
I know who you are.
Janice, I know who you are.
Oh, we
Recognize
know
that face
who you
anywhere.
are.
Seen my
Janice.
posters. I am famously known as a joints model, elbows, knees, lower back.
Oh, we know who you are.
I've been the face of Aleve, Advil.
Yesterday I was at CVS and I was trying to get my boyfriend a knee brace.
Right.
And I saw
my
your
face?
chin.
And there's Janice.
You saw my chin right there?
Yeah.
For the knee brace?
Yeah, I did. It's such a weird ad.
Yeah, for that ad, they did really want to sort of focus on the neck muscles because
Wait,
a
I
lot of
think
people
I s-
don't know a lot of knee injuries start in the neck.
I think I seen that shit too, because it was like you wouldn't want this to happen to your knee, and it just was showing your chin,
Absolutely,
and
absolutely.
it was broken.
It's like a lifestyle ad.
yeah.
Yeah. You don't want this to happen to your chin. You don't want this to happen to your knee. You don't want this to happen to either parts of your body. The chin is a really good way to get a close-up sort of look of what can happen to your knee.
And it's got the lips,
Yeah.
Incredible.
which is awesome.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I remember I actually went to a Rite Aid the other day looking for something for my chin, actually.
And you saw something for your knees?
And I saw your knee just on this chin thing, and I thought, well, that's Janice's knee if I ever seen a knee, And I was confused, but I understand maybe they're trying to do some sort of backwards marketing thing, or just have fun. We're all about fun. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a lot of fun. It's a lot of subliminal stuff, If you see something bad that's happened to your knee, you immediately think, not my chin.
Yeah. I've never thought that, but yeah.
Cool.
My name is Declan Bond. I am a model, and also a chef.
Been in the business forever, Deck.
Yeah, I've been around a minute. I love this industry.
You incorporated food into your modeling a lot, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Oh, can I give you a little shout out? I love when you put the sushi on your abs for that
Yeah.
one shoot. I thought that was amazing.
Yeah, we kind of revolutionized antacid advertisements for a long time.
Yeah,
you know?
because it was
The
like,
Alka-Seltzer.
this raw fish is going to give you gas.
Yeah.
And I thought-
Alka-Seltzer, and then they did Tums.
It said, "Let's go outside in. Let's see what's going on in there." And they put all this shit on my ab, and they put all this
Your
shit.
abs
on my
were
body.
amazing.
Thanks,
I was
man.
like,
Strong.
Thanks,
how do
man.
you even do that? Like that's
I work hard on
crazy.
my body. My body is my full-time job. I like to say that I am renting this body, and I take care of it. And that's kind of how I feel.
Who you renting it from?
I'm renting it from God,
Hell
Jesus
yeah.
Christ.
Amen.
Hell yeah.
And huge fan of him, and I'm really grateful to have this body, and I'm going to take care of it. The thing about it, though, is, look, we only get one.
Body.
We only get one.
Right.
Body.
Totally.
I'm talking
Sure.
about body.
Yeah. Okay.
And I
Yeah.
love it. And my cooking show is called that too. You only get one, and it's a show where I eat one meal a day, and but it's the biggest meal, and it has all the calories I need for the day. And I talk to some of the best chefs, and they cook me one meal.
Wow, that's crazy. That's fun. That's great.
Yeah,
Incredible.
yeah.
My name is Nautica Jones.
Whoa.
Nautica. Wow, sitting with a
I
legend.
be a boat model.
Oh.
Now, to be clear for the listener, I'm a very hot 25-year-old woman. I was raised by pirates. One time we docked on the shore, and I stood outside the boat, you see, and some boat modeling scouts saw me, and they said, "Would you like to pose for a couple shoots?"
Yeah, I was one time approached by those boat modeling agencies. They're crazy. They're wild, So
They're wild. The boat show circuit is a wild
insane
place.
because you have to kind of stand everywhere on the boat and in front of these giant boats and get in the water and stuff.
You have to get in a bikini, stand around the boats, make the boats look all sexy, get the men real excited to buy a boat.
You're like a human masthead and shit, like those mermaids and stuff from back in the day, right?
Exactly like a mermaid on a boat.
Yeah.
Exactly like
That shit's crazy.
But I hope to get out of boats and eventually go onto the runway.
Yeah, well, it's a different world, because it's not on water, so it's a little different.
It's different. I throw up on land a lot.
Do you model for boats and pictures and shit, or do you model like on the boats while they're being used?
So it's a lot of live events. So at the dock, you know how they do car shows? Where there are ladies posed on all the cars.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes they bring speedboats in, skippers, kayaks, that sort of thing.
Yeah, speedboat, a kayak. Yeah,
Right.
those new kayaks can move fast through the water.
They
for
move.
sure.
You haven't lived until you've been on the back of a man speeding down an electric kayak.
Wow.
I don't mess with that shit.
Wow.
That's
I won't mess
fucking
with that
incredible.
Wow.
What's up, motherfuckers? My name's Zebulon. I'm. What's up, motherfuckers? So yeah, I won America's Got Talent a while ago.
For modeling.
For modeling, yeah.
I remember that
First,
season.
yeah, that was
Simon
really innovative.
Yeah, Simon
Yeah.
would not take his eyes off of you.
Right.
Yeah. I famously never got on America's Top Model.
Yeah.
And
that
I went
was
straight to
that
America's
was your
Got
sad
Talent.
story. That
Yeah,
was your sad
and I
story.
went to America's Got Talent, and I put it all out there. And
Yeah, you narrowly beat those 40 dogs who did backflips.
I did love those 40 dogs.
I gotta be honest. I called in and voted for the dogs.
I think I did too.
Sure,
the
but
tumbling doodles they were called.
Okay, y'all.
I fucking love them
I heard a
shits.
story that you also appeared on The Voice for a bit, which I thought was so confusing because
Yeah.
you're known for your looks, not really for your.
No, for sure. I read an article that was like, just try to be everywhere all at once.
Right.
So I tried to get in every single show and platform that I could. But I stuck to who I was. So when I went up to American Idol, when I went up to The Voice, when I went up to Cesar Millan's dog training, I said, I'm a model. And I would let the show do what they wanted with me. And America's Got Talent stuck.
Yeah, and you know what? I will be honest. You won America's Got Talent, but you lost the voice to the Doodles. They came back with a vengeance in the voice.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, the voice, it's hard to win the voice if you're not singing.
There seems to be no rules anymore on reality shows.
I'll never forget Blake Shelton's face when he hit that button, when he heard a beautiful rendition of Rolling in the Deep, and he turned around and it was 40 dogs doing backflips. That was crazy shit.
At that point, how can you not let them win? That's 40 dogs singing a song. You gotta let them win.
That was the best chair turn I ever saw.
Yeah,
man.
but you know, those dogs, I love them all a lot. We got to be close, me and those dogs and the handlers, and we did a Nike ad after America's Got Talent. It was me and the dogs, and that's when my little thing I like to call my career started.
Wow, that's great. So we all kind of just got discovered. Is that kind of how it happened? Because I was kind of like walking down the street one time. It was after we had to go hunting. We had to go hunting because the deer population getting too big down there in Shreveport. So then what happened was I was, carrying a big old deer on my back, and this man comes up and says, "You would be a great model. Yeah, you would be a great model." And I said, "Sir, what the heck? What's going on? I'm covered in sweat and blood and deer, But he said, "Come out to L.A. and I'll make you famous."
Is that Lee Gaunt?
It's Lee Gaunt, yeah.
I knew Lee Gaunt.
That's incredible.
He discovered me. It was great.
Wow.
Lee Gaunt gave me a couple of my first fucking breaks, too. He's badass.
Wow.
Really
He's
fucking
real
cool.
badass.
What people don't realize as a model is you need to break through a couple times.
Sure.
You need to do a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
You do. It comes in waves.
Right. Well, I started out as a kid.
No way.
Was at the park and I fell. I scabbed my knee right open, blood gushing. I went down and I went, "Ah!" And someone went, "Stop right there. Hold that pose." And so I started as a kid for Neosporin.
Was that Lee?
And
Was that Lee
Band-Aid.
Gant who said that?
"Stop right there."
Yeah.
Yeah, Lee.
Yeah.
Did he eventually call for help? Because it sounded like you were hurt pretty bad.
I accidentally cut a vein open. The blood would not stop.
Whoa.
The blood would not stop. Would
Shit.
not stop. But they got to get the shot. You know about that. You got to get the
Shit,
shot.
I fucking know
Gotta
that.
get the shot.
Gotta
It's
get the shot.
tough. You got to hold it for. And can I just say, I can kind of see your knees under the table right now. They're blinding.
Blinding.
They're so shiny. It's like looking in the sun hitting the rear view mirror of your car.
Right. Well, it turned out we accidentally put a little bit too much Neosporin on my knee. And so
Well, that's what they say about Neosporin.
So
You
it
put too
healed.
much, it gets permanent.
shiny,
too
shiny
much.
permanent. Yeah. So a bit too much. The knee never went back to its normal sort of skin tone. Just a blinding shiny.
Can I ask you, is there one area that you won't let them take photos of? Because it seems like your joints and everything's open. Is there one joint that you're like, no, get away, or they refuse to,
It's actually not a joint. Twist, hair. It's my hair, the hair on my head.
Wow.
So if they're photographing a shoulder,
That's
you
why.
got to pull the hair away.
Hair's away. It's in my contract.
Yeah, that's crazy because I remember now I'm seeing all these photos of eardrops, and every time I see your face is there with a bald cap. It's like they're covered under that bald cap. I can't.
It's distracting when you're buying, because I do buy those eardrops for water ear all the time. And I keep it.
Which is different from swimmer's ear. Water ear is its own thing.
That
It's
shit's
specific.
That's when you don't have enough waters in your ear.
Water in your
And that happens when you're on sea so much because you're so used to so much water.
Yeah.
Yes. And so because I'm used to being waterlogged.
Right.
And so when I step on land
That's
to
why you
do
get nauseous.
editorial work, I don't have enough water in my ear and I get all off balance.
Right.
To be honest, I didn't know there was enough work in boat modeling to sustain a lifetime career.
Well, there isn't.
Yeah, you did just mention editorial work. I was curious.
are you writing?
What kind of editorial work you do?
No, editorial work, like magazine.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you do a lot of this.
I do a lot of that. We just call
High
that.
fashion Michael Kors.
Yeah. I just call that shit print.
You did a collaboration with Red Lobster. Is that right?
I did. They were very attracted to me because I seemed to fit the aesthetic of the lobsters they're trying to sell.
You know what? And I'll say, I hate when ad execs come in and say they're attracted to me.
I hate that shit.
I hate that.
I walk in
fucking
and
shit.
they're always
shit.
like, God, I'm so fucking turned on by you. It's
Tired of
crazy.
Is it
That
hard?
shit
Is
drives
it
me
hard
crazy.
for everyone? Do you find that people treat you differently because of your looks?
Yeah, Steve Jobs tried to fuck me.
Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
Holy shit.
That's real.
How was that?
That sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Wow. Wow.
Well, how did that happen,
how did that
Zebulon?
happen?
Remember when the iPod ads came out and it was a silhouette dancing?
how could we
yeah,
forget?
yeah.
Yeah, that was me. And the whole time, Steve was just going.
Shadow modeling.
Yeah,
Been trying
yeah.
to get into that.
And I was just dancing and I was just like living my fucking life like me, Zebulon does. And the whole time I heard Steve under his breath going, I want to fuck you. I wanna
Okay.
fuck you.
Yeah, that's definitely a lawsuit.
That's a
100%.
terrible
Sounds
story,
bad.
man.
Yeah, and a lot of people.
That's rather harrowing.
A lot of people go, "Are you sure he said that?" Like that seems like because I barely heard it. Like I barely.
But
just a
if you
whisper.
heard it, you heard it. It's
Like
awful.
it was so, and I did have headphones in because
was
it was
gonna
like
say.
for the product.
Yeah.
But I swear to God, I heard it.
Well, yeah, it's tough for me because, like, you know, when I do my magic shows, it's just like they don't want to see the card disappear. They want to see my shirt disappear, and it gets a little old sometimes because, like, I'm doing magic. You know, I'm here for the art of the trick.
Do you ever play the Magic Castle?
I play the Magic Castle all the time. I love the Magic Castle. It's so great. All those guys are so mean to me, but that's all right.
Do you
know?
make money being a magician?
I make money being a musician, not a magician.
Okay.
Okay. So break down for me if you don't mind. Like
Sure,
your
my
income
costs.
is your income from modeling, being a musician.
So
or-
Abercrombie does pay well. I'm the lead model of Abercrombie. They pay well, but not as much as my music does. I do sleepscapes for Spotify, and boy,
You have so much time.
oh yeah, modeling takes maybe 2 hours a week. It's easy.
For
go
you,
in there,
man.
you
For
pose.
fucking you.
You ever do events, bar mitzvahs or weddings?
I
or
love
things
bar
like-
mitzvahs, but only for magic. So I'll do bar mitzvahs for magic, weddings for music.
Right.
And
Funerals?
Funerals modeling only. My weddings though, it's tough because I do sleepscapes, so everybody's falling asleep.
How do you model at a funeral, man?
Oh, you know, when some people want a hot guy crying for them, you know, so it's contractually in their will that.
What do you mean
know,
contractually in their will?
Well, when you do a will, it's a contract. It's a legal document that takes that. So contractually, they put my name in. I have to show up. They say I want this hot guy Keith Cole crying for me, so I show up and I shed some tears. You know, and it's good. It's fun. It's good. It's a great way
That's
to
fun?
give back.
Have
It's
you
fun.
ever-
It's a
have you-
blast.
Have you ever modeled as a loved one, like a stand-in sort of as a loved one? If
Yeah, so you're talking about the funerals, the bar mitzvahs, the
Jeez.
weddings, because I kind of have done it all. You know.
Do you ever believe in doing one thing really good?
No, that's not me.
Instead of a bunch
So
of
would
stuff?
you say you're an A+ at any of these things, or are you sort of hovering at a B?
I mean, who's grading? Who's grading? Who's grading? Probably hovering at a B though. But I feel like an A+. I'm giving it A for effort. That's what my mom always said. A for effort. You know.
good.
Speaking of moms, you guys parents supportive of your careers?
Yeah, my mom, huge fan of me. She loves my career.
My mom was actually the one who pushed me onto the ground when I scabbed my knee right open.
So she had an agenda.
She saw that Lee
Gaunt
was nearby, and she thought we got to get this kid into the injured model space, injury model space.
Which what a pioneer of her time, your mom,
I
because
bel-
that space,
Bless her.
you
Yeah, she
you
really-
really created what it is today. The
Now,
injured
did you
model.
ever
Injury
try to
modeling?
get into kid catalog modeling, or did that not work and then you did injury?
It was just, are you in the kid injured catalog?
No, I was really drawn to the injuries. I really, really was. And now today, I will intentionally injure myself so that I can really understand the ad that I'm selling. If I've got a back pain, I will give myself a car accident. I will
Whoa.
get...
God, we live
Back
in a
pain,
fucked
for
up
back pain.
profession. That's
Yeah.
scary,
Wow,
dude.
I saw
You're
you.
a method model.
So just quick question. Give yourself a car accident.
yeah,
What does
so is
that
that
mean?
like
What is that? Was that confusing?
Are
for
you
Why?
driving in a car? Are you parked in a car and letting somebody drive into you? Like, what's the how are you going down that way?
I created sort of a model set that is
Oh, great. So it's like a mechanical car seat that slams
It
you
just
against
sort
the
of
wall or
punches
something.
it out. And then
Shit.
comes back.
You've seen those commercials where
Yeah.
you see the airbags coming out. I'll do that, but it'll just be me instead of a sort of robotic.
That's great. I got to ask a question because we're on finances. That seems extremely expensive to how little money you're probably getting from being an injury
I break
model.
even. I break even.
Okay, great.
I break
good.
even.
That's not a good
Fuck
place
yeah.
to be. But
No, that's a great fucking place to be. You're living exactly how you want. You're living within your means. Fuck yeah.
We break even.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Money is for spending. That's what I always say.
I think a lot of people say that.
I think
Really?
So yeah, your parents, your parents a fan of it?
Yeah, my mom's loved it. I was raised by two moms. They loved me modeling. They always thought I was the most beautiful fucking kid in the world and
I
shit.
mean, you are like the pictures of you as a baby. It's like a meme now because it's like
So ripped. You were
It was.
so
I was.
strong.
Yeah.
They call you handsome Squidward baby.
Yeah. If y'all didn't know that, I am handsome Squidward baby growing up.
Wow.
Wow, you're handsome Squidward.
Wow.
Yeah. It's goes to daycare. Becomes the teacher. That's the kind of meme. Like I don't know if have you guys seen. What's your favorite handsome Squidward baby meme you guys have seen?
probably the one in the shopping cart where he's like,
Yeah, totally.
Oh yeah, I like the one where it's you sitting in a movie theater and it says goes to movies, becomes the director.
yeah.
That's a good one. That's really funny. That's a really
That's
funny.
very
It's
funny.
also great because it's kind of like a
Funny.
2012 meme.
That
You
one,
know?
yeah,
Yeah.
they're very bad look, Brian. Yeah. They're very dated.
you
yeah.
guys don't like the shopping cart one where he's like,
No,
That's,
like
I
that
would
one.
say, more of a picture than a meme.
There's no text or anything. Not really a meme. That's just a picture of a baby in a shopping cart.
But yeah,
What
man.
a great picture, nonetheless.
No, it is good. And,
Now,
my mom
remind
took
me,
that,
what
yeah.
kind of work are you doing these days?
So I'm mostly modeling. I'm mostly taking print photos, and I'm doing a lot of in movie modeling too, where they hire me to dress a certain way to be an extra, but I'm a featured extra because I'm wearing certain clothes that will sell the thing. And then I'm a chef.
you
And I'm-
opened Dolce's show.
I opened Dolce, Dolce, and then it was the one that, it was the one when Dolce and Gabbana were on a break. It was just Dolce's.
Oh, that's when they did that deal with that ice cream company and did Dolce de Leche. You know?
Yeah, it's when Dolce kind of went off. Dolce, they are now classifying it. I was talking to some fashion historians. They're classifying that as his mental break. But I was his star for a little bit.
This is what I was so excited
Literally
to talk about. I
incredible.
want to talk about the houses. I want to talk about the business, you know?
Yeah.
Talk about
Because
it.
we've all walked. We've all walked at
I've
least
walked for
once.
some
I walked.
serious motherfuckers, and it's insane.
I walked for vineyard vines, but
Okay,
I'm going
what
to
does
keep
that
trying.
what does walking for Vineyard Vines mean? Are they at Fashion Week in Paris or New York?
They're at their own fashion week.
Oh, yeah, the Port Fashion Week.
They're at Pier 39 in San Francisco.
Didn't you also walk for Morton Salt?
I walked for Morton Salt.
or you walked for Bubba Gump Shrimp in Santa Monica only?
Yes, Santa Monica only. Universal City wouldn't have me.
And then I was visiting Baltimore once, visiting one of my moms over there, and you were walking for Old Bay seasoning, right?
It was. That was, I would say I prefer to model for clothes instead of the seasoning. Because the Martin Salt girl is a girl. I can put on that outfit.
Yeah.
But Old Bay is kind of just a box.
Must have gotten in your eyes and all that stuff. Do you have to be the crustacean on the box? They got
Yeah,
the
so I
crawdad.
have to be the crab.
You walked? Have you walked? I guess maybe.
I've walked Ace.
Oh,
Hardware?
Bandage.
Oh, bandages.
I saw your ace.
I remember that
yeah.
you were covered in band-aids and
Bandages.
crutches.
Yeah, bandages, crutches.
They rented out Cedar Sinai
cast.
for that, right?
Sorry?
Rented out Cedar
Cedar
Sinai for that.
That was an event.
That was
They got all
so
the people at Cedar Sinai.
We cleared out all the patients, and they understood why. They cleared them out.
Just put them on the sidewalk, right? I remember
Some
that.
of us down the runway, we were pushed down on beds, or just
Yeah,
right in
I
bed.
remember that.
That was incredible.
I love those shows because Cedar Sinai hooks everybody in the audience up to an IV.
Yeah.
They literally hook you up.
And the
you know?
swag bag was sick. I got a fucking MRI machine.
That's right.
Wait, those are millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's
Right,
sick.
nice.
That's
Yeah.
insane.
That shit's sick. Follow
Oh,
the money,
God.
guys.
I walked for a Halo top, and their swag bag was, believe it or not, vegetables.
I don't believe that, actually. Are
Kinda
you
like-
lying?
It's kind of like the ice cream before the ice cream.
It's just crazy that let's talk about it. That these brands are becoming designers in a way. Like
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like Virgin Airlines has a whole line now of those vests that flight attendants wear. It's just like a thing that fashion is exploding into every other motherfucking
TikTok
industry.
has changed the game, like because now everybody with a TikTok can become a fashion designer, and every brand wants fashion, because it's so easy to sell online.
Oh, there's also just objects that are becoming fashion. I
Yeah.
saw just cups.
Yeah,
Cups.
I've lost so many jobs to cups.
Yeah, they're using cups to model stuff now.
And guys, I gotta be honest, this is a little close to me. Abercrombie & Fitch almost hired a cup instead of me.
Really?
And it was me and this cup named Don Don.
How do you put jeans on a cup?
Oh, they put jeans on.
No,
a
this
cup.
is big actually. We should
You
fucking
can put jeans on a cup.
People-
and the cup fills it out.
People aren't talking about this, and it's driving me crazy. Actually, in this industry, a lot of our jobs are being taken by cups, and a lot of people don't know this shit. And it's actually amazing we have this mouthpiece because we should fucking talk about this.
Yeah.
Let's talk about
It's time
it.
to get
Let's
real
in there.
because I told him I wouldn't talk about it.
Well,
but
we have a lot of fear that we'll be, pushed out if we talk about it, but I think it's time we talk about
Well,
cups.
look, cups are cheaper. Cups are smaller. Cups don't move.
And they don't talk back. There's no labor laws you
put
have to
writing on
follow.
cups.
Well,
You can
you
put
can make a
colors on.
cup really whatever you want it to be.
But let's talk about what cups don't have. Cups, soul, they all have the same shape, and so every piece of clothing looks exactly the same if you put it on a cup.
They don't have breasts or bottoms.
No.
I'll say cups don't have a social media presence.
no,
No.
they really don't. They're trying.
well, guys,
Well, some
no.
of them do,
Yeah,
and
I
those
got
are
it.
you ones
Yeah.
you have to
You
watch
guys
out
Those
for.
cups are liars.
Have you seen that cup that goes on TikTok and just sort of moves slightly like this?
Yeah,
it
but
has
people
78
love it.
million
People
followers.
drink that up.
You guys
I
haven't
fucking
seen
hate
Cup
that.
D'Amelio?
I've
Yes.
seen cups.
Oh,
D'Amelio.
don't even
The
get me
third
started
D'Amelio
on the
sister.
Cup
Yeah,
I've seen Cup
D'Amelio
D'Amelio.
sister.
And
Actually-
I got bad news, guys. I saw a cup the other day. They tried calling this cup for the shoot, and it was supposed to be my partner in the shoot. They added a little bit of clay to make it look like it had boobs and ass.
Oh,
and
God.
it was
That's
vile.
disgusting.
No, it was one of those tourist joke cups
Yeah, it
that
was
you
like,
get in the
like
shop.
you get like Bahama cup,
I bet if you put tits on a cup, you pay her less because now she's a woman. You ever think about that, y'all? Why don't we talk about it?
Yeah, let's segue.
Okay, let's
into-
talk about
Okay, so now when we talk about cup sexism,
Let's talk about fucking cup sexism and how women cups don't get the same amount of money as man cups.
so no cups get any money. They're cups.
Yeah, well, no, I will say though, I heard this story where there was a man-shaped cup,
A man-shaped cup.
a cup that presented itself like a man, I guess. And it
I'm
got,
about to bow
it
out.
got paid in coffee. It got paid in coffee, but then a cup that presented itself as a woman didn't get any coffee in it.
That's interesting.
That's crazy.
Well, I was gonna walk Victoria's Secret for Christmas Eve this year, their Christmas show.
Oh, their
Their
big
Christmas Eve
Christmas
show.
show.
And then what
Yeah.
happened?
Man.
So I'm walking it. I'm still
you are
walking
good.
it.
Okay.
Shout out, by the way, to Victoria's Secret's CEO Ebenezer Scrooge.
For making those models work on Christmas Eve.
It's his secret, and he keeps it. But so we have Coldplay playing. It's me. Tyra Banks is coming back to walk. It's
You
gonna
got the
be-
Hell
whole
yeah.
band, Coldplay.
And
yeah.
well, Coldplay plays on the side.
Yeah.
They did last year.
I fucking love Tyra, man. She's one of my.
incredible.
I know her from back in the day. She's
She's
the best.
incredible.
Yes, who are your
She's-
idols?
I'll tell you this. She loves working with cups as a model.
Wow, that's
And I was like,
shocking.
how do
That's
you do it? Because they
surprising.
want one of the cups to wear the wings, wear the Victoria's Secret wings. And I was like, how do you work with these?
That's so rude. The industry will take you on twisties and turnies all day long. I would love to know where everybody, how that first job was for you guys. What was that first job like?
Well, I was 7, as I said, in my first job.
Oh, right.
Neosporin, bleeding, gushing. I do think I blacked out for a bit of it because I.
What was your second job then? Because I'm interested in how it jumped from that first job of you getting pushed
Yeah, it's
over
true,
right
yeah.
into the
Was
second
it the
job.
same knee?
How did you ride that momentum?
Well, okay, the next job was actually sort of a collaboration between party hats for kids' birthdays and splinters
For kids' birthdays.
for kids' birthdays.
So was it a brand collab?
brand collab?
Now I got a question. Was Splinters behind the thing? they're trying to sell splinters, or it was a company that was trying to get rid of splinters?
No, sell splinters.
So this is a
Okay.
pro splinters company.
Pro
Damn,
splinters, pro party
I
hat.
thought you had integrity. That's like not a cool company to work for.
Listen, I
Splinters
was
is
a
not
kid.
cool.
I was a kid. You know, I was just sort of entering the industry.
Yeah,
I was
but
under my mom's wing.
Yeah, but
I
that
just-
actually isn't cool to me because splinters hurt, and splinters hurt a lot of people in this world. And so it's like you got to be so conscious. And I don't want to call you out right now, but I
Look,
do
I've
think
got
that was
shadows.
cowardly.
I've got my shadows. Okay, I've got my shadows.
We all got our demons. I mean, I definitely I worked for germs for a little bit.
Germs.
Okay, let's talk about brands we modeled for that we wish we didn't.
Oh,
Yeah, that's good.
Because Splinters is a big one,
Yeah,
dude.
Splinters
I
is
respect
bad.
that though. You were in the beginning of your career,
And I gotta be honest, I want to say the truth. I don't want to keep that in the shadows anymore. I'm trying to move forward. That's why I've like really dedicated my life to ointments and
respect
that shit.
itch
Good for you.
relief.
I respect
and-
that shit.
Great.
good for
That's
you.
great.
You know?
I modeled once for lies.
Lies?
For lies itself.
Or lice?
Lies.
Lies.
You said you did germs.
I did germs.
I mean, it
yeah, of
sucks.
course.
It's a yucky part of our industry.
I
Yes.
remember that photo because it was just you going no, but with a smirk.
Yeah, and then Deceit wanted me, and I said no.
Right.
I'll never forget the ad for that. It's no with a smirk and then like lies, spread them.
Yeah, that was
It just
bad.
felt yucky, and the government paid for those. So
Yeah.
Government loves big lies. I regret modeling for the Royal Caribbean cruise that everyone with COVID was stuck on for 2 months.
Yeah, that's
Were you
right.
on that boat?
I was on that boat and I was doing a sort of influencer model thing where I would take pictures on the boat, blast them out to social media, and say, you should get on the boat. We were picking people up at every stop.
How do they-
COVID ablaze.
How did they freaking plan something like that? That's insane. Picking people up. How do you drop them off?
It's like a taxi cruise ship.
It was a taxi cruise ship.
yeah.
You had to hail it from wherever you were in the Bahamas or
That's like
Spain.
those tourism buses that are hop on, hop off.
yeah.
yeah.
It's a
Yes.
20,000 person cruise.
It was a tough sell, but I think they're not trying to do that anymore.
Yeah, I did the photo shoot one time for North Korea, and that was bad.
Yeah,
Dude,
so
where
bad.
were your reps at the time?
I could not find them.
So you didn't have them, or they were gone?
No, I couldn't find them.
or you like lost them in a mall or something.
Yeah, we were at the airport. This is basically what happened. We were at the airport. We got
shit.
separated. I don't have a phone. They used the phone for me, and I couldn't find them. And I couldn't find where the fuck I was supposed to go. So I'm wandering terminals. All of a sudden, I end up on this plane, and next thing I know, I'm doing an ad campaign for North Korea Nike, and it was bad.
What
It
were you
was-
doing in the what was the visual of the
Yeah.
ad?
The visual was me modeling, looking really hot, wearing a bunch of very specific North Korean clothing, and saying Kim Jong-un is the leader of the free world.
This was pretty recent then.
Very recent.
Yeah.
It was about a month ago or 2 months ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
you
yeah.
can't lose your reps
Did
like
you
that.
find them? You find your reps?
I found them, luckily. We found them a couple weeks later.
Okay.
So it was I found them like last week.
Damn,
They-
shit,
ago.
dude.
Yeah, they came into my apartment and was like, "Where have you been?" And I went, "Where have you been?" You know. So
Dang.
my reps are a mess.
You said something that really resonated with me, and that's something I want to talk about. You mentioned that you had to go look hot for something, and I was wondering if you guys have misconceptions about models that resonate with you that you hate. I feel like people see us, we're fucking beautiful and shit, and everyone like says stuff about us. And I hate that shit. And I want to know if there's stuff you want to say here now. Like, I'm not this. Like, stop thinking of models as blank.
You go first.
Okay,
apparently
Seems like you got
here.
something
Seems
say.
like
Yeah.
you're
It's like-
brewing.
Let
Well, I
it
just
out.
said it.
You're using.
I just said it. Stop thinking of models as blank. We're not empty. We're not
Oh,
blank.
that's.
Oh, it's not a fill in the blank.
No.
I thought
I
okay.
was
I wasn't
confused.
following.
I just
that.
don't like. We got a lot going on, and we have problems, and we have things that we deal with, and we actually have a lot of interesting. Like, I know really long math problems, and like I have a lot of stuff like that I
Like
do.
what's the longest math problem you know?
It's probably 85 words.
Wait, that's so long.
That's
Yeah.
a long
So it's like a situational math problem, not an equation
like a
per
word
se.
problem.
So it's a
kinda weird.
train leaves from Dallas
Definitely.
at 4:35.
Or it's like
Definitely.
Jonathan has 5 apples. 'Cause
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
you could just do a lot of filler words in that.
No, but all the words are used.
All,
In mine?
every word is important
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
story of the math equation.
Words.
Wow.
So there's
Yeah.
less of the nouns and
Yeah.
the names and such. Okay.
And you wouldn't think I knew that kind of shit just from looking at me.
Right,
That I knew an 85 long word math story. Like, you wouldn't know that. So I want, people to know that we have problems and we have things going on with ourselves and we have, there's shit that we're doing and we're up to that is different. And we're not just a pretty face and we're not meat.
What about you? Is there anything you want people to know that you're not?
Yeah, or that I am, maybe.
Okay.
I want
Yeah.
people to know
Shit, yeah.
that we bleed, that we break.
You've really shown us
You
that.
bleed.
Yeah.
You bleed like nobody I've ever
You
seen.
think people believe it? You think they
I mean, you
100%.
have a room in your house where you force yourself to bleed. I think
It's
we know.
disgusting.
Yeah.
You
I
get
gotta
it?
say,
Are you getting it?
Some of the photos that you take are disgusing. They remind me of the back of cigarette cans, of
Okay,
cigarette
so
boxes.
you're getting that I.
Remember when they used to come in cans?
But also, I think with you specifically, I think I need to know that you heal.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that about you. I only see you sick,
Oh,
my
that's
girl.
really hard to hear. Yeah.
My girl, I
Yeah.
literally, you are so powerful. And I think I only see ads of you weak. And I just seeing you here today, it's just I just want you to know that you're a good person.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. It is hard to let myself heal. Let myself.
I couldn't
Okay,
imagine.
I
Because
got
your
it.
work
Kinda like a
is
math
being
word
sick,
problem.
right?
Yeah, it's all about me being sick. So the
Wow.
second I heal, who am I? The second I don't have something to put a
sounds-
humidifier on, what am I?
Can I go out on a limb? It feels like you got deeper wounds than physical wounds. Maybe if your mama's pushing you over at 7, you got some deeper wounds.
Did anybody hurt you?
Well, I think she said that earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, can you say it again? I don't have enough water in my ear.
But I get it. It's if you don't have your wounds, who are you? I feel that way about my feet.
About your feet?
Yeah.
You don't have your feet?
If I didn't have my feet, I don't know if I'd get booked as a model. You know what I mean? My feet are gorgeous.
I didn't realize you were so feet heavy.
I just mean it's some people have their tits, some people have their eyes, some people have their cheekbones.
And you got huge feet.
And my feet are gorgeous, and a lot of people book me on that stuff. I mean, I did Michael Kors' beach line recently, and I knew. Yeah, and I knew it was because I walked and I closed the show, and I knew it was because my toes are gorgeous.
Can
My toes are
I,
absolutely gorgeous.
I was walking through a Payless shoe store. Payless shoe source the other day in 2012.
Yeah, it's not a store, it's a source.
Yeah.
Let's make it clear.
I think there's something. They do something funky.
No, it's correct. No, you're correct. And I want to make sure everyone knows it's not a store, it's a source.
Not a store because that's where you source the shoes.
Right.
Sure.
I saw a picture of a woman's shoe. It was a croc. And it looks like that would be your foot. Is that your foot?
Well, ever since winning, that's probably my foot if it's an old ad. Ever since winning America's Got Talent, I'm a full body model now. I just know that I was just saying that my goods are my feet, and I want people to know that I am not just
That's
my
your honey
feet. You know what I
pot.
mean?
Yeah.
And those feet were me, but that was pre-personality me. When I won America's Got Talent, I met with CAA and they said, let's add a personality. And I said, fuck yeah, let's change my name from Cindy to Zebulon.
That's a personality.
That's a
Good name.
personality.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think the tagline of your personality would be?
Well, there was a couple drafts. We had a
Sure.
couple different ghostwriters come in.
Sure.
But the one we landed on, I think Dane Cook wrote it. And
Awesome.
Dane Cook ghost wrote your personality.
His shit
He's
fucks
so
me up.
funny.
His
He's
shit
so
fucks me
funny.
up.
When he does the
And he's still going, by the way. He's still at Laugh Factory all the
yeah,
time.
but he wrote my personality. I think it's something he wrote something like messy girl doesn't realize she's messy. God, her tits are so good and her feet are so pretty.
That does sound like
That
something
sums
Dane
it up.
Cook would write
That
too.
sums it
Yeah.
up.
Kind of like a poem.
Wait.
Yeah, no, it's like a
Because
haiku.
I
It's
actually
yeah.
I saw the rough drafts of that because I know the people who were working on your tagline. They were working on my tagline. Didn't Nora Ephron write a really good one for you?
Wait, no,
Nora Ephron writes wonderful personality.
she wrote a great personality, but we just had to pass. It was just like too much Manhattan in the fall.
Yeah.
And then Marvel did a draft.
Oh wow, yeah.
Marvel did. I remember.
No,
Marvel
yeah, the
took a
studio
pass
wrote it
at
together.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm really thankful we have Dane Cook
You
writing my
went with Dane.
personality.
Yeah.
Who writes your personality, my guy?
My personality was written by Rowan Atkinson. You might know him as Mr. Bean.
Yeah. He's funny though.
Yeah.
He's like Dane Cook, but English.
Yeah, well, we wanted, I'm mostly a physical presence over a verbal presence, so we wanted someone who masters kind of physical finesse.
Right.
And
So what's your personality then?
my personality is whoop, crash, boom, bang, ow, 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 ow.
You don't
ow,
lead
ow.
with that at all.
You don't seem
Yeah, I
like
didn't
that.
get that.
I just got it, so I'm trying to memorize it.
You're trying to memorize your personality.
I'm trying to get into it. Like, this is probably the last time you'll see Declan Bond like this.
Like, oh wow.
The next time.
So it's still in workshops. It's in preview.
Yeah, they want me to kind of fall into all the pans and shit on the cooking show. And I'm just too graceful right
Do you
now.
ever get your personality slides like a night before like a party and you're like, fuck, I don't want to memorize these?
Oh, all the time. I'm always like, send me my personality at least 2 days before I need to do it. I don't have time to do overnight personality shifts.
It's tough because I don't have the budget to hire a big name personality ghostwriter. So my father, Davy Jones, writes my personality. He's not bad at it.
I think you should get like a young woman to write your personality.
That's what I'm thinking. Because I'm noticing there's a mismatch. A lot of people want to book me, and then they get confused. They say, there's an old man pirate in this room. Where is he? Where is he? And then they think they're hallucinating, and then they
sure.
run out to the room, and then I don't
Right.
book.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
right,
rough.
Right.
That's really rough.
Who wrote your personality?
Oh, I don't have one.
Yeah. Who wrote your personality?
The cast of M&M's.
Oh wow.
M&M's the candy?
The cast of them. So not the voice actors, the actual fictional characters wrote your
For my
personality.
personality.
That's fun. Green and what
Green,
they end
brown.
on.
The whole team.
What do they end on?
Yeah. Where'd they land?
She's got cracks on the surface, just like us. Thin shell, just like us.
So when you present your personality, you're saying just like us. Referencing
incredible.
the ghostwriters.
Well, no, that sounds
Lovely.
like a
This was how they
written
wrote
bio.
it. This
yeah.
is what I received.
Okay.
And sweet on the inside, just like us.
That's an incredible bio.
I do see that for you.
Yeah, you're definitely sweet
You're
on the
wearing it
inside.
well.
Cracks and all.
Yeah.
Now, you have so much inner life and emotional pain. Do you
Yeah.
ever think about making the jump to the silver screen?
I will say, just bring it up, you have so much inner life.
So much
Thank you for
inner life.
noticing that. Thank you for noticing
You're
that.
oozing with inner life.
It's like you're a real person. It's like nobody grew you or nothing. It's like you're a real person.
Thank you for noticing that.
Thoughts and you have them, and sometimes people are just cheekbones.
It's incredible.
You just wall to wall full of inner life.
Just like
It's like you're acting, but I can tell that you're feeling.
Thank
you.
you. Thank you for saying that. Thank you. Thank you. Have I thought about jumping to the silver screen?
Yes.
Every
should.
night I hope, wish, and pray. I make a dream on a silver star up in the sky, and I beg for it.
I feel like Chicago MD or one of those medical shows would be perfect for you.
You'd crush on the
wait,
good
we
doctor.
should go around and say what we want to do next. Like what your dream is. Do you want to like switch to cinema?
Yeah, I want to be every hospitalized cast member on every show.
You're so ready.
Thank you.
You're
Thanks
ready
for
for
saying
it.
that.
I
You
could
can do
see
that
you on
shit.
CSI Miami tomorrow.
I am dying to play a woman with a migraine.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, dude, that's incredible.
Yeah.
And talk about inner life. That would be perfect for you.
Thanks.
Because that's what migraine
Because
is.
that's a lot. A lot of migraines are just selling the inner life.
That's
of it.
all
You can't
inner.
go. It
That's
doesn't really
inner.
sell it if you say I have a migraine. You kind of have to go
Right.
and rub your head a lot.
That shit's for
Right.
real. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What about you, Mr. Musician Magic Guy?
Well, yeah, so those are going steady. I love my work. I love my creativity. Maybe next time I think I want to maybe get into do a food truck or something like that. That
Oh, let
sounds
me
fun.
know, man.
Yeah?
I got a lot of cooking connects, yeah.
Well, do you have a truck?
No.
Do you have
Well,
equipment?
It seems
Okay.
like you just want to drive a truck.
Yeah, mostly. I just wanna
Okay.
drive. I would love the idea of driving a food truck around. That sounds so fun.
Okay.
You get to see the city, and maybe I haven't explored LA much, but I'm into it. You know,
Wow.
you
Damn.
get to go wherever you want and serve people food.
You just go where the day takes you, huh?
I just go wherever the wind crawls. You know.
Yeah.
Never heard that.
Yeah, so but luckily I met this kid, Nathan. He just had his bar mitzvah, and he said my daddy also owns a food truck. Maybe I could hook you up to drive it, and that would be
Wow.
fun. Yeah.
Sick.
That's
So
awesome.
so yeah, I'm just jumping around, having fun.
Wow. For me, I'll be vulnerable. Zebulon gets vulnerable. Hashtag. I'll say, I really want to settle down and get married.
Wow.
That's
You have
awesome.
somebody?
It's hard in our lifestyle. It just feels really easy to date and just hookup culture and just because you're from city to city. I really want to settle down. I haven't really dated
You
anybody.
got to be careful though, because when you put on the wedding dress, sometimes scouts come out from the bushes, and then you get into the wedding dress modeling circuit.
And you don't want to fall on that. You don't.
I
wanna
wouldn't
fall-
want to do that.
And
no
I will
way.
say it's tough because, like, just to jump off, because I really want to hear this, but it's tough being a mom because we fuck so much. We
I
all
just
have
can't
sex.
stop fucking. You know.
Me,
Yeah.
you know, I haven't really tapped into the fucking game. I'm not totally sure what it is about my mom.
Really?
That's not.
You gotta jump in.
No, I'm not. So all of you, you're all fucking?
Everywhere I go.
Yeah.
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 Weird.
It's
No,
so
weird.
great.
I mean,
You got
I
it.
can set you up if you like.
Yeah, totally. I got my
Truly.
booking agent if you want to talk to them. My
Yeah.
fucking booking agent.
I still get emails to this day from Steve Jobs, and he wants to fuck me.
See,
He's dead.
okay, that's a lawsuit.
So
That's a
he's
lawsuit, and he's dead.
schedule ascended for Beyond the Grave.
I don't know. I'm still getting them. I'll show it to you. It's stevejobs@gmail.com, and I get them every day.
He's an Apple guy, so maybe that's the wrong guy. Maybe you've been
can't be
scammed.
his email.
It can't be him.
That's got to be him.
I can't be him.
Anyway, what about you?
What's next for you?
Well, I'd like to stop modeling for men who buy boats. Because
Wow.
I want to get out of it. Because there's a common misconception that sailors have when I'm modeling for boats is they think that I come with the boat. So they buy the boat and they go, "Where's the pretty lady?" And then they get all angry and they write emails, and then the modeling agency comes back to me and they say, "Hey, you got to stop acting like you're part of the boat." So I don't want to be in that anymore. I want to model for Pottery Barn Teen. Because
PBT?
PBT.
What
Yeah.
about you wants to switch to PBT?
And Pottery Barn Teen, they're just making pottery for teens. Is that the idea?
No, Pottery Barn sells
Pottery Barn
furniture, so it's
teen.
furniture for teens.
So it's like
Gorgeous furniture.
it's like-
furniture
Wow.
I
For
could
teens.
never afford.
it's
as a
like
child.
lavender bunk beds.
Yeah.
Stunning.
Wow, that's
It's
crazy.
beautiful. It's like Pottery Barn for adults, but they sell the bedspreads and
Sure.
such.
Yeah, yeah.
And because my age range is still around 16, I think I could do it.
Well, you gotta get your personality written by somebody else.
Yeah,
you're
for
gonna
gotta-
sure. I
You
can
gotta
help
get a new
you. I love
personality.
writing.
Do you want to? Could we put our heads together after this?
Yeah.
Maybe come up with a new personality for me.
Absolutely.
100%. I'd
Yeah,
love to.
Absolutely.
Maybe get you a vocal coach.
Yeah, maybe just drop that voice altogether.
All love. It's
Okay.
all love, though. It's all love.
It's all
Sorry, it's all love.
It's all love.
Just ripping apart the core of who I am.
No, it's all love. It's all love. It's all love.
I'm sorry. I mean, we
It's all
are
love.
our art. You know what I mean?
Tough industry.
It's all
tough
love. It's a
industry.
tough industry. It's all love. It's all
Where
love.
do you want to go?
Well, I want to get into arts and crafts. I want to get into drawing. I want
gotta
to get
come
into.
over. You gotta
I'd
come
love
over.
to come check it out. I
I
think that's
love
big for me.
So under
Drawing
my
being an
yeah,
arts
under
and
my
crafts.
bunk bed, there I have a desk where I do that.
yeah,
Yeah.
arts and crafts mostly drawing.
Yeah, that's what I'm
To me, drawing is my favorite art and craft.
Art and craft.
Yeah, I'm
don't
really
like
excited
gluing?
about
You
it.
just kind of want to do it by yourself. You want to get a
I
studio?
realize I do everything for other people. Like I realize my body has always been for other people. I've always
Huge.
been something. I give myself away, and at the end of the day, if I give myself away, who am I? I'm nothing. So, I am looking into that. I'm looking into like what am I and who am I and like what do I like for myself, and it's drawing. And I've been drawing a lot of stuff.
What are you drawing mostly? Like pictures of anime?
Illustrations of math problems I memorized.
So
Mostly.
Are you
So just
drawing the words?
sentences?
Are you drawing the idea of it's like an image?
I'm
a
drawing
cartoon
like
of,
Carlos with 4 apples, David with 6 apples, Michelle with 9 apples. Yeah.
You should
Kinda
get into
stuff.
kid math books. You would love that
Oh,
stuff.
you'd
workbooks.
That's wonderful.
That sounds fucking sick. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and my cooking show too. We're doing 12 seasons. We've already agreed to it.
Oh, what network is that?
It is on ABC.
Wow.
Yeah, it's on ABC.
You used to
You're not even really a model anymore.
One
used
meal
to
a
be right
day.
after Big Bang Theory, right?
Yeah, and then Big Bang Theory turns out is on CBS. And so
That was such a mess ABC went through.
yeah.
Because they said, we'll put it on right after Big Bang Theory. Oh, darn.
That guy got fucking fired. He didn't know his own fucking slate, that loser.
Oh my God. Well, it's been such a great time talking
been
to all
great.
of you today.
Absolutely.
And I just oh no. Is she having an aneurysm over there?
Oh my gosh.
So much inner life.
The
of
life
an
inside me.
Look
Oh
how
my God.
gorgeous! Look how gorgeous
Oh
she
my
is.
God.
It's amazing.
Oh, she's selling
my
it.
gosh.
That's
We gotta get her into fucking.
incredible.
We need.
This has been Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists answering the question, now that's why they call it showbiz. Wow, it's been so good.
Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists is an improvised Hollywood roundtable podcast created and performed and produced by Kylie Brakeman, Jeremy Colhane, Angelo Giratana, and Patrick McDonald. Our special guest today was Jasmine Ellis, a writer, actor, and comedian in Los Angeles. Her @ is Jasmine Ellis. AOA is a Sugar 23 podcast. Michael Mayer and Michael Sugar, executive producers. Liam Billingham, producer. Production support by Angelo Restaino and Anthony Defranchesco. Music is by Gabriel Ponton. The opinions expressed on this podcast do not reflect the opinions of anyone who works on it, not even the performers, because this is an improvised podcast and we're stupid. Full video versions of AOA are available on YouTube, so please like and subscribe and leave us a 5-star review wherever you get your podcasts. Good night, Hollywood.
Welcome back to Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists. This week, we're talking sound effects in movies and TV. We've assembled 4 leading Foley artists to come tell us about their job.
Sound design is an entirely different game than you might imagine it is from watching a movie. The sounds you're hearing, a foot stomping, a glass being shattered, those aren't sounds that are being picked up while they're shooting. Those are sounds that are added later by these craftsmen.
These Foley artists come from various backgrounds and various companies, but they've all mastered one thing: the art of making noise.
Now listen in.
Wind. Okay, that was a horse. That was a horse.
That was great. So moving.
I was actually going for sheep.
Okay, well, what was the sheep's terrain they were walking on?
You guys want to guess, or do you want me to tell you?
I'll say I thought it was grass shortly cut.
It seemed like sheep opening a door, walking across a hardwood floor, and then bathing in the grassy fields of Austria.
You guys were all really close. It was grass onto dirt road.
Oh, yes.
So started grass, turned into dirt road.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Was it old dirt or new?
It was dirt of the earth. So no new dirt.
Isn't it crazy how mud has different sounds depending on what season you're in?
Yeah.
That's really crazy. Yeah.
Because mud in the summer is more just like dirt.
It's more.
But then mud in the winter is more like snow. Yeah. It's great.
It's wonderful. Well, shall we go around?
I have to say, this is the most exhilarated I've ever been.
I've
Having this
got-
conversation just now, knowing that we're about to have that kind of conversation for an hour, that electrified me.
Dare I say, I've got chills. That was the sound
There's
of
something I
chills.
do when I'm so excited and I hear it.
And it's very small, but I'm doing it a lot right now. And I hear it really quietly. You can hear my teeth. Ready? Listen.
It's not even
That's
very
your
quiet.
One
teeth.
of my
pretty
favorite
loud.
sounds
It's pretty
is
loud.
lips pulling apart to reveal the smile of a tooth.
Oh, and I am smiling ear to ear. I know they're on a podcast right now, but it's our medium to make the sounds.
Our medium is sounds without faces.
Absolutely. It's taking everything in me not to touch this microphone. I want to make little noises on it. I want to touch it, and I want to, but I know that it's for the sounds that are coming
Yes,
from my mouth
I want to
today.
grab this microphone and ring it like a corn on the cob to make a sound of a tambourine.
I want to shove it into a bucket of grapes to make the sound of someone plunging their hands into some guts.
See, all I want to do is slap the hell out of it because I do only physical slaps. I'll start. My name is Brittany No.
Hi, Brittany.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Brittany. No.
Brittany No. I had that nickname growing up because I always touch stuff and my mom would go, no. So that's why I'm Brittany No. It just stuck. I'm so excited to be here today. It's been reported, so I don't want to brag, but I was named Time Magazine's #1 violence fighting Foley artist. They bring me in for
Combat scene.
combat. I'm about human flesh hitting each other. And that's what I've been doing for 25 years. Wouldn't want anything else.
Wow, so good to have you here. My name is Andrew Herzog, son of documentary filmmaker Werner Herzog.
Hi, Andrew.
Hi,
Hello.
Andrew.
So good to be here today. I do Foley for Animal Planet and nature documentaries. So a lot of the Animal Planet documentaries are shot with a very wide lens. They're many hundreds of feet away from the animal, so they cannot get too close to hear the sounds they make. So a lot of that is done in studio by me.
Wow, that's
That's
amazing.
disappointing. I would want the animals to make their normal sound. Do you ever
Isn't
feel like
it
you're
rather
lying?
a drag?
Do you feel like you're lying sometimes because you don't know what those animals would really sound like?
Yes, I do feel guilty assigning personalities to animals who may not have them. Who am I to know if a wild parrot says caca in an excited manner or in a fearful way? Sometimes you have to make these decisions for yourself.
Wow.
That's
great.
creative.
My name is Norman Legru. It's so nice to meet all of you. I specialize a lot in fantastical, scientific, wild, surprising, really high concept kind of stuff. What does an alien tree swish like? What does a Pegasus putting his claw on some sort of orb sound like? I do a lot of that stuff, and I actually work by myself in Traverse City, Michigan. I have my own Foley studio that I built.
Wow.
And so
Wow.
it's
You
really
built
nice to
it?
be around other artists because I feel like I'm just there because people find me and people, it's really nice. But
And Mr. LaRue, I will say, Mr. LaRue, correct?
yes, Norman, Mr. LaRue, yeah.
Norman, Mr. LaRue, I will say that your zooms and whooshes are some of the best in the business.
Yes.
Oh, please. They're among hundreds of others that are good.
No, we
That's
are
very
really
nice of all of
I'm
you.
always trying to recreate them. I just love them so much.
But you're
So
known.
nice.
You're really known specifically for being. I don't know. I don't know how to describe this, but a lot of us try to emulate real life, and then a lot of us will write. And you are a writer, I believe, because we don't really know what aliens hitting together sound like. And I think you use your creative imagination and you create that, wouldn't you say?
I have a mind too. I like to go some places in my head, and I like to find places, and I like to see somewhere, and I like to say, what would that be? If that's writing, then that's writing.
I saw your work on Lord of the Rings when the Pegasus coughed.
Yeah,
And I
Lord of the
said-
Rings Zero.
And there's no way. There's no way to know what that sound would be like in reality because the Pegasus doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But so you made that up.
I made that up, and it actually came to me. I was in a stable, and I saw a horse cough. And I thought,
Well, if a horse had wings, how would the cough reverberate through not just the body, but also the wings? And so that's where I got the kind of because I imagined a cough going through wings.
Because, yes, that is also a fantastical creature. So the way you elevated the creature with the second noise, because a Pegasus's cousin, which is a horse, often just coughs like this. But the Pegasus has an extra whoosh.
Andrew, I'm really impressed that you know that kind of stuff. That a Pegasus cousin is a horse.
Also,
I feel like we could maybe
spend a lot of time in nature.
I feel like we could maybe talk shop fantasy a little bit.
I
Geek
think
out.
we could.
We could maybe geek out.
I am such a nerd.
I am a total geek.
It's unreal.
I'm an absolute geek.
Oh, I'm a freaking nerdy nerd.
Every single partner of mine in my polyamorous relationship thinks I'm a total geek.
How many people do you have in your relationship?
Currently, it's flex, but right now we have 4. And we're auditioning another, and it's going really well, and I think she's going to make it in.
How long's the audition process?
It depends on the person. It's rolling admission, but it also depends on the person. So we're going to see what happens, but she's really fun. And we have a big banquet, and I think we're going to probably fold her in after the banquet on
Do
Sunday.
people ever get dismissed?
Yes. Yeah, we do have to let them go sometimes because they just aren't pulling their weight in the relationship. What's your name?
Hi. I am. Hi, I'm Natasha N. ENN, and I do Foley mostly for war and big fight scenes like that. War,
That's just
military
like
stuff.
me.
Well, I think you do most combat, skin to skin. I'm
Yeah.
doing machine to machine.
We
you
are
know?
so similar. you and me.
Yeah, we are very similar, actually.
You really attached to her fast.
Yeah.
No, I think I look at you and I feel like you're a sister I never had.
Yeah, no, I feel the exact same way. It's like if I could describe it in a noise, it would be.
We have clearly developed 2 distinct partnerships already, split exactly down the middle.
And I will say it's great that you guys do nature, but I would say I love your work on skin to skin because
so
most
much.
of my stuff is, machine to machine, metal to metal. And to feel the art and the work of somebody inside that metal, I just love so much.
Because you're really good with guns.
Yes, I do mostly guns, and they're mostly, I bring in a lot of guns into the studio, and that's how I get most of my noises.
That was my big question, Natasha. Do you just pick the gun that's in the movie and then use that same gun for when you're in the studio?
No, see, that's a common misconception. It's kind of like when you have a scene in the water. You wouldn't just bring a little bit of water in. You have to bring in a lot and splash it around more. So usually we bring in bigger guns and then do audio sound effects a lot of the time to add to the guns. So let's just say you have a little handgun. In real life, that gun sounds like tew, tew, tiny, stupid. It's not scary. So in the studio, I'll bring in something like a big bazooka or a big gun, a rocket launcher, and I'll launch that off while yelling, and that's usually how we capture it.
So, could you play me a pistol sound what that would sound like for you? A small handgun in a movie doing what you do?
Yeah, so this is Fast and Furious, the 9th one that's about to come out.
I think that came out.
What?
That one came out about a year ago.
Did you miss your movie?
Oh no, I missed another premiere. I was lost in the work. But anyway, there's a scene where Vin Diesel pulls out a gun and shoots Ludacris in the leg as a joke. It's a funny haha. And let's just play it.
Hey. Hey, you want to see something funny?
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Didn't you think that was funny?
So yeah, that was the sound of a handgun.
That is a hilarious
hilarious clip.
Thank you. We worked on that sound because I wanted to really, really hit the comedy of that scene.
I like how you made the sounds of Vin Diesel screaming.
Yes. Well, that actually is part of the gun. I kind of like to add a little bit of a
Oh, of
Natasha and
course.
flair, and all my guns scream a little.
Wow.
That's how you know it's my movie.
So that's so funny because now I'll look out for it when I'm
Yeah.
watching movies
And
and,
it's,
stuff.
yes.
I think it's going to be hard not to hear it now. that
No.
we
No,
know
I
about
don't
it.
think so.
Yeah.
I think I watched a movie recently that I wonder if it was your work. It was a movie about the revolutionary. It was some revolution movie.
Yeah. Revolution 4.0.
Yes, about the American Revolution in the future.
Yes, it's the American Revolution in the future, set in the future. Yes, you caught me. I was in that movie.
Because I did look to my husband and I said, those guns are quite high pitch.
Yeah.
And it sounds like something's happening at the end of them.
Yeah, they yell.
And Natasha, I noticed you said I was in that movie. So do you consider when you have sounds in a movie that you are in the movie?
Yes, I do, but I also played a role in that movie.
did?
Yes, I was.
Oh, so you're a member of
I
SAG.
love the Revolutionary War, and I said, look, I did a deal with them. Look, I'll do this movie for free. Put me in as an extra. I want to fight. I want to fight.
Wow.
Yeah, it was great. So, yeah.
So I'd love to know, I know you have a signature. I'd love to know what everyone's signature is if they feel like they have a sound that they excel in the most. You know, a
Or what
sound
put
that
you on
most-
the map?
What put you on the map? I love that. Yeah, let's shift my question.
I think it's the same thing. What are you good
That's
at?
great. What are you good at? What was the first thing that got you known?
Well,
think
can
that's
I
great.
say for
I think
you,
that's great.
the scene in I've gotta give it to you. I watched Boxing in a Big Bath, your short film thesis that you did, and
At the University of Rhode Island?
at the University of Rhode Island, and I was blown away on the sounds of those fists
That was so
hitting
long
flesh.
ago.
I know.
Oh, thank you so much. That job got me a $1 Million Baby with
Yes.
Hillary Swank.
Hillary Swank.
Yes.
Wait, so you did a thesis? Was this your thesis film, just the Foley part? Because I didn't know you could do that in film school.
Well, that's what my professor said. And I said, well, this is where greatness begins, is when I produce a film that's just Foley. And can that tell a story on its own?
And it really did. It really did.
No one says that. Usually they just say it's a black screen.
It's a black screen with a bunch of weird noises going on.
and I'm
Not-
so glad you
Yes,
said that.
Because specifically, also, we should clarify Foley does no dialogue. It's just the noises. It's just the noises.
We
of
aren't
things.
dubbing anything.
You don't
No.
dub.
So was it periods of time? Because most movies do have dialogue in them. Did you take a break for the dialogue and leave a black screen?
You just
for
have to
those
see it.
parts?
You just have to see it. Like,
It's
can we
just-
play a
it's-
clip? Is that all right if we play a clip?
From my thesis film
I
from
would
25
just,
years
I love
ago?
it so much. Yes.
My God, you're so kind. Let's roll film.
Splat.
Finn. So I let one person come in for ADR to do the end where it said Finn.
How long did that take?
Oh, we did a couple takes, just a couple.
Oh,
Just like 20. But the whole film took me my whole grad school.
2 years.
2 full years. Did that for 2 full years. And when I sent it around, the director, Clint Eastwood, when I sent him that film, I was like, this is a short film I made. He thought it was my demo reel because there's no picture. And I was like, what's the difference between that and my short? I don't know. And it got me the job anyway.
That's great.
I have a big question about boxing movies because I know you do a lot of hand to hand and hand to body. In boxing, there's of course a glove. Is that somebody else or is that also you?
So I have a glove guy
Okay.
I work with. He's awesome. His name is Paul McCartney, no relation.
I know Paul McCartney.
I love Paul McCartney.
He's-
I worked with Paul McCartney a lot of
the
times.
glove guy.
Yeah,
the
so
glove
we
guy.
bring
A
bring
lot
him
of
in.
gloves in space. So I
Oh
bring him in all the
wow, you
time,
work with
yeah.
Paul.
I bring him in all the time. I love Paul McCartney.
He's great.
Yeah.
Paul's a good guy, and he does it. He does his one thing, and he does it really well.
Yeah.
Lots
know what I
of
mean?
gloves in war. There's a lot of scenes of people putting on gloves in war.
Yeah. Well,
There is.
him and I, we started working together back in the day because what I started doing was because
I should say, even though that Time article came out about me about violence and the hitting, I really started with body-on-body contact. And I started in college. I loved making the sounds. I'll be real. Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I love for
Please.
honesty.
I
love
was
for
struggling
honesty.
to pay for my school bills. And a man
Yeah, University
online,
of Rhode Island is expensive.
a man online offered me 10 grand to send him the sounds of two bodies having sex without voice. So just hip on hip.
Yes.
And that's what got me into the business because I needed that money so badly and I thought I could do this. And that's when I built my first fake body and I started putting these bodies on top of each other because he didn't want any voice. He just wanted he wanted the sound of it.
So when you go in, you recreate bodies for your sound.
Yes. So and then Paul is when I met Paul because we started dealing with body on body with clothes sometimes. So Paul came in and we were doing some glove stuff and that's when he found his glove method.
Yeah.
So that's really how I started.
Wow.
Amazing. That is awesome.
And that man sent me 10 grand.
Wow.
I don't know
That's
who
good.
that sick fuck is, but he paid for my schooling.
That's
Wow.
great.
Awesome.
Wow. Also, tuition was only $10,000.
I
So
miss the days.
What a bargain.
I miss the days.
Well, what's your
Incredible.
signature?
Well, my calling card is I don't know if you noticed this when you watch the Animal Planet, but all of my grass rustling sounds, the grass rustles with a childlike curiosity that distinguishes it from other grass rustling. So if you play, I'll just play a quick clip of this. Oh. You don't say.
That grass is so damn curious.
And yeah, I will say though, you don't say is not very childlike. It feels more like 60-year-old man
Kind of.
reading the news.
It feels like a man walking through a museum.
I'm enthralled.
I am a man of age, and so I am just guessing at what a child thinks.
But I do love that.
But that did put me on the map.
I have to be honest. I do kind of sometimes imbibe in marijuana products for my body, for my health, and I've watched some nature documentaries that
Yes.
you've done. And when I am high on marijuana watching those nature documentaries, they freak me out.
Yes, very.
When the grass
you should
says you
try
don't sing.
CBD because you will not be afraid of my inquisitive grass or my angry birds.
Oh yes.
I don't want to be afraid of your inquisitive grass. I don't, so I'll buy that.
I was at late at night, maybe 3 a.m., watching your father's documentary of the Okavango Delta, and all the birds started yelling. And I thought Satan had come. I thought it was the witching hour, and I thought I was dead. It was terrifying.
Yes, they do yell in a rather Old Testament style fire and brimstone way. Not in so many words, but in the cacaws, they are screaming that they will be not saved in the rapture.
And what did you say that was? What's CBD?
CBD is basically all of the calming effects of marijuana THC, but without any of the anxiety or psychoactive effects.
If I can help you, THC for me is more like, oh, wah, oh, wah, oh, wah, oh, wah. But CBD is more like,
Well, that sold it for me. I like that. That sold
Yes,
it.
it's the difference between. So it's kind of, they have these CBD roll-ons which go.
Wow.
So much softer.
They should be paying you guys. CBD should be paying you guys because this is a glowing endorsement in my book.
CBD, the difference for me is THC is. That's THC.
Yes.
But CBD is more.
You chew
Because
it.
I do the lozenges.
Yes, I chew it.
Okay, so THC to me sounds like. When CBD sounds like. Just a constant.
Yes. No,
So,
I hear it.
Can I maybe if I
You
if,
try,
if
yeah.
I'm synthesizing all of this, it sounds to me like THC is maybe a little
Yes.
Whereas maybe CBD is a little more.
I just don't think you're
disagree.
getting it.
I
No, I
disagree.
don't think you're getting
So
it.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Okay.
That sounded the
So
CBD
let's go
one sounded-
again.
Okay.
You haven't tried CBD before,
Yes.
so I understand why you
It's
would
why
get
you would
this
be
wrong.
confused.
You're
It
sounding
would
more
say-
tense when you do
Yeah,
CBD.
if it sounds like you did actually like a hybrid of the two, like a 40-20. You were close.
But it's to specialize, to use your terminology of whooshes and bangs of the supernatural world. THC is more. And CBD is more.
Oh yeah,
Are you-
that
are
makes
you
a lot of
getting it
sense.
now?
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
Okay,
to me.
so THC, I would say is when CBD is
You know, I recognize that first sound you did. That was the truck that was in the recent Michael Bay movie Ambulance. Am I right?
They
That
brought
was
me
it,
in
huh?
contractually. It was one thing I did outside of
Oh,
what I
I
usually
wanted that
do.
movie so
Oh,
bad.
wait, that was the Foley artist for that was a Sly McFake name, right? And I always have been wondering who
Cat's
that
out
was.
of the bag. Cat's out of the bag. I am
You
Sly
do it
McFake
under
name.
a pseudonym, like J.K. Rowling.
So my reps told me I got to do one thing and I got to do it good. And I noticed that, you know what, I can do a lot of things. So I've been going out for some stuff under
you've been
a name that I made up,
So
believe
as
it or
not
not.
to dilute the brand. That is genius.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I made this name up. My husband is so damn creative.
I thought it was.
And he said to me, here's a name you can use. And I said, my husband should be a writer.
I
So my
thought it
pseudonym
was-
is Sly McFake.
Yes, I
name.
always said it. I thought it was Sly McFuckiname, and I just was an idiot.
You were just pronouncing it how a name would be
I
pronounced
thought it was
instead
Fuckiname,
of...
McFuckiname.
No, it's Sly McFake name. I
That
can't
is
believe
so
it.
It makes
crazy. I
so
can't
much more
believe I'm
sense.
sitting here with Sly McFake name.
I
You're
mean,
great.
he works a lot.
He does work a
He
lot.
does work a lot.
And I wear a hat when I'm Sly McFake name.
Okay.
Oh, that's great because no one can see you when you do this.
Well, it's in my home studio, so I could separate them. You know.
Yeah.
it's for
you're
yourself.
Putting on the
It's
putting
for
Your
on
you.
the
work
thing.
self and your fake self. It's like severance when you become a different person.
So, would you say the name of? Would you say the vibe of Brittany Nono is like? Ooh, 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 but the vibe of Sly McFake name is like. Ooh, 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 yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I think you hit it on the head. I think that's exactly it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think Brittany No is me. This is me.
Oh, she's got an ego.
And Sly McFake name is
Very different.
it's like Beyonce and
Her alter ego, Sasha
Sasha
Fierce.
Fierce.
Sasha Fierce.
I love Sasha.
I love
We
Sasha
love
Fierce.
the
Not so
noises
hot
that
on
she makes.
Beyonce,
No.
though.
Where did Sasha go? I'm wondering when she's coming back.
And the work that she did on her album, if you listen closely, she's doing Foley. Sasha Fierce is
You think
doing
so?
Foley. Yeah.
Oh, I have a question for you guys. I always love to know where you got your most surprising inspiration. You know, Foley artists, we see the world differently. We hear different noises. We say, oh, I need to remember that noise for the future. I need to take that and I need to use that when that comes up. You know, I remember I made the sound of a slime monster coming through a door. I found that after I dropped a double stuffed Oreo into a glass of milk. I was trying to. It was too slippery for me.
So kind of like goink.
and the
That's
double
exactly
stuffed.
it.
I could imagine normal stuffed would be gung,
Yeah.
and double stuff would be
Goink.
wow.
Yeah, and that's when I found it. And so when the slime monster comes in, he's going,
Goink.
and then all of a sudden he eats everyone.
Yes,
And so that was
yes,
something
that's
that I had
great.
discovered. What is a noise that you guys found and you said, wait a minute, there's something here?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, I heard water. Water. It was raining, and it was raining on this big metal tarp, and the metal tarp accidentally fell because the wind blew, and it gave me the idea of what it would sound like if somebody blew up a hospital in the
So
rain.
kind of the hospital blowing up would sound like ping, 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 ping,
Yes.
ping, ping.
Yes, like
So that was the
Now, were you searching for what that sound would be like? I imagine
I
you
was
see that in the
stuck.
script and you go, where do I begin?
Yes, there was this scene because a hospital is not just like any other building.
Full of machinery.
Full of machinery, you got to capture it. And so when I saw this script, it came across and it says he blows up the hospital, and I thought, well, we've got a problem here. I don't know what this sounds.
I was going through the script of one of my Animal Planet episodes, and
Can I ask a question? Do they dialogue out all the animals?
yes, they do. So there is a plant. I'm sorry to burst some bubbles, but Animal Planet documentaries, they are scripted.
Oh, wow.
I'm not just talking about the narration. I am talking, of course, about the animals and what they do. And so there came a point in the script where a rhino was going to step into a spooshy pile of mud. Now,
Spooshy?
A spooshy. Now, I was able to recreate this by going to a my gym. This is, of course, a gym for children. The beanbags they have to sit on in the rest area are smaller. So I was able to recreate the punching of the beanbag, which is, of course...
Wow, it's like I'm hearing a rhino step into
It's
mud.
like him on the Serengeti. That's amazing.
Exactly.
The Serengeti.
Serengeti?
That's a squoosh.
How do you pronounce it? I've only seen it written.
It's Serengeti.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway, what was your most surprising noise?
I think my husband and I on Saturdays we go to the library.
That's so
And-
fun.
He's not a writer.
He's not. Can you believe he thought of Sly McFake name?
And he loves libraries.
He loves libraries. He's not a writer. So we're at the library, and I try to put my work away. I try. It's a Saturday, and I heard a woman close a cookbook. It was a big book, and suddenly I went,
Oh yeah.
"That's the thrusting of two people hooking up in Manhattan."
Yes.
So kind of...
It was. I can't do it without the specific
like-
book. And I went up to that woman because here's the thing: we work with. Every book is a different sound when it closes, right?
Do you remember the cookbook? I'd love to know.
I think it was Julia Child's. Just
Oh, okay.
Just the Joy of Cooking.
Those are big.
I have
Those are
all of
big.
them. I'm going to go try those out at home.
Yes, and I'll say I was across the library, and like a loud, obnoxious person, I said, "Stop it!" I went, "Put that book down!" And I grabbed that book out of her hands. She was so scared. And I went, "I'm sorry. I can't turn off the work in me. That sound right there, I've been looking for weeks." So I use a certain size cookbook sometimes. They come in really awkward big sizes. That's not a coffee table book and it's not a chapter book.
I hate that size, by the way. What do you do with it? I'm trying to cook.
You can't put it in a bookshelf either.
You can't put it anywhere.
I
not
know.
gonna
It
fit
takes
in
up
your
so much
kitchen.
counter room.
Yeah, I can't even do my mise en
There's
place.
no room for my spices to go.
You think they'd make these
like
things
when this
smaller?
happens, it kind of makes me feel like, like when this happens, it goes,
Oh, I have a fun game. How about we play one of our sounds that we've made for one of our movies, and we all have to guess what it is.
I love this game. Yes.
Guess how we made it or what the sound of that is.
I like the first one.
The first one.
Okay,
No,
so what
the-
that sound is.
What that sound is.
Okay, great.
Okay, that
Okay.
sounds
Guess
like
what
fun.
that sound is.
Okay, here we go.
Okay,
Here we go.
I'll go first. Ready?
Can I buzz in?
Yes, go ahead.
A gun.
Yes, that's
Okay, can I
exactly
buzz
what
in?
it is.
AK-47.
Closer.
Can I buzz in? One of those machine guns they shoot off the top of a car in a World War II movie.
Oh my gosh, it got more specific and more specific. It was the top machine gun on the top of a World War II Jeep.
Oh, I was close.
Let's hear it again so you guys can tell. Ah! Ah!
And to be clear, that scream is just your signature.
It's my signature.
Okay.
It's
Wow,
not
so you're
somebody
a member of
screaming.
SAG as well, huh?
Yes, I work with
You do
SAG.
ADR and the Foley. Wow.
I mostly just do commercials.
Oh, good for you. Okay, my turn.
Cool.
Can I buzz in? That's two people having sex.
Can I buzz in? That's somebody trying to wake a baby up.
Can I buzz in?
Yes.
This is two people. They met at a bar and they had an instant connection. One asks to go to the other's apartment. The other is reluctant. She just got out of a relationship, but maybe, just maybe, tonight is the night. They go upstairs and then they have a surprisingly nurturing sexual encounter. It does not last long, but it is fulfilling.
It was a baby waking a baby up.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, darn it.
That's amazing.
It was waking a baby up, but you were so close.
Yeah,
You were so
I
close.
felt like I was close.
Andrew, just quick question, and we'll get back to the game. How do you feel like growing up in Werner Herzog's house affected you?
Must have been
I
wild.
think I'm just like every other boy. I would stand up in the morning, and Werner would be in another room, off screen, so to say, sort of narrating what I was doing. He would say things like, "The boy has arisen from his morning nap. He proceeds to the bathroom to urinate and relieve himself of yesterday's water."
The craziest thing for me is how he called sleeping a morning nap.
He proceeds into the kitchen to nourish his belly with the cereal of the gods. This is, of course, Poseidon, Captain Crunch.
Poseidon, Captain Crunch.
It would go henceforth from there.
Wow. That does seem very normal. And I do like how you work for Animal Planet. Does your dad have any really strong feelings about that?
He likes, well, he's a little disappointed that I'm not going a little more artistic and advanced, of course. Werner tends to tackle big projects, and he think I sold out to the networks.
Yes, because Animal Planet doesn't really have a lot of nature documentaries. It's more like nature reality TV shows.
A lot of
We
it,
haven't
my
gone
cat,
that direction,
my cat
yes.
from hell. Do you do my cat from hell?
I do my cat from
You work on my cat from hell?
I love Jackson, Maine. Isn't that his name? No, that's not his name.
No, it's
Jackson.
Do you work on Caesar
Dean?
Milan? Do you work on Caesar
Yes,
Milan?
Caesar Milan. So he comes over. I do a lot of Caesar's leather jackets hitting the doors as he walks in the houses to train.
So Caesar, and that makes sense. They shoot that show on a very long lens.
That lens could be further away.
I've heard that everybody's
They
so
have the
scared of
lens
the
on
dogs.
a moving train hundreds of feet away.
Well, it's like a safety issue. When you
Yeah.
have all those pit bulls.
I also heard they only get clearance to be in every other zip code. So if they're shooting in one zip code, they have to be in another one on the far away.
It's true. It makes it difficult for the camera department.
challenge.
Not so difficult for me because I get more work and therefore more income.
Okay, game.
Norman,
Let's go back
Norman,
to
I
game.
want to hear your sound,
I have a
Norman.
noise that I would love for you guys to guess this. This is one of my favorite noises I ever made.
Oh, yay, Norman.
Okay, can we hear it one more time?
Sure.
I would say an alien going back and forth in time. Oh, I'm so sorry. May I buzz in?
Yeah, I was really freaked out you hadn't buzzed in. Yes, you may buzz in.
Okay, I'll say it again. This was an alien going back and forth in time.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's a good guess.
Anyone?
May I buzz in?
You may.
I'm going to guess it's a lady alien's water breaking.
Okay.
May I buzz in?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's maybe what it is an alien punching another alien through the belly, and it's the noise of the spine popping out of the back of the chest.
Those are all wonderful guesses. It was the sound of a spaceship opening.
Damn it, I should have thought of a door.
Okay, can we hear it one more
A lot
time?
of people don't remember that there aren't just aliens in space. There are doors, there are ships.
So
Wait,
true.
that made me think of some of your work, Norman.
Oh.
When I saw, there was an alien movie of some sort that I saw,
Yeah.
and an alien flushed the toilet, and it made me giggle.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was like, that's a toilet in space.
Well, you're probably thinking of Spinkle.
I loved Spinkle. It was so beautiful.
It was really so the pitch in the room, because this is one of the first movies they brought me on as a Foley artist to pitch it, which I've never been involved
heard
in
of
the
it.
get-go.
Unheard
You
of.
and Matt Damon
It
in a
was
room.
me, Matt Damon, and Ava DuVernay. And we went in, we went all over the place, and we pitched this funny little thing called Spinkle, and it was E.T. meets dodgeball. And it was really fun. It was a bunch of aliens living in space, and there's a big tournament. And the aliens have to go up against each other.
Spinkle.
And I'll tell you what, this was a Foley artist's wet dream. Aliens throwing balls, aliens going against each other. I mean, it was all me.
I am getting excited just thinking
This
about
sounds
that.
like a blast. This sounds like a
I'm
blast.
thinking about it, and I'm glowing thinking about it because it was the most fun.
I bet all your partners felt so neglected when you were working on it because you were working so hard.
My partner said, are we going to have to throw a banquet for Spinkle? That was the joke around the house. It was going to be our new partner we were inviting into the relationship. Of course, that's not the case.
Of course not. Do you ever worry that your partners may dismiss you?
Oh, yes. That's what keeps it healthy. We're all constantly worried, and we're all trying to carry our weight. I think a good relationship is worrying that if you stop putting forth something, you'll be dismissed.
Wow. I
Well,
mean, do you guys
That's a
feel
great
like
question. Yeah.
do you guys feel like you have trouble in like with my husband, he's trying to constantly tell me to stop working because it's hard for me. He brought me for our 25th anniversary. He brought me to Flappers Comedy in Burbank.
I love flappers.
And it was such a good
I
time.
love
But
flappers.
would you believe when we were leaving, I couldn't get my ear off the floor because I loved listening to the people walking on this 3-inch stage.
Yes.
I was on all fours, just
Oh.
listening.
I'm a sucker for a hollow stage. I mean, if I hear one, I just run. I mean, it's
Yes.
so interesting.
I needed to
listen
hear it, and he was like, "Honey, get up. This is embarrassing. You're on the ground." And it's an interesting
And
person to be married
those
to.
are stand-up
Foley
comedians.
artist.
They'll make
It's
fun of you.
been tough on my relationships as well because I used to date or I was married to rather another Foley artist.
Oh.
And her name was Miranda Lambert, no relation. And
To Adam Lambert?
her
No, the
Miranda
singer,
Lambert.
the famous country singer,
Yeah,
Miranda
the
Lambert.
famous singer
maybe-
Adam Lambert.
No, there's
Which no
two.
relation.
So Adam Lambert and
famous-
Miranda Lambert are not related to each other, and this Miranda Lambert and the other Miranda Lambert are also not related to
But
each other.
Miranda Lambert, no relation, is related to real Adam Lambert.
That's what I had a feeling.
That's what I said. That's what I was
That's
asking.
what you were saying. Okay, I got confused. But anyway, we as Foley artist married couple developed sort of a Foley language. So a lot of times if we were thinking I love you, we would say
What an awful noise for I love you.
but it worked for us. And so when eventually we
For
got
how-
divorced,
At what part of I love
Could
you
you
is that
imagine?
noise?
Do
Could you
not
imagine-
criticize love. Love
so
comes
it's
in all
the
forms.
sound of two paint scrapers scraping against each other.
Oh, that is sweet,
That's
just
sexy.
sweet.
like
That's
love.
sexy.
Beautiful.
And so when we divorced and I dated a new woman, she could not pick up on the language
Oh,
when I
that's
said
tough.
She did not know it meant I
She
love
must have
you.
thought there was some sort of Amber Alert or something going off.
Yes, she kept checking her phone
Yes, I
saying
have the-
license plate.
My boyfriend, he's great. His name is Gami, and he is so mad when I bring work home because, like, how else do you talk about the day? You know, I'm like, okay, so then we go in and it was just like, and then, and then it was
Oh,
like,
when the mosh pit gets blown up at the end.
yes, the mosh pit. And then I saw I was shooting this movie, and this car flipped, and it was like, and Gami is like, "What are you going on about? I don't understand a word you're
I
saying."
hate him. That's so rude.
Yeah, he's very,
Well,
very
they gotta
mean.
let you have your process. They have.
I know,
Absolutely.
and
They
my
must
process is
respect
talking
that.
to anybody about it. You know,
Absolutely.
I would love to all go around and say how we would say I love you in a sound
Mm.
before we end this off
Oh,
because
that's so nice.
I think it's I really when you said I feel like I got closer to you.
And I feel that way about all of you. I know it's only been 44 minutes together,
but I believe that we have such a connection, and if you don't mind, I would love to get some
I would love that
after
too.
this.
Oh, maybe also some.
Oh my God, meatballs? I would
Meatballs.
love to grab meatballs.
What about a little bit of a
Vino. Oh, sorry,
Ooh, it's
beer.
a dark
beer.
cab.
Beer.
Like a stout or a porter.
It's either a stout or a cab, yeah.
That was either Cabernet Sauvignon or a
similar.
Pilsner.
He's so similar. Yeah,
Absolutely.
and maybe after we could go a little.
Roku City.
We can go to Roku City.
And maybe after we can go some.
Jimmy got skinny dipping? I think so.
Oh, ice cream.
Ice cream. Ice cream.
I would love, after the ice cream, maybe we...
Road trip, drive in a car.
I hope our car doesn't break down like you intoned.
But maybe what we can do after that is. We're going up.
Musical chairs on top of the Americana fountain.
Okay, but I'm seeing a huge life for us, and I think I really see in our future someday beep. Beep.
I know the sound of hospice anywhere.
I can tell in this scenario probably 2 to 3 weeks to live.
And I think it's an in-home hospice versus hospital hospice.
Oh, yes, definitely in home.
And just because it's my thing, I would love to feel like what this feels like when it blows up. You know, would be such a fun thing to blow up later.
Absolutely.
I would love to blow
I
it
want to
up.
answer your question. I love you, the sound.
Yes, what's your
I love
sound?
you for me has got to be.
Ah, yes, I.
That had a little spinkle in there.
I when you do one, it sticks with you sometimes,
Oh.
and I'll never not have a little bit of spinkle in me.
Okay, what about you?
The noise for love for me is. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. I've got to. I've got to do it. Press the button, damn it.
That is love. That was beautiful.
Love.
That is love for me.
I'll say I love you to you guys right now, too, in my own way.
I'm gonna cry.
That's so beautiful.
I really.
I'm going to cry.
Obviously, is I love you, but how I say I love you very much is 407 years ago, our forefathers fought for this great land.
This has been Artist on Artist on Artist on Artist answering the question. Now that's why they call it showbiz. Good night, Hollywood.
Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists is an improvised Hollywood roundtable podcast created, performed, and produced by Kylie Brakeman, Jeremy Colhane, Angela Giratana, and Patrick McDonald. AOAOAOA is a Sugar 23 podcast. Mike Mayer and Michael Sugar executive producers, Liam Billingham producer. Production support by Angelo Restaino and Anthony Defranchesco. Music is by Gabriel Ponton. The opinions expressed on this podcast do not reflect the opinions of anyone who works on it, not even the performers, because this is an improvised podcast and we're stupid. Full video versions of AOAOAOA are available on YouTube, so please like and subscribe and leave us a 5-star review wherever you get your podcasts. That's all for now. Good night, Hollywood!
Welcome back to Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists. This week, it's Lights, Camera, Scream. That's right. We are talking to some of the greatest horror filmmakers with movies that came out this year.
The horror genre has expanded over the years to include slasher, think pieces, and even commentary on culture. But these artists sure know how to get people in seats.
It isn't just a sheet over your face to be a ghost anymore. It's actually a lot more than that, as we will discuss in this panel.
Let's listen in.
Happy Halloween season, everyone.
Yeah.
Happy spooky season. Happy spooky season.
You know, I like to break the ice. I know all of your work, but I don't know you.
Yes.
I like to break the ice when I'm with some filmmakers. Sometimes I like to ask, this room we're all in right now, if it were haunted, what would it be? You know, we're looking around. What's in this room?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Let's all craft a little story. What kind of creature would you put in this room? What do you guys think?
Ooh, I would put a principal teacher with his throat gagged out.
Gagged out.
That's what I would do. And his throat is exploding. And he's sitting in the corner and he's telling us it's time for detention. Meanwhile, we're looking at the blood coming from his nodes.
So he gagged so much his throat came out?
Yes.
That's awesome, man.
That's what I would put in the corner.
That's
That's
awesome.
so creative.
What would you put in the corner?
Well, I want to put something in the corner that is so scary, so deeply terrifying, so bone-chilling. It is the scariest creature you could imagine. It is a single crow.
Oh, interesting. That's awesome. That's awesome. A single crow.
Thank you.
I would put maybe big guys with swords and stuff.
Big guys?
Big guys with swords, you know?
Wow.
Incredible. What would you put?
I would put my signature serial killer, Fred Franklin.
Not Fred Franklin.
Fred Franklin with this scary gray mask.
A revolutionary
Really big.
him.
Fred Franklin, one of the scariest Halloween creatures you've ever seen.
Fred Franklin is why I got into this. So,
You're blowing smoke up my piss hole. Don't say that kind of stuff.
very true is why I got
He's
into
blowing
this.
your piss hole.
That's crazy.
My grandson wears the mask every. I was going to say Christmas.
Oh, don't you guys feel like Halloween is our
Halloween.
Christmas? Don't you feel
I
that?
do. That's what I do.
A lot of
feel
presents
that way.
I receive on Halloween. We didn't even introduce ourselves. We only introduced ourselves by our creatures.
Let's do it, knuckleheads.
Okay. Well, who wants to start?
Well, I'm Marty Frank. I am a horror filmmaker. I've made many films over the years. They all deal with scary, terrifying creatures like a man in a bald sort of hat and cape, or a black cat in the middle of the night. I've been doing this since 1954, and I just came out with my first movie in 50 years.
We bow.
Wow.
We bow. We bow.
Wow.
That's
Thank
amazing,
you.
Marty. We're happy to have you back.
Hey, thank you for having me.
A triumph homecoming.
Thank you.
I wrote my thesis on the gasping woman when I was in college.
Such a good
Gasping
film.
woman.
I think
That
the
is
It
gasping
always
movie.
makes me laugh.
I think the gasping woman was one of my first horror films I saw.
It was amazing. How did you
Oh,
guys
thank
do?
you. Thank you.
How did you guys do the big worm coming out of her mouth? I know you did everything practical.
Well,
That really wide worm.
yeah, you know, back then we weren't Avatar, we weren't The Last Airbender, we weren't anything that had any sort of special effects.
Or connection to the word avatar.
We didn't have it. So what we did have was an open mouth of the human body. And what we also had was a shoelace. And so we would pull the shoelace out of her gaping mouth as she went, ah! And it produced the most bone-chilling screams in the theater you could ever imagine. People were screaming and crying and throwing up.
It's crazy that back then you would make a shoelace into a worm.
Well, back then were shoelaces just a lot thicker?
Yeah, well, we had to. It was the war.
And that's probably it. It was the war.
Right
they were
after the war,
amazing.
1950s. Right after the war.
Korean War right in the middle of it.
Yeah, we're in the middle of it. And then we had the shoelaces had to get bigger, and then they got smaller.
Because it's like inflation and the shoelaces. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. So when the wartime happens, the shoelaces get bigger and thicker to accommodate the needs of the men in the army. But when we're in peacetime, we could get to relax a little bit, do counterculture. Now, the United States has had thick shoelaces now for the past 60 years.
Blessed be.
They're not as thick as the worm in that movie, though. I'll say that.
It was a thick worm.
Yeah.
It was a thick worm.
What about you?
very
Not to be gauche, but am I sensing an accent?
No.
What?
No.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was worried.
I was freaking out.
No,
What's in my ears?
It must be the worm in your ears because that's what's happening to you.
That's incredible.
Because there's no accent, but it is.
Dibs on that movie.
I am
You okay?
Estonian director within a third of us.
With him?
Within?
Within.
With an M at the end or an N?
Within.
Within?
With an N.
With him?
With an A.
With an N.
With an aim.
With him.
H.
An H.
Knucklehead.
With an H.
Well, you know this? You know what he's saying?
No, I'm calling him a knucklehead.
Okay.
What? What
Busting
is
our chops.
Head. Anyway, so I am the Estonian director. I made a movie this year which has gotten a lot of praise and a lot of love. It is called Witches, 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 and a Bunch of Witches.
Witches, Witches, and a Bunch of Witches was such an incredible opening weekend. It was like when that came out, it felt like everyone was rushing to the theater. I don't think I met one person at the theater who wasn't seeing Witches, 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 and a bunch of other witches.
People were absolutely just witch struck. I remember that. Everyone and it was exciting to see because it was originally an independent film, right?
It was independently funded, and then A24 saw it at a film festival in Estonia, and they picked it up. And since then, life has gotten crazy. You know, it's been so wonderful. And I just want to say thank you to all the fans of Witches, 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 and a Bunch of Witches. In Estonia, it means something completely different, but in America, they made us use that title. So that's good. And
It's a great title.
Thank you so much. You know, it's kind of a movie that it changes the scope of a lot of things, and it's about a lot of things. So I like that people like it, you know?
You say it's about a lot of things. What's one of the things it's about?
Oh, it's about so many things. Witches.
Oh,
That's one of the things
Sure.
it's about, you know?
That's a bunch of the things
yeah.
it's about, sounds like.
It's a bunch. Well, mostly it's about witches, yes.
Yeah.
Witches, 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 and a Bunch of Witches. It's primarily a story of witches. A story of witches.
I got a lot more from it. Maybe we should. We all saw it, right?
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Right,
I
of
think we
course.
should talk about because I got a lot of the immigrant experience in America was what I was feeling. The horror of being an outsider. Were you guys getting that?
I was getting a lot of age where different witches versus had different ages, and it was like, wow, ageism does run our country.
Yeah, that's good. I could see that.
I was getting a lot of friendship.
Oh.
In the beginning of the movie, 3 of the girls were friends before all the witch stuff happened. And so I felt that was a really strong and interesting thing to see. I don't see a lot of friendship in movies.
Wow, really? I feel like almost every movie has friendship in it, but that's great.
No, I don't. You don't see.
Not in horror films,
very
yeah.
much.
You don't see a lot of friendship in horror films.
Because you can tell a lot of in horror movies, when there's friends, you know that one of them is going to die, and you can tell that within that friend group, this isn't going to be a happy friendship. But with your movie, I really felt like it was going to be a happy friendship for a moment before they turned into witches and ate each other's faces off.
Okay, spoiler.
Oh, sorry.
You know, and I like
Strike
to
it from the record.
Put a coin in the jar.
And I like to hear these things because for me, you know, making it in Estonia, we have our own approach to film and we have our own, you know, approach to life. So hearing that you got that it was an immigrant story and that you got it was friendship, the artist does not intend, but sometimes the art takes over the intention.
Incredible.
That's interesting.
Well, so wait. I want to know more about you. You're one of my biggest heroes.
No,
Truly,
please.
to sit with you is a dream come true.
Oh, come on, that's enough. The name is Jack Craftsman. I am the creator of Mischief Night. Mischief Night 1, Mischief Night 2, Mischief Night Day, Mischief Night into morning.
Mischief Night into morning.
Mischief Night into Morning was such a good movie for me.
Thank you.
It's crazy that it takes place all during dawn.
Yeah.
Incredible.
We shot it only during golden hour, too. It took us months.
At dusk.
At dusk.
Only
We shot at dusk. We shot dusk for dawn. And not a lot of people
different
can do
lighting.
that.
You must have had to taken out all the gold.
I caught some mistakes.
Well, this
where
was
it
the
really felt
70s.
like dusk.
No way. We got to sit down, buddy. I want to sit with you and I
Listen,
want to watch Mischief Night
Let's
into
go
dawn.
frame by frame. I will tell you when it's dawn and when it's dusk.
There is no way. You're not going to be able to catch it, old man. You're not gonna.
1432.
The time code?
That's the time code. I want you to look it up.
Okay. I'm going to write that down and I'll check later.
Write that down. Go watch your movie.
Sorry to tell you, I don't memorize my own time codes in my movies. But I'll take a look.
How embarrassing.
And that was in the 70s. There's a lot of joints that have been smoking since then, if you know what I mean.
Knucklehead.
You can catch that. I like when you say that.
What? Sorry, you seemed confused as well. What do you mean by that?
Joints that have been smoking?
Yeah, what?
Little innuendo on a certain thing that I do.
What's going on?
What does this mean?
You guys know what I'm talking about?
No, what is
If I were to
that?
say, there's some joints that have been smoking, I wonder if you could pick up on that.
Say what? No, like a baseball joint? Like a
restaurant?
A baseball joint.
I understand that.
You know, like a baseball joint. Yes,
what
a
do you
baseball.
mean by baseball joint?
A baseball joint is the thing they hit the balls with.
Yeah.
A baseball bat?
No,
it's
it's
a joint.
It's a wooden.
It's a joint.
It's a long thing. You know, it's a long thing you hold in your
They
hand.
throw the baseball and then whack it with the joint.
Am I having a stroke? A baseball joint? You all know what that means?
Yeah.
Look, I'll tell you
In
later off
Estonia, it's
camera.
called brus, which means the joint.
That's wrong. I don't want to tell you right now on microphone what I mean by joints being smoking, but I'll tell you after.
Well,
okay?
I would love to know about that because I don't know how you'd smoke one of those. It's just solid wood.
I hope you're not hitting someone with those joints.
I'm not referring to baseball bats. I'm not. I'm simply not. I'm stunned you don't know what I'm talking about, to be honest. Mischief Night is my movie. I love it. I, of course, created the world-famous horror character, Fred Franklin. He comes back this year, Mischief Night, the next night. And we're really excited.
Incredible.
We're really excited. Fred Franklin's return. He is a spooky guy. He is supernatural. Didn't start supernatural. Became supernatural. Died, came back, died, came back, died, came back. And he's back. So we're really happy to have Fred Franklin back. The spookiest name in Halloween movies.
I have to say, I love his character design. The fact that he wears a water polo helmet is so scary. It's so scary.
Water polo helmet, and he wears regular polo outfit.
Absolutely creative.
It's the
terrifying.
mismatch.
It's
the
the
mismatch.
You
It
think he
sends
should be
chills
riding
down my
horses?
spine.
You think he should be
100%.
riding horses?
They did a poll of who's the scariest thing ever. You should see this poll. You should see
What
this
was
poll.
else on this poll? I think I saw it though. It was terrorists.
It was terrorists.
Yeah, Reuters put
Terrorists,
this out.
spiders, losing your parents at an early age, Fred Franklin.
And who won?
That's the top 4. Fred Franklin was number 4.
Wow.
Yeah. Number 5.
They did this with
was
the census,
arthritis.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was part of the census. I don't know this, but I
They
heard.
went door to door and they said, "What's the scariest thing ever?" And Fred Franklin made the list. I'm honored. I'm honored to have created FF. Fred Franklin, the scariest name in movies. I love him.
You keep saying that. Is that sort of like? I feel like this is more of a merchandise than it is a movie.
I know you just keep
Where's
saying
the
that.
line?
Like it's kind of like you're trying to win the genre a little bit.
I'm not trying to win, but if we're looking at the stats, I have one.
I will say it's my favorite Halloween when you see all the little Fred Franklins with the water polo helmets and the polo gear running around. It's so exciting to see.
It's kind of like you're trying to make him Mickey Mouse of horror. You know what I mean?
He's not Mickey Mouse. Look.
Isn't there a ride across his face?
No, there's not a ride across his face.
Yeah, isn't it shaped like his face?
No, his face isn't shaped like a ride. This is another stroke moment.
No, there's a ride.
No, there's a ride.
Hold on. Let her finish.
There's a ride at Knott's Berry Farm, I'm hearing. It's a big circle shaped like the head.
Oh, you've got it all twisted, old man. It's not at Knott's Berry Farm. It's its own land. Okay? Fred Franklin Land is opening soon.
But it's called Fred Franklin
So it
Land,
is-
the face of horror.
Well, Fred Franklin Land is a land in Mischief Night World.
Right. I didn't catch that in the first movie. The first movie seemed to be a little more about horror and a little less about... No, I won't
Well,
say
it didn't exist in the movies yet. It exists
right.
in real life.
Well, of course.
Old man.
Of course,
It exists in real life. It wouldn't have existed in the movies yet. Fred Franklin was just the beginning of terror at that point.
Listen, son, I just don't want you to get away from why you started doing this place.
Oh, you don't have to worry
Who's
about me.
that little boy?
who had a dream of
Holy
a movie
moly.
and a story he wanted to tell.
This is a really old man mentoring a slightly less old man.
It's beautiful to see. Can I say
You
though?
are what, 60?
Marty, I haven't been called son since 1980. I am stunned.
Listen, you'll understand when you're my age of 75.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing 10 years down the barrel here. You can't lose that little boy.
I won't lose him.
You can't lose that
I
little
won't
boy
lose
with
him.
a dream.
I won't lose him because you know who kills little boys? Fred Franklin. The
There
face
he
of
is.
terror.
Boy, do you know how to
That's
plug your
fun.
guy.
That's good. That's good. I gotta steal that.
Who's freaking guy over here?
Oh.
Who are you?
Hey guys, I'm Cynthia Natalie.
Hi, Cynthia.
The one, the only. I how do you say? I think BuzzFeed quoted me as the girl who never left high school. I saw Scream when I was young, and I was like 8 or 9, and my parents have a picture of me pointing to the TV and going, "That's what I want to do, mommy. I want to do that."
So
In
really
the
quick,
picture.
just taking it back. BuzzFeed quoted you as saying the girl who never.
No, BuzzFeed quotes me, the girl who never left high school,
They
because
call
all
you
my
that.
films take place in high school. Yes.
And to follow up on the picture,
Yes. Yes. Let's go in order. Yeah.
so there's a picture of you saying, "I want to do this for the rest of my
Yes,
life."
it's creepy as hell.
That's
So you
It's creepy as hell. I've been touched by the devil, as they say.
I will say I love your films. They
Thank
are
you.
so good in
Yes.
terms of high school drama combined with the horror of
I
high school.
appreciate it. Well, I'm so grateful for Stephen King for giving me the shot at redoing Carrie. I got to redo that story this year.
It was so fun and puppy.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. We just reimagined her. We reimagined her and who she is and where she's from. Same title. Stephen really wanted to call it Carrie, just the same thing.
I thought it was so interesting that you changed it from the original plot to be about a girl who was heavy set and then lost a bunch of weight at the beginning. That was so interesting.
No, for sure. I pitched to Stephen many different arcs for our girl, for Carrie. And Fat Camp was the one that stuck.
interesting.
It really did. And
Steven wanted it.
yeah, so I pitched.
And he really wanted that. So rude,
Doesn't he
Steven.
understand that we don't talk like that anymore? None of us talk like that anymore.
No.
It's weird and it's out of touch of him. And for me, an old man, to say that.
No, it took me a lot. I don't know. I don't want to make this. I don't want to get too controversial here, but I do know a lot of horror directors interviewed for the job to redo Carrie, and I know some of them are sitting at this table.
I did. Yes, me too.
Yeah, so I knew when I walked in there.
threw the interview.
You threw it on purpose.
Yeah, I didn't want it. They started asking me all these questions that I didn't understand, and then they're talking about streaming this.
I felt
and
the exact
Netflix
same way.
That.
Yes,
And
exact
I went,
the same
what
way.
in God's hell is going on?
Oh, that's adorable. Well, I knew that I had to have an edge, so I brought it to him. I said, Carrie as a reptile, Carrie not in the Catholic Church, but Mormonism. And what stuck? Fat Camp. So really excited about that one, and really grateful for Kelly Clarkson and her tour de force performance.
It's amazing.
And she really can play high school. I did buy it.
No, that's
was
what we
great.
needed. It's really fun to talk. I think this is a great question for the group. It's so fun how the genre and the audiences have changed. Like I look at the old Carrie and the little amounts of blood and gore that was allowed then, or was like appreciated, versus now. If anything, I'm doing too much. I am covering my frames with blood, guts, and textbooks.
They're allowing you to do it.
Right? And
Yeah.
these streaming services, these audiences, they just want more and more and more. And sometimes I think, how far can I go?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you know what's funny is I was also up for that job for Carrie.
Of course.
And I actually got it for a brief moment in time. And for a little bit, it was going to be Carrie meets Fred Franklin.
I'll
This
let
is so
your
interesting
Sounds
because
horrible.
you know, for me, like I was up for that job, but only because they had seen my film just for a second. And I was so confused with American, you know, because when I make a film, I'm trying to, you know, do something I don't even know. So when I presented it, it's like this, you know.
No,
What?
I don't know what you mean by
What
that.
did
not
you
at
say?
all.
What do you? Can you kind of put meaning into what your words
Yeah,
are?
I feel like that's very clear what I just said.
So you got the you interviewed for the job.
You know, when you're making film and as an artist, you've got to push yourself. And when you have to be up for a job, you kind of have to change where the film is. You
For
know?
sure, you have to give it a lens in which what is your.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
You have to go by your own path. Is that what you're saying?
Not really.
Okay.
Trying to do the math. Is it? You
I'm already
can't
doing
be
math over there.
afraid of the. Excuse me, son.
It's rude to make an old man do math. I don't know what happens in your country, but in America, we let our old men rest.
Old men always doing math in Estonia. It's national.
Really?
Still
It's
Very
just
do
proudful.
math. Son,
just
your
rude here.
P card is still fresh. I've had mine for a while, so don't you disrespect me.
Now, you sir, when you watch movies, do you have the time code on the movie?
Because I keep it on time code.
You're such
So
a
I
numbers
actually-
knucklehead.
I import it into Frame.io. And then, because
you imported into Frame.io.
The very specific editing software used mostly internally at digital media companies.
Yes,
Such a niche reference. I don't think anybody will understand what you're talking about.
Frame.io.
Oh, I mean, it's Frame.io. Listen, it's what people use internally when they're editing things to send to drafts for approval, and clickbait sort of places.
Sure.
Pop sugar and the like.
Yes, so you do that so you can time code the movies. Like I'm
because I have sort of a textbook number memory. I could tell you what happened at any given time code.
okay.
Of any
Did you
given
see my movie?
Yes, 1832. When Carrie gets her first period.
Yeah. Kelly Clarkson's performance of that period scene.
Tour de force.
Frightening.
And what I love
So
too,
young.
So young, so scary.
Cynthia, what I love too is that you took the opening scene from the original Carrie and you pushed it 18 minutes in.
Well, the first 17 minutes was just credits and songs.
We needed context. We needed context for that moment.
100%. And
Yeah,
I'll say,
yeah.
I told Steven, I was like, here's my pitch for the movie. Let's do it at that camp and let's add 20 minutes to the front, 20 minutes to the back.
That's a very old film technique. We used to do that all the time. When we couldn't figure out the machine, we'd just take 20 minutes from another movie, slap it on, and hit the machine a couple times and let her whir.
I'm vintage, as you say. But I really want to know, like, do you guys feel like you are continuously pushing the boundaries in which you could put your audiences in?
Well, that is, I love that because that is my goal. When I want people to see my movie, I want them to walk out going, what the fuck did I just watch? And I think with this film, witches, and a bunch of witches, that is what happened, where people didn't understand. They were so shocked they started adding meaning to the grotesque things that they were seeing when those witches first slept with that 11-year-old boy and laid him out and then flayed him as he screamed for his mother, who had become a witch.
No, it was like a fillet of fish.
It was like a fillet of fish, and we did a lot of research with fish to figure out how to fillet that boy. And people are saying, oh, that's a metaphor for youth dying or the mother-the-son relationship. Honestly, I just did it to flay a boy.
Yeah.
But did you think that there was a part of your audience that wouldn't be able to handle it?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I thought it was shot tastefully enough to where it was good,
Times have changed. I'll tell you what. In the 70s, when the first Mischief Night came out, we were given an NC-17 rating because we had Fred Franklin kill a single woman. They said that
She didn't have a husband.
She didn't have a husband. And they said only married women should be killed. That's what the censors said. It should be NC-17 if married women aren't being killed, if single women. So we had to superimpose, we had to CGI, and it was early. We had to go frame by frame in the 70s. And we had to draw on a wedding ring.
You think it would be the opposite because what's really sad and scary is a widow. You know what I mean?
But you think about these executives, and they're so miserable in their lives.
Right.
And they say, I just wish I could watch my wife get killed. That's what they used to say to
You
me.
think that's
Can we
what
talk
happened?
about how miserable these executives are?
Let's talk about executives.
Let's talk about it.
They are sad sacks. They are sad sacks.
God, are they sad?
They're sad. But it's changed, We couldn't show a knife going down. We could only show a knife coming up.
Incredible.
There was all sorts of stuff,
I mean, my movies, it's changed so much. My movie was rated R for a scary wind blowing by. It was too much.
A wind you can't even see that on
a wind
screen.
you can't even see, and now I watch wind in movies all the time, and I'm chilled to the
What
bone.
movies are
and
you
there
seeing
are
with wind?
kids in there.
Yes, I saw wind
There
in a
are
Pixar
kids.
movie.
There are children in the theater.
I saw wind in Up, and I went, "Oh my God, they are giving these kids a lot to swallow."
I mean, we're just walking around. They're like baby adults running around.
Marty, I remember reading about when that movie was a ghastly encounter, right?
Yes,
That's what it was
ghastly
called, with
encounter.
the wind. I remember reading about when the wind came on the movie, people ran out of the theater because they thought the wind was coming after them.
Yeah, it was 41:35 when the wind came in. And everyone leapt to their seats and went, I'm so scared, I have to get my jacket. And then they
I will say very scary wind though. It's the way it lightly shudders the curtains.
sinister.
You can tell it's there.
Because back then, you could be rated R for a general feeling of foreboding, you know? And it's the foreboding that I think we're missing in these movies. So a lot of times it's kill, 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 blood, 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 destroy,
That is
destroy,
what I've heard
destroy.
about witches, and a bunch of witches. It's less about the killing and more about the foreboding, where you do not know what's going to happen to these witches and to this town.
Mine's about the killing. I mean, in the new one, it's mostly Fred Franklin sitting in a room, people coming in and saying, "What's this?" And then he kills them. Someone else. So we realize it's cheaper if we keep Fred in the same place. So we get people come to him.
Incredible.
That's cheaper. So you don't have a big budget for these films.
No, it's getting lower and lower every day. Putting so much money into Mischief Night World. It's just trying to figure out the books.
Is that because are you financing your Fred Franklin world?
Yeah. That was a passion project, GoFundMe. I was on GoFundMe and I was on Kickstarter and I was on.
You made a theme
that
park
other one.
off of GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, my daughter helped me set it up.
What a
Who's
tour de
45?
force.
Yeah.
How much was the GoFundMe for?
The GoFundMe, we got $8 million because get the face of horror, Fred Franklin, run from him in real life.
Oh, a tour de force.
Why do you talk like a movie poster?
Why not?
Incredible.
Oh, touche.
Absolutely incredible.
So can I ask a question? Because I feel, most of my work has been in shorts and the long, more documentary and then long Estonian movies you probably have never heard of. How do you guys approach making scary on the camera to capture it in the box and, to hit it out of the park with your joint? How do you do that?
You're asking, how do we make our movie so scary?
Yes. How do you approach scary?
I think fear is tension.
Yes, exactly.
I think fear is the bell's about to ring and we have to go to homeroom. I think fear is dangling something in the audience's face and not giving it to them fully.
Yeah.
Right? I think
that's awesome.
we have to really zone in on what you're giving your audience. I don't know if you've touched that in your documentaries or
No, we haven't.
So yeah.
No, I think, and it's interesting that you say that about tension because your movie, the moments of tension are about 10 seconds long, but so much happens in your movie in such a short amount of time.
For sure.
The time for the characters to feel tension. I was impressed with how much you get in 30 seconds. I mean, this world moves so fast now.
Well, that's the new thing that I'm learning is that I am trying to write and direct films for kids whose attention span is a half a second, Marty. A half a second, Marty.
God.
A half a second, Marty.
I can't believe it. Say it again.
A half a second, Marty.
Ah!
And
I feel like you got it on the last one finally.
Yeah, I think I did too.
Yeah, no, I did.
It's introducing monsters. It's introducing weapons, and then getting rid of it immediately.
I love that in your movie, how many monsters would just disappear and then knives and guns, boom, 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 stab, 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 gone in an instant.
Yeah.
Your movie, Dissection, where the
thank
frogs that are they're cutting open in high school come to life and cut them open.
Yeah.
I loved how every 15 seconds some frog would pop out of the screen somewhere.
We had to.
Yeah.
Because I got the note when I was writing Dissection. I was young, and we got the note that this script isn't exciting enough. This script is boring.
Yeah.
So I said, jump scares. Let's just do it.
You did a frog pass.
I did a frog pass. Do you guys ever find that the answer isn't in the plot? It's actually in the jump scares. Maybe my plot doesn't make sense. Maybe it's dull per se.
Oh yeah.
Let's just shove some scary, unexpected shit on screen and see what it does.
Sorry to tell you, but meaning and power and thought is a luxury.
It really is.
When it comes to horror films, Fred Franklin, the face of horror, he's not saying anything. He doesn't have anything to say. All he has to say is, I'm back to life again. Why am I back to life? I don't know, some fucking witch or some shit. Because I have people to kill. Because we want to watch people die.
How long does it take for you to write these scripts?
It takes me months, actually.
Oh, really?
It takes me months because I do a heavy pass where I always try to, I write 300 kills for every movie. And then I pick the best kills. Because I don't want to write to a kill. I want to write a bunch of kills and get the luxury of picking a kill.
Yes.
1 or 2 or 3 or 4.
It's like American Idol that way.
Exactly. The ideas are my contestants. And they come in, and we have Hollywood Week, and I cut them down. And then they, one by one, get a chance to spotlight. We do different themes. Oh, this one fits a little bit more for Disney Song Night.
Yeah,
this one fits a little bit more for 70s Song Night.
Yeah.
And then they all come together. Because you can't have, I got stabbed in the face. I also got stabbed in the face. You know what I mean?
You have to change it.
Stabbed in the face, stabbed in the groin, stabbed in a dress, stabbed in a suit. It's all different types of flavors and textures that come together.
And I'll say justification is a luxury. You are 100% right because with dissection, there was no reason why what they dissected came to life. There was no reason.
Right.
And every article was like, why is this? Why? But yeah.
Did you start from meaning? I mean, you in the 50s, you were around such incredible people like Billy Wilder, Tennessee Williams movies were being made left and right.
Yes.
You were trying to be meaningful?
Like, did you justify that wind?
Yeah, that was tough. The critics kind of came at me for the win because they thought it was gratuitous. They thought it was kind of disgusting and offensive. They thought it was too scary to be around people. And so I think I tried to provoke meaning because, I was drawing on philosophers like Kant and
What part of Kant is wind for you?
That'll be page 47, paragraph 12.
Of
Thank
which
you for
book?
asking.
Which one?
Book number 14.
I love Kant.
Yes, exactly. Me
You're
too.
saying that the wind was a means to an end.
Wow.
It was, yes, what I'm saying is that the scariest thing is contemplating life itself. That's something terrifying, and we were more in touch with that back then. We could say, oh, this feeling of not supposed to be here very much is so terrifying. But I will say, this new movie I have coming out this year, which I realize I haven't brought up at all.
Right.
So it's called Bad Crow. And I think I tried to make it very close to how I made my old movies, but, the studio sort of got a hold of it in a weird way. So I would say the first half of the script is very me, and then the second half is very slasher, very CGI, very, cracking corny jokes left and right. So it's a real mismatch of tone, I'll say. Listen, I'm not promoting anything anymore. I'll trash it. I want to be honest.
Respect to you.
I don't think my movie is very good.
Ooh.
And I think it's brave to come on here, do hours and hours and hours of press junkets, and tell the truth. Don't see my movie. It's out now. It's in the theaters. Make sure you avoid a movie theater on August 14th.
Gosh, that's so sad.
That sounds like a threat a little bit, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it's
Avoid
really
the movie
You
theaters.
don't want to be anywhere near a movie theater on August 14th. Let me say
if
that.
you're near the theater, you can pop into Mischief Night Revisited, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, buy
just
the
to
ticket.
go off of this, I have to be honest, because I feel similar. I made Witches, and a bunch of witches as a comedy. This in Estonia.
I don't believe that.
Everybody's laughing in Estonia. This is G-rated.
Oh, so
It's
you're
good
not
time.
you're not a horror movie.
No, and I think it's weird interpretation in the American culture to interpret my jokes as a horror, which is sad.
But they're filleting that kid.
So funny.
It's funny.
It's very funny when you think about it.
I mean, I like it. I think it's great.
Yeah.
But in general, Fred Franklin uses a woman's teeth as a xylophone with his knife. I do weird stuff like that.
That's cool. I like that. It's very funny.
You know what I've been doing lately is with the CGI, I'd love to talk about CGI, Marty, because it's hard to film and get really good responses from your actors when you're doing CGI and you're like, okay, this monster's going to come in and I need you to be scared of him, right? And you have what, a stand-in for this monster? So I get my PAs to do some background, and I'll find an ex of the actors or somebody they absolutely hate, and I'll hide them
Kelly
on
Clarkson's
set.
father.
Yes, so Kelly Clarkson has an estranged relationship with her father. So I brought him on set, hit him in the back, and then when I was like, "We're gonna do this CGI shot. I need you to imagine something really awful." Her dad came out, and she said, "Not you again, motherfucker," and that's what we use in the teaser.
Why did you hit him in the back? Did it rile him up, or
what?
Why'd you hit him in the back?
I was thinking the same
I was
thing.
wondering about the hitting.
Or did it
of the
rile him
back.
up? It sounded like you hit him in the back and then you did something else.
Oh, I'm so
And
sorry.
then he entered.
I hid him, like I put him away.
Oh, you hid it.
And also, I mean, with
hit him
everyone.
in the back.
Because your
and then
hand
something
motion was
else
also
happened.
like somebody that is slapping a back.
Well, I mean, of course, I pat my actor's back all the time.
Oh,
Going,
of course.
"Kill it."
Director Pat, of course.
They hit on the
Director
back.
Pat is very professional.
Yeah.
Because we're doing it back then.
Yes, in Estonia we
Oh,
had director
absolutely.
hug. It was beautiful.
That's gorgeous. We should be doing that.
I'm not allowed to hug my actresses anymore.
Okay, stop putting air quotes on actresses and call them what they are, actors.
Okay.
Do hate the finger quotes. That's one thing about modern society I cannot stand. We didn't do
Finger quotes?
Yeah, we didn't do finger quotes so much back then. Now it's
That's what you hate
gratuitous.
about what he said.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate the way his fingers folded that way. It's obscene.
So why can't you hug your actresses, your actors?
Well, I can't hug them because I don't consider them actors. It's easy to
so
die.
you only give hugs out to the boys.
Dying is easy. It's inevitable. We're all going to die. It's not easy. It's not hard to die. It's easy to continue living.
I read something that the Oscars won't allow you in.
They won't allow me in because I am bad to be around.
Oh, he did it again. I hate it.
Sorry, does this bother you?
Yeah, I hate it when they move like
I gotta
that.
write this down. If this is something that upsets you and grosses you out, maybe Fred Franklin's doing some air quotes in the next one.
Oh, God, I
He's
won't be
bringing-
watching it.
Okay, well,
I certainly won't.
I'll send you the frame I own.
And good luck. Send me the access code and the password so that I can get really mad. Sometimes I do want to just be riled up by something. Makes you feel alive.
What riled you up this week?
Oh, this week there was a lady at the doctor's office and she was tapping her foot. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop tapping. It's obscene. It's horrible. I hate it when people move their extremities in a different way.
Oh,
sure.
Yeah.
Hands are for holding, and feet are for walking. Anything in between that, unnecessary.
That is beautiful, though. Hands are for holding.
I did
love
a stint
that.
writing for Hallmark in the 70s when I took a break from movies.
I've seen some of your, but you did some Hallmark movies too.
Oh, yeah,
I've
well,
seen some of those. And
I did that too.
Those are frightening.
I meant the cards, but I also did the movies. A lot of my cards were adapted into movies.
Yes. I really, really loved So You Lost Your Son.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
So you lost your son, and I remember you did a Hallmark movie. Today's the day you are a bat mitzvah.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Today's the day you are a bat mitzvah, yes.
Yes, well, that's
Today's
what
the
you
day
say.
You are a bat mitzvah. I actually had to release that one under a pseudonym because I didn't feel comfortable with the way a lot of it was presented. So I used like a J.K. Rowling sort of alias.
Like Bad Crow. Like
yeah,
you're not
like
comfortable
Bad
with
Crow.
Can I tell you, the movie that I had my first kiss during was To My Grandson, So You're 8. I loved that movie. I loved
Your
that
first
movie.
kiss to it.
Yeah, it was a gorgeous movie. Mary Tyler Moore, never been better. She was incredible in that.
Yeah, she was great. I can't believe you kissed during that horrible scene. When they
I didn't tell you what scene I kissed in.
Well, there's
Oh.
only one scene to kiss in that movie.
There's only really one scene that you can kiss to.
What's the time code on it?
That'll be. Oh, was it? No, it's 48:17.
Okay.
That's the scene that it's okay to. So you
The
go.
midpoint, if you will.
You go
right in the
log
middle.
into your Frame IO within your company.
I don't have To My Grandson, So You're 8 on Frame IO.
I don't know why you
Well,
would.
Well, I'll get it to you.
I have a question. There's going to be a lot of young horror filmmakers that are listening, trying to figure out how they become horror filmmakers themselves, or filmmakers in general for you. If you had any advice, what would you give?
I'd say get yucky.
Great advice.
Very good.
Explain.
I'd say do something and get so freaking yucky with it. You know what I mean? Like,
explain.
Yeah, make it Yuck Fest 2020. Okay. Make it yucky, yucky, yucky. I'd say get that monster and make her yucky and make her a her. That's what I'll say. Okay. I'll say think outside the box.
That's pretty good.
That's great.
I'd say start small. Start building the blocks of horror. Take some shadow puppets. See if you can scare your friends with them. If you can't do that, then maybe you shouldn't be making a movie. You got to start with the basics. Stand behind a fire, make some shadows, tell a monster story, talk candidly about the fear of being alone.
That's such a good piece of advice, to scare those around you.
Scare those around you, and then only then can you scare others. Amazing. In an arena.
Is that why there was a big mud footprint on my backpack when I was in here after I left to go to the restroom?
Well, yeah, maybe.
You son of a bitch, you were trying to scare me.
You
think you can scare
I
Jack
guess.
Craftsman?
I will say
that's also yucky.
Nothing is more scarier than a big mud footprint on a backpack.
Yuck City.
I don't like it.
Gross.
Listen, you can't blame me for trying.
It scared me. I said, "What the fuck?" Who stepped on my backpack?
Incredible.
I was more worried about if somebody broke some of the glasses I keep in there.
Glasses?
What kind of glasses you keep in there,
Just different
son?
types of reading glasses. I have 30 to 35 reading glasses in there in case I lose them.
Oh, so they're all the same prescription.
Yeah, I'm just reading glasses. Just buy them at Walgreens. Every time I see a stack of reading glasses anywhere, any drugstore, I buy as many as I can find because I'm losing them all the time.
That's psychotic. That's absolutely psychotic.
Okay. All right, old man. You trying to look around when you don't have your reading glasses. You try being at a restaurant and trying to get something on a menu, but your wife has to order for you, and she orders you the heart healthy thing when you want a steak. I'm not letting her do that to me again.
I hate the healthy sides of those menus, like at IHOP.
That's really, I have a horror movie that I'm working on called The Healthy Menu.
No way.
I do.
Are you sure that's not a commercial for like McDonald's? That sounds like a good commercial.
No, because it's bad.
Right.
Every delicious thing has been replaced by something healthy in the world.
What I think is so great is that that's a movie that you're writing that doesn't have Franklin in it.
I didn't say that.
Fuck.
Oh, no.
Third act. Oh no! Who's behind all these ideas? Who's behind all these ideas? They go into a big building. They run up a bunch of stairs. They go into a boardroom. Who's behind a big desk? Fred Franklin, and he's writing all of his contracts with a knife.
What a big desk, too.
Yeah.
I say my advice for young filmmakers: when approaching a movie, don't be scared of the camera. Don't be scared of the sound. Don't be scared of the sound guy. That's something I had to learn, to not be scared of the things that you would shoot with. And when you're
afraid of the camera you're holding?
It's very scary what that box does. How does it do that?
Was there a sound guy that scared you too?
This guy, his name Cleo. He's so scary.
Oh no! What makes him scary?
Why is he scary?
Yeah, what's
he
he?
Just had the way, when the people around you are just like, that guy's giving me weird vibes. You know, so
your goosebumps got so big. I've never seen bigger goosebumps on a person.
Yeah.
Your shirt is levitating.
Half a centimeter goosebumps. It's a problem I've had since a child.
That's crazy. It's like you're a gecko.
It's like I'm a gecko, which in Estonia we do not have geckos. We just have lizards. Very interesting. But really avoid those people that scare you on set because you're trying to make something.
Wow.
And overall, the last piece of advice I can give you is, try when you're doing it to go for the whole thing, but don't aim lower than that. And if you don't, then you can do it.
Okay, don't aim lower than the whole thing.
And if you don't, you can.
And if you don't, you can't do it.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that
Yes.
I'm gonna write it down. I think maybe I'll understand it in the car on the way home.
You'll get it. It's the Kant.
Got it.
Okay.
Just the con. Okay. Well,
My advice to young filmmakers would be just make sure you have snacks. A lot of people don't have snacks on their set, and they get grumpy. The actor that plays Fred Franklin, the incredible James Anthony David Russo, an incredible actor. So good. I remember he almost left after the first movie because we didn't have any snacks. And you have to remember when you're shooting horror movies, it's a lot of people waiting. They're standing in a door. They're standing behind a ledge or in a closet, and then they have to wait for about 3 minutes, and then their whole action is they come out and they look around and then they go back. And it's creepy for us because, well, what is a surprising jump scare, but it's a lot of boredom for them.
Yeah.
So remember the tedium.
Yeah.
And that's why you got to get snacks.
I'd also say always have a safety meeting.
Oh, that's a good thing to do.
Oh, I heard about your movie.
Yeah, it was awful.
13 people died, right?
Yeah, no, it was during
the food fight scene. But the food was filled with
Well, thank God we had those
knives.
security guards with those big joints in their hand.
And
And
they got
they-
to break
What
it
do you
up.
mean?
It turned
They
into a riot, is what I
huge
heard.
joints in their
thank
hands.
God.
I was like, guys, this movie, we have a lot of weapons. I need our security to be armed with huge, fatty joints.
There's no freaking way you guys call bats joints. There is absolutely no way.
What is a bat?
yeah,
Like
we don't
flying?
call
Like
it-
scary bat?
Like a baseball
Oh,
bat.
those are scary.
Baseball joint.
Well, that's a joint.
No,
What
a
do you-
joint is another thing I don't want to say on camera because I don't want to implicate myself.
Well, son, if you don't say it on camera, how the hell are we supposed to know what you're talking about?
Listen to the advice we had today. Look in the eye of what scares you the most and just do it.
That's
All
what I
right.
said.
All right. A joint is marijuana.
Huh?
Marijuana.
You know, reefer, Mary Jane, the green stuff. You guys have heard of this kind of thing. We used to smoke it all the time on set back when it was illegal. And now it's legal. I guess I shouldn't be so worried. I guess it's okay. I have a card. You can buy it at dispensaries. You guys heard of MedMen, Pineapple Express, Sweet Flower? You guys haven't heard of this kind of stuff? We're smoking weed all the time. You guys never heard of weed? You're telling me I'm the only person on this whole panel who's heard of weed. You guys have heard of weed. You don't have to smoke it. You don't have to smoke it, but you have to tell me that you've heard of it. Somebody tell me. If somebody please tell me. Somebody tell me. Somebody freaking tell me right now or I'm going to lose my mind. I'm the only person who's heard of weed on this panel? Am I in a horror movie myself? Is Fred Franklin going to come around the corner and stab me in the face or the throat with a knife?
This has been Artist on Artist on Artist on Artist answering the question. Now that's why they call it showbiz. Good night, Hollywood.
Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists is an improvised Hollywood roundtable podcast created, performed, and produced by Kylie Brakeman, Jeremy Colhane, Angela Giratana, and Patrick McDonald. AOAOAOA is a Sugar 23 podcast. Mike Mayer and Michael Sugar executive producers, Liam Billingham producer. Production support by Angelo Restaino and Anthony Defranchesco. Music is by Gabriel Ponton. The opinions expressed on this podcast do not reflect the opinions of anyone who works on it, not even the performers, because this is an improvised podcast and we're stupid. Full video versions of AOAOAOA are available on YouTube, so please like and subscribe and leave us a 5-star review wherever you get your podcasts. That's all for now. Good night, Hollywood!
Welcome back to Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists. This week on the show, they see life and bring it to us. That's right. This week, we're talking to documentarians.
Documentarians of all types, we gather around a table to talk process of storytelling and showing the truth.
So let's turn on the camera towards ourselves for a change. And let's think about what that does.
It's time to get introspective in a real world. So, let's buckle up and listen in.
Shabba-da-boop boop, tinsel down.
Wow, this is so great. I never saw myself being in a room like this with all of you guys. This is actually really cool for me.
Really wonderful to be here with all of you. Really, really nice. I think your work is really fine. It's really fantastic, and it's really exciting to be here together.
Incredible company we are amongst.
It feels like a table of legends.
Exactly. Well, I would love to like get to know you guys on the mic. So, do you want to start?
Sure, yeah. My name is Ron Wold. Uh, I have, I don't know, 6 or 7 Oscars, not counting. But I'm a documentarian, been doing it for a long time. I'm a historian, and my new documentary, The History of Posters, in 12 parts, is coming out pretty soon. So I dived into when posters began and where they went, and I'm really excited about it.
Wow, that sounds mega interesting, maybe.
Thanks.
That's so cool, man.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I think it's riveting and fascinating because they hang on the wall, but why?
That is the question.
And we answer it in a bit. We don't give it all away, but we definitely posit why.
Sure, you shouldn't be answering questions. You should be asking them.
And you should always posit. I believe that is one of the cornerstones of documentary filmmaking is to posit something.
Pause?
Posit.
Pause the TV, pause it.
POS.
No, to posit a question.
Everyone raise your hand if you posit things in your documentaries.
I pause all the time. I say pause that right there. Pause it.
Yeah, I think so. If I'm following the logic, I feel like I know what it means.
Totally.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey guys, my name is Liam Michaels. I'm really happy to be here. Really happy to be here. I think I'm here for my best award-winning work. I did a little Netflix series called Sales, where we'd followed middle school sail teams to their championships all the way in Costa Rica. It was incredible, changed my life. We did 2 seasons. We're now on to 3 seasons, our 3rd season, I should say. I'm grateful to be an artist, but to be overcome by art.
Wow. So it's like a reality TV doc kind of thing.
Yeah, we just expose these kids for who they are and what they do.
Oh, are these kids bad?
No. I would say we expose in a positive sense. I'm exposing these children for their heroism, their ambition, and their souls.
I have to admit, sales is a guilty pleasure for me and my lady Kitty. We love sales. We watch it all the time.
Thank you so much. I come from the reality TV world, I should say that. And I stumbled into documentarianism.
Yeah. That's great. I love the belief of documentarianism. I think it's a fantastic belief.
For sure.
Yeah.
I pray at the
For
altar.
Yeah.
I pray at that altar.
Yeah.
Pray at the altar of documentarianism.
Absolutely.
My name is Augusto Spoons. I am a documentary filmmaker, recently nominated for a Critics' Choice Award for my documentary Spoons. In which this documentary I place the camera betwixt myself and my soul. I get into a glass box, lock myself inside, and sit there for 60 days. My documentary is an examination of what happens to a man when you do that.
Okay. Have you showered since? Because I was going to say something. It reeks over here.
No, I will not shower until I win the Critics' Choice Award.
I also think that might also be a wave of me. I've been sailing with the kids. I think we all reek.
Yeah, that is true.
My flies die in my editing bay. I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, I am a stinky guy. As documentarians, we spend a lot of time just staring at the screen.
Yeah, totally. You're looking through footage after footage after footage, like hours of it.
Yeah, I'll be in my casket watching footage.
So, Augusto, would you consider your documentary interpretive or performance art? Or what part of it makes it a documentary?
I would say that it is the truth. what is a documentary if not displaying things as they are? And in my documentary, I show myself breaking myself to the limits of what a man can endure. 60 days, glass cage, filled to the brim with bats. What happens to a man?
Oh, you did not have that part at the
No,
beginning.
mention bats
You should have
first.
meant. You
Was
really
that
should have led
an
with that.
important part?
I think so.
Would you consider it a situation that altered your experience? Would it have been different without the bats?
That sounds like something a studio asked you to add on because the pitch wasn't good enough.
You know, I remember the bats being an afterthought. It wasn't the primary thing I set out to do, but sometimes you begin a documentary and you begin a project, and then slowly things are added in.
Yo.
You stumble upon discoveries.
That's insane because that is just like my documentary, actually.
Please tell us more.
So what's up, guys? I'm Kyler Byler. I am a surfer and I love shooting surf docs. But my recent doc got out of control. It's called The Surfer Murderer.
I saw it at Tribeca.
Thank you. Did you like it?
I absolutely loved it.
Thank you so much. So, yeah, it's crazy. Basically, what happened was we were down kind of traveling all over Thailand and like all looking for the best wave. And it was going to be called That One Wave. But then one of my bros got fucking murdered. And then we're just trying to figure out what happened. It's crazy.
And how do you know he was murdered versus drowned?
No, he was definitely murdered. Like, he was on a surfboard and the next minute, gone.
He was murdered in the sea on a surfboard?
Yes, he was murdered in the sea on a surfboard. And we know he got killed by somebody.
So there was a stab wound or?
He was gone.
Oh, you couldn't
Oh, so there wasn't a body.
All we found was his hand.
You did not have an autopsy?
All we could find was his hand. So he got murdered bad. Something went down. So we're trying to figure it out. And that's the beauty of the documentary. Because it's both filming surfing, but also looking past it. All the footage that I've had over like the last 12 years surfing with my bros. And we're trying to piece together which one of us killed him.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought was so interesting about watching your movie was that the surfer murderer title is implying that there's another surfer who killed your surfer.
Exactly.
So that was the craziest part to me.
Yeah, it's not called the surfer murder. And we had a long debate, me and the guys, because it's not the surfer murder. Is the surfer murderer. Like,
Would it not be more accurate to call it surfer murdered?
I love that. I wish we thought of that. We just did not have the brain capacity to put that together.
Totally.
Yeah.
You work with what you got.
You work with what you got.
I want to point out something you said just to ask more questions about it. You said that you have to figure out which one of you is the murderer.
Yeah.
So you know that one of you did it.
Yeah. Well, we all suspect. You know, it's a what? It's a situation. There's only a couple of us out there. One of us had to do it.
Yeah.
And so basically, it's us looking back in a big room, figuring out the pieces. You know, sometimes like I caught one of the most iconic scenes I'm getting rave reviews about. I'm hearing is my buddy Eric Goff. He was talking to Tutti, and Tutti is the guy that unfortunately got murdered. And Eric Goff says, like, dude, you fucking stole my wave out there. And this was 6 years before Tutti got killed. So we used that, and we were all like, Eric Goff, what was that? And he was like, dude, I don't know. Maybe I did kill him. So it's riveting. It's very confusing.
And every man believes he could have killed him?
Every man understands that they have the capacity to kill him. Yes.
Yeah. It was so interesting seeing it at Tribeca because the whole true crime community was there, and they were like, "This doesn't feel like true crime.
Yeah,
it feels like
that
something
must be
different."
difficult. I'd love to talk a little bit about true crime in this world because it has engulfed documentaries. For me, somebody who does long form historical topics, it's definitely not as sexy. How do we feel about true crime?
That must
taking
be actually
over our
really
field?
tough for you, you know? Like,
It is tough.
Because I feel like documentaries for a long time were boring history films. And not that that's bad. I love boredom. Like, boredom is a beautiful thing for me, but, like, that must rock your freaking world.
It doesn't rock my world. Boredom is subjective. I don't think
They're really
I don't
boring,
think the movie.
man.
They're not boring.
They're really boring,
interesting.
but that's good.
I like details. They're exciting to me. When I watch a documentary, when I watch a 9-hour documentary about, the history of the Korean War, I am screaming, shouting, cheering. For me, that is the most exciting thing of my life. I am enthralled. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm biting my nails. I am exhausted. I sleep for a full day after I watch a documentary.
watching it.
After
Because
or
I
during?
am so spent, because everything else in my life is boring compared to those. Everything else in my life is boring.
What do you do during the days?
During the days, I live in my house in Bakersfield.
Okay.
You said you had a lady
My
cat?
lady, no, her name is Kitty. She's my wife. I call her my lady.
Oh, I thought it was a cat.
I did say my lady Kitty, but she is my lady and her name is Kitty.
Got it.
Yeah. So me and my lady Kitty, we like to sit in our house in Bakersfield. We like to grow our grass garden, and we like to make different types of aiolis based on things that we can find in the store, and see if.
Oh no, Kyler Byler. Kyler Byler.
Kyler, arise.
Yes, ma'am.
I won't be intimidated by yawns.
No,
Do you
sorry.
think you're the first person to do
Dude,
that?
I love sleep. I love sleep.
Answer me. Do you think you're the first person to do that to me?
No.
What I like isn't boring. What you like is boring.
Dude,
Wow.
I like Michael Bay.
Okay.
Is that boring?
I can tell you everything that happens in a Michael Bay movie based on the first 30 seconds. That's boring to me.
I think I could say the same thing about your poster movie.
Oh, really?
That a guy invented posters and he just printed them out.
I don't want to cannibalize us, guys. I
No,
don't want
you're
to.
right,
I don't
you're
want to
right.
rip each other out.
I, for
And
one, go ahead.
This feels just like my movie.
There's no way you could have predicted in the 6th hour of my poster documentary when the guy that was making posters ended up on the posters. Could you have predicted that? And that's just that's one of the 25 storylines I follow.
That was a twist I was surprised by.
Yeah.
I also would like to compliment your documentary was such an exquisite study of boredom, of what happens when the viewer is exposed to boredom, of what goes on. It was such a statement.
I will say, I agree.
About the capacity of man.
Okay. Yes, I got so much shit done when I watched posters. You know that area under your couch that you never clean?
Yeah.
I cleaned under my couch, that part of the area. But I was watching your film and I was saying, I think it's the simplicity of life. Like, listen to me. I'm working on Netflix shit, and anytime I think it's done, somebody else comes in there and goes, let's add more music on top of the music. And I go, do we need more?
That's
Do we
gotta be
need more?
frustrating.
And they go, add another montage of the kids setting the sails. Add another montage. And I go, come on, guys. It's about being simple. And when I was watching your poster film, I was like, God, I had nothing else to do but sit around and think about what I could do in the room while watching it.
Well, I can't tell if you're mocking me, but I don't envy you. I don't envy you because I get to write all the music for my documentaries. I use my guitar and I just go to town and I have
I'm not
a blast.
mocking you. I find it very fascinating how simple.
Okay.
What kind of aiolis are you and the wife cooking up?
We tried one. We did Kit Kat aioli.
Are you just making sauces? What makes it an aioli?
Well, the difference between a mayonnaise and aioli is a consistency, I believe, and also just the capacity for flavor.
Does it not require eggs to qualify as an aioli?
I thought it was the garlic. See, this feels like one of your documentaries.
No, I never could touch aiolis. It's too complex. I couldn't get the concept in a suitable time frame. It would be too long.
Wow. Well, that's actually leads me to an interesting question about like the length of things, because like we're dealing with a lot of time and how to make a story out of all these things. Like with sales, like you guys are dealing with a lot of things. Like how do you choose what story to follow and what things to do?
Yeah, well, I'm a part of a machine. These kids, they take the boat by the horns.
So they're children on a boat.
So they do competitive sailing.
I thought they were selling things. I thought that was the crux.
Sailing as in a verb.
Yeah, I thought you were following kids as they sell things.
Sailing. Oh, no.
Like
No,
a
it's
sail.
sailing.
Crazy you mix up sail and sell, and you have a film called Surfer Murderer. Anyway, so we follow competitive sailing, and I don't know about you guys, because sometimes I'm like, you follow that man that made the poster, but you are the center of your doc. I follow the story. If I'm following a year of competitive sailing at St. Mark's Elementary School that isn't interesting, that's 2 years of footage down the drain.
But I have to say, I've again, me and my lady Kitty, we watch Sales, and it is so interesting. I can't believe some of that stuff happens. The fact that the long lost sister comes back after being lost in the accident, and one of them breaks their femur. There's so much drama on
And
these sailing
Netflix
teams.
only devoted about 45 seconds to that storyline.
Oh, yeah, when she broke her femur, that took a whole semester of drama. And we whittled it down to about 45 seconds. You're right. It was just like she broke her femur out in sea. And boy, was that footage on footage on. We had because when you're out at sea and you have something go down, you have a lot of taxiing boats come in. And we got all of that footage, and that was just down the drain.
Wow, really? That's crazy. How did she break her femur out there?
She fell on her ankle.
Sorry, she fell on her ankle and broke her femur?
Yeah, no, it's a complex sailing term when I say she fell on her ankle.
Oh.
Which means she was holding the anchor. And when you drop the anchor and you hurt yourself, you call it you fell on your ankle.
So
She's off to the bottom of the sea.
So she got caught in the anchor.
No, similar to that, yes.
You act like this is something that we wouldn't understand, but it feels like we could understand it if you just let us. In what way? So
Let
did you?
us in, will you?
I'm just trying to figure out how this. So, if I could try to explain it, she fell on her ankle, which is a sailing term for getting caught up in the anchor and being plunged deep into the ocean, so deep that the pressure breaks a femur or something
else. Yes, but she rose to the top.
Thank
and
God.
And the only thing that happened, And we only had 45 seconds of that footage, but God, when she slowly rose up and they brought her back to life, her ex-boyfriend, who was on the same sailing team, had to give her mouth to mouth, which was also incredibly cinematic.
Wow.
But she lived to tell the tale.
How old are these kids?
Oh, we do elementary through high school.
Oh, wow.
You know what I love too? I loved when you followed the lunch lady. It was interesting because I didn't know how it quite connected, but it made me realize, well, these kids are eating lunch every day, so technically it was connected, and she was interesting.
No, yeah, she's great. She's on Dancing with the Stars now.
I saw her. I'm voting for her.
Yeah, good. You better be.
She has such an incredible whimsy about her as she dances.
She is really amazing. I really, 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 really hope she wins over Nia from Dance Moms.
Yeah, no, she did a great job. Dorothy is her name.
Yes, she's amazing.
She, who would have thought sandwiches like that don't get soggy when you're out at sea with kids? Come on.
That's insane, actually.
I did want to ask, so you said a lot of footage. How many hours of footage did we all have for the documentary we just shot?
Wow.
Oh, let's go around. Let's go around.
Well, I had 60 days of footage plus 10 hours of interviews with myself. I will say I lost about 20 days worth of footage because some of the bats escaped the box and covered the camera completely.
For 20 days.
So they escaped the box and they covered the camera.
They fluttered around it constantly. Thip, 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 thip.
That'll kill your sound. Yeah. I don't know how you did the regular sound. Were you just doing camera audio sound?
You're a poor son of a bitch sound guy.
I had a sound man holding the boom for 60 days.
He for sure had to have a setup. He did not have to hold that thing.
No, when a man is pushed to the brink, he can do incredible things. Mothers can lift cars. Fathers can lift cars. And a boom guy can hold the boom.
Do you want to give him a special shout out? Say his name?
Absolutely not. I think it's clear in the documentary that we can feel a sound man being pushed to the brink.
Yeah. Well, I'll say I loved your doc, and I didn't know how you chose what you chose because it felt like you were cutting basically at the most interesting part. Like it was about to be interesting, and then you would cut away to the next day or something, you know?
Yes, I am a bit of a tease. I like to take people into what they believe will happen and then subvert it by cutting away. There are, I believe, 15-hour segments of me trimming my fingernails and only a few of me learning how to drive.
Wow.
I
I'm
would say-
just dying to know about your life. Like, what does your everyday look like? Because you seem like you thrive off of pushing people to the brink, it sounds like.
Yes, every morning I wake up 6 a.m. I head to the coffee room that I have.
Oh, coffee
The
room.
kitchen?
It is a wondrous place. There's a sink and an oven and a box that keeps my food very cold.
It sounds like a kitchen.
It is the room where my coffee is made. And then I have a sip of the coffee and I retire to my chamber where I sleep the rest of the day. I awake again at 3 in the morning and I write.
You have your coffee, you go to bed, and then you
So you wake up at 6 a.m.
make a cup of coffee, you go to bed.
One sip.
One sip so
Go to
as to
bed.
not disturb the slumber that must follow. This is, of course, during the winter months. During the
Oh,
summer,
yeah.
it is the midnight sun, and I do not sleep. I live on an island off of Norway.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. What's that called?
Little Norway.
No little
This
Norway.
makes me really interested in what everyone's day-to-day is.
Oh yeah, sure.
Kyler Byler?
Kyler, well, yeah, I would love to go into it. So basically, wake up early, drink some coffee, and then it's hit the surf. It's hit the surf as quick as possible. Then after hitting the surf, you're out there and you're just praising everything. You come back in, get a smoothie, get a sandwich.
Do you believe in one God or more?
Oh, me, I love the idea of a lot of gods. For me, I think it's so cool, like the idea like water god. Oh my gosh, you're the god of the water. You control the seas. Fish god. Whoa, you're the god of a fish. You're literally the god of a fish.
Do you believe in multiple gods?
I believe that man is his own God, and it's something that I believe comes through very clearly in my work.
Yeah, I didn't get that as much. I didn't get it. It just looked like a man struggling in a glass box,
I would say
sometimes learning how to drive.
I would say I think the bats won. I think the bats won.
Oh,
I mean,
it's a clear message that the
Yeah.
bats won.
I
Bats
thought
won.
I took away like, wow, bats are kind of stronger than I thought.
Yeah, and you looked like
perhaps
shit
think-
at the end of it.
Do you perhaps think that as a filmmaker, that is what I wanted you to think?
Well, can you tell us?
is that what you wanted us to think, that the bats beat you?
Do you perhaps think that as a filmmaker, I made you think you thought that,
Okay.
so that later you would examine that maybe you did not?
Now I don't like this. I don't like when a documentary.
No, you don't.
I don't like this. I don't like
What's not to like?
I don't like when a documentarian is making me think something and then telling me to not think it. I just want you to just lay it out there. I don't want any manipulation happening. The facts are the facts. The bats won.
That is true. The facts are the facts. It was a clear ending that you even said at the end, the bats won. I
Yeah.
thought that's what we were supposed to walk away with.
And that is the pedestrian interpretation of my work.
I'm
yes.
not a pedestrian. I am an ocean man. I'm a surfer.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not a man who would ever walk a lot.
Do you think you killed your friend?
No, what? Maybe, though. I don't remember.
Wait, you don't want to be known for walking?
I hate that stigma. It's a
The
gross.
stigma of what?
I'm a surfer. I'm not a pedestrian. Okay? And I hate that word. And if we could just stop, that'd be great.
Every man must cross the street. It is a fool's endeavor to
Unless
believe
you have a longboard. You ever think about that?
Do you stand on your longboard as you cross the street?
Sometimes, but mostly I'm bending over to
this
pretend I'm on a wave.
This is difficult for me because I agree with Augusto, but I can't ever say that. You know what I mean? Because Kyler is clearly wrong, but I would never want to be on the same camp as him.
You fear what?
You see,
I am holding a mirror up to your very inner being, and you fear that. Why do you fear that?
I do. I agree with Augusto, but I'd never tell him.
Oh, I would never tell him.
I would never tell him.
And to address the rumors that I was the one that killed my friend, again, I don't know.
There are no rumors that you guys killed
I
your friend.
believe you have
There are
created the rumors.
Yeah, there are rumors that he drowned.
All I'm saying is if you guys saw it, you might maybe think I did it.
Well,
and I was convinced a little bit too. It was confusing.
Can you give us the facts? Who are the suspects? Who do you think could have done it? And I'm just curious.
Okay, so it's my friend I mentioned before, Fart. It's Eric Gong. Fart.
Tati?
No, Tuti is the guy who died.
Okay.
He's my bro. We know each other for a long time. So Eric Gong, Fart, Jacob, Bumpy. He's the guy who can frickin' shred, but also has a dark side. And then this girl named Kurth, and she's like a crazy surfer chick, and she's great. And then the only other thing that we could come up with was there was something swimming in the water nearby.
Okay.
But mostly we were one of those 5. So we were trying to figure out by watching the footage that I had and like kind of in a round table, like who did this? And people came in with a lot of thoughts. You know?
It was so crazy, the part in your doc where you make everyone say their alibi and they're like in the water.
Yeah.
With
And it
you.
was crazy because like I say my alibi. So I was standing in the water. I was in the water. I looked up at the sky. I saw Tootie take the wave of his life. And then I don't remember what happened. The next thing I know, Tootie's gone. And I just got yelled at because Eric Gong was like, dude, you weren't looking up. You weren't looking up. You were looking to the side. I remember that as that big thing passed under you. And you said there's a big thing in the water.
Do you perhaps remember hearing a large chomp sound?
Not as much a chomp, but a thrash for sure.
Oh, you heard a thrash?
I heard something. There was something, and we all suspected that was the killer.
My assistant was telling me there's a large online community that they're doing something called the shark theory.
Yeah.
Have you heard about this?
No, and we hate that.
I don't even think it's an online thing. I think it's just like a known thing. Like
I believe it was the police's opinion.
It was an online thing spread by the police, the Long Beach police.
Can I ask you a really forward question?
Please, I'm
because
all
at
for
this
forward
point I'm
questions.
like, we're about the truth. These people at this table, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna ask: do you find that the true crime documentarianism community is so competitive that you took your story and made it more complicated than it actually is, so people could try to put clues together? Because I will say, what's a huge part of crime docs is people trying to solve it. And it feels like you're forcing me to solve something that doesn't need to be solved.
What? I don't understand a fucking word you're saying right now.
Easy, buddy.
I don't understand. Are you calling me a pedestrian?
No.
I
Whoa.
don't walk a lot. I
Whoa.
roll.
We're not saying
I
that.
ride and I roll.
You know what? I will say something. I will say something in Kyler's defense. You know, that one section where you do reveal that every single surfer was carrying a big knife. That did throw me a little bit.
I should have brought that up. Yeah, so everybody had a big knife.
Why did you guys have such big knives on the water?
You don't know what's out in the ocean. It could be anything.
Right.
So you knew you would have.
So what kind of thing could it be?
But everybody was mad at Tootie for the night before.
What are you worried that you have to protect yourself from when you're holding that knife?
Yeah, just maybe say some things.
I can't think of one right now.
Okay.
What makes you hold that
believe
knife?
is in the water?
Dude, have you read The Reef? There's like monsters and shit. There could be anything. And I've seen giant tuna. Have you ever seen a sunfish? A soleil? Gargantuan.
Yes.
We're not
Huge.
getting anywhere.
I've seen a lot of sunfish. I made a documentary on nets, and I filmed a lot of sunfish getting trapped in them. You know, nets are very versatile.
Could I ask you? I find that I've looked at your catalog of films before this roundtable.
I did too.
And I notice you don't act with the humans a lot. You love things and like just like stuff.
You know who else loves things? Humans. We're surrounded by things right now. This table's a thing. That ring is a thing. Those earrings are things. Humans, if not interested in each other, are interested in things. That's all we are. We're people that like things. We're Ariel. We're Ariel from The Little Mermaid, holding on. Who's he? What's it? That's a fork. You know what I mean? And the fish part of her doesn't like the fork. It's the human part of her that likes the fork.
Whoa!
How do you know? How do you know
that
that though?
What?
It could be the fish part that likes the fork.
Fishes don't like forks.
Every fish I've seen in the ocean loves shiny things.
Absurd. A fish has absolutely no use for a fork.
It's not-
Ariel is a girl.
Ariel in the movie has
Yes,
no
I got
use for a fork either.
Thank you,
Okay, she's a freaking mermaid. She likes it because it's shiny.
That's because she is a girl on the inside. She was born in the wrong body.
Guys, I don't want to come to blows here. Okay, let's not get
That's
aggressive.
like my documentary.
Mine too.
Well, I actually did see your trailer for your documentary. And I thought it was insane. When you say you exposed these kids, dang, man, these kids were ruthless to each other.
They were.
They were really mean.
I was surprised how often they just doxed each other.
Yeah. I guess I use the word.
They calling it SWAT all the time.
Matthew should not have been doxxed in the way he was.
all
we
of
have
his
a
info was
huge
leaked.
community of fans that hate the way Matthew was treated by the school principal.
So yeah, the principal doxed him, spread all of his information online, and then I think your community was the one that turned on him.
Yeah.
The craziest scene when during the race that one kid gets swatted and the boats drive up. I thought that was a great trailer.
Yeah,
I thought, dang.
oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, that competition they go to in Costa Rica is huge. And you guys ever find yourself chasing a story and you are in the biggest stakes you can feel and you don't have any say in these stakes. You don't know what they're doing. I was like, wow, it feels like the tension is so high and I don't know what the fuck's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You just couldn't understand it because you don't know the rules.
No, when they said
Yeah.
she kept breaking her ankle, I was like, "What is that?" And they went, "The anchor."
Was there any other terms you just didn't get? Because it's been 3 years or 4 years that you've been filming.
You're immersed,
right?
Oh yeah, I've been on sea with these kiddos for so long, and I'm barely understanding sea words. There's rang 'em in.
What does that mean?
Rang 'em in means do you want some water?
See, that doesn't add up for me.
So it's a question?
Yeah, so rang 'em in. Do you want some water?
Sure. Do I say yes?
If you'd like.
There isn't a sailing term for yes?
No, you just say yes or no.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, it's just crazy. These kiddos crazy. Anyway.
Did you get close to any of your subjects? That's the big documentarian question.
Wow.
If you
we
know,
got to it.
it's the line, right? Do you
this is
step
tough.
over into getting to know the people that you're following? It's
Yeah.
very important that you keep a
Yeah.
impartial view.
Did you get to know the bats at all?
Oh yeah.
Did you have any weird things?
I still maintain that the bats were a minor part of the documentary,
Okay, so
It was
but I
more-
got to know myself very well.
Wow,
Okay.
how?
Well, that's an interesting question, Augusto, right? Because you're the subject, but you don't want to get too close to the subject. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
how do you
Yes.
get close to
Like,
yourself?
what did you learn?
I had to establish boundaries between myself. I could not talk to myself for more than 2 hours a day, or else I would be getting too close to the subject and the movie would be compromised.
What did you do all day?
you were the lead of your movie.
If you examine the footage, I was sort of pacing back and forth, singing great American show tunes,
Oh yeah.
and occasionally swatting away a bat.
I feel like most of the time you're especially at night when they would get hungry. It was a lot of swatting. Also, I have to dive deeper. You just cut to you learning how to drive.
Yes. It was a
One of the
trip.
hardest cuts I've ever seen. Just by yourself in a car. You've made a glass container out of the car. You desperately learning how to
Clearly in a snowy parking lot in winter.
Yes, I did escape the glass tube for just a moment. The box became a tube, became a parking lot, became a man learning.
So I guess was the box like maybe the perception of what you thought you were at.
No, that part was a box. The rest of the movie was me trying to figure out who I am.
What did you figure out?
I figured out that I am a wonderful singer.
What?
A loving father.
You have kids.
Oh, I forgot. My favorite part was when you sang "Don't Rain on My Parade" to get the bats out of the way in front of the camera.
That was actually really crazy because I was like, this has to be staged because they all slapped themselves up against the back of the glass.
It's
Like,
because they were so impressed. It was not the smell of my mouth. It was...
yeah, I don't think anyone thought it was the smell of your mouth.
Yeah, that would be weird if bats were so grossed out by the smell of your mouth, they slammed up against the glass wall.
Well, I'm sorry. I've been told by certain people at this table that I reek. So part of me suspected that the animals were angry, did not enjoy the smell, but no, they were just overcome by the power, by the vigor of my alto voice.
You know what he sounds like? I've been trying to figure it out. Yeah. He sounds like one of those AC units or heater units in a hotel room that you turn it on and you're like, oh, I didn't know it was going to make all that noise. I'm trying to get to sleep.
Yeah, see, I was going to say he sounded like, in West Hollywood when you're walking and it goes, wait.
Yes.
That man
on
was
the
my
crosswalk.
father. Do not speak of him.
Whoa.
My father recorded the wait voice on a telegram.
What? Telegram?
He wrote it down, sent it off.
That's your father?
And then spoke it aloud.
Wait.
It was him.
The guy at the crosswalk that goes, wait.
And Antonio Vermicelli?
Yes.
You did a 40-part documentary about that.
On telegrams, yeah.
Yes.
I learned a lot about
That
him.
was him.
Yeah, he was really, really talented.
God,
That
40-part telegram doc.
It was what I used to watch to go to sleep. It was great.
Oh.
It's the only footage I have of my father.
You're not joking me, are you?
Do you take it as a compliment?
Yeah,
What's wrong?
Joking. Why would I joke you? I love sleep.
Okay. I don't understand how anyone could sleep during it. There's so many interesting parts.
Oh, yeah, you sleep after because they wind you.
Well, I thought it's just, you got the most Can you just do a little excerpt of your voice that you talk in when you do your documentaries? Because it honestly just knocks me out.
Sure, yeah. I can it's as long as you guys listen to it.
Oh, will you document what happened here today?
I could do that.
With your voice? Okay,
Yeah.
great.
On a nice summer day, 4 talented documentarians walked into a studio and they started talking about their lives. They used their microphones. They sat on chairs. They put their hands on tables and they drank from glasses. They had microphones. They
Okay,
had
my turn.
screens. Okay, well, let's...
Your turn.
I'm going to document.
Oh.
You know, I figured it out. It's not your vocal tone, but it's the pauses you take in the middle of each word.
Oh, I'm not offended by that. Okay.
Okay, here's my take on what happened here today.
Oh, it's your documentary voice, Giga.
I'm going to document what happened today. Here we go. 4 people. 1 dream. My life would suck without you. Oh, the guy on the left making the posters. The Augustus, surfer murderer. The big story.
That wasn't a documentary at all. That felt like
That's fascinating because we never heard you narrate in the Netflix doc, and this is quite the eye-opening experience.
I'm just showing you that there's different styles. That's
There
the
are.
style of the Netflix docu-series.
Yeah, no,
it certainly
totally. I
is.
get it. I
It
get
certainly
it.
is.
Yeah.
Augusto, how would you narrate today's events?
4 men enter, 4 men leave changed. The bats, the bats, the bats, the bats don't rain on my parade.
Deep alto.
Yeah, really nice.
Incredible. You just love to add bats to everything you do, but when we ask about them,
I
you
don't
hate
even
it.
remember saying bats.
No.
Did I say that? I have no memory of it.
You said bats.
All right. So this is just like my documentary. Here we go. Imagine
you wake up and you go surfing, and then you're invited to do a podcast. And when you show up, one person is off, but you don't know who. And it could even be you. Let's hope this gets solved. It's time. So yeah, that's basically.
Do you script it when you do it?
No, we just shoot the shit. I take a lot of suggestions. I take a lot of suggestions.
Guys, what's next on your docket? What are you making?
Well, I'm really excited to announce that everyone in my Discord has been asking. Everyone has been clamoring for what I could possibly be doing next. Everyone's like, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? And it's not a thing.
Oh.
A type of food. Look out.
Aioli?
Garnishes.
Oh.
I couldn't do aioli.
Boring.
I told you, I couldn't do aioli. It's too complex. I don't know how to concise it.
How long is the garnish, Doc?
It's going to be 75 parts, an hour each.
Wow.
Because garnishes, and I don't want to spoil it, but garnishes technically go back thousands of years.
That does make sense to me.
Yeah.
It feels like any food would have a garnish at any point in time.
But why? And how?
Because they're good.
Garnishes are good?
Yeah, garnishes
You
are
sound
good.
like a 1400s person.
No.
Garnishes in the 1800s, reviled. Garnishes in the 1900s, parsley. Mostly. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
That's how I treat my wife.
I was going to say, Lady Kitty must love that sound.
My lady Kitty likes me to do that sometimes.
What are you up to next?
I am going back into the box.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
This time, not.
Augustus, don't do that to yourself.
You don't
this
need it,
time,
man.
not for a movie. This one's just for me.
Oh, God.
I'm going to hang out in there with a couple of my furry friends.
What kind of animal?
Small,
Okay.
sort of flutter guys.
Okay, he wants to say bats, but he
like a
can't get himself to do it.
Kind of a dark color.
If you like bats, admit you like
Be
bats.
honest with yourself.
What kind of bat?
I am in love with the bats. There, I said it. I love bats. I refuse to hide any longer.
Finally. It feels so good.
I'm going to make a bat movie next, and I'm going to be proud of it.
Oh, like Batman.
No.
Okay.
Please tell us.
Kyler Byler, what are you up to?
Well, actually, this is crazy. After the success of my surfing movie, they reached out, and I'm going to the front of war. They're putting me on the front lines to make a war documentary.
Front of war.
The front of war.
Who's they that reached out?
Oh, a lot of people. There's guys called this documentary company called Front of War, and they just sent all these guys to the front of war. And basically, I'm gonna do a doc, like a true crime mystery, who killed the people at the front of war.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I know it seems obvious. It seems obvious. The other guys that are against him, but you never know. You know.
So you think someone's about to kill someone, and then another guy's gonna sneak up and stab him from
All
below?
I'm saying is you never know.
Okay.
And you got to look deep into these things. And then after that, we're going on this hunting trip to try to hunt a shark for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think film that.
No, that's kind of a personal thing.
No, that sounds good.
No, I don't want to film that.
No, that sounds good.
That
to
sounds
me
good.
too.
That sounds
sounds
boring
good.
as hell. Us all
that sounds
like
good.
training to hunt a shark that may have killed our friend.
No, that sounds good.
And maybe film you guys surfing holding knives while you're at it, because that sounds so cool.
Oh, I
as well.
filmed that. You guys can check that out. It's surfingninjas.com.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow, just free content.
Thousands of hours of us doing katana shit on surfboards.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What about you? What's your next thing?
We're of course doing season 3 of Sales.
Great. Yeah.
And I'm also doing there is a toddler play place that has a little, you know, those ball pins with a bunch of balls?
Yeah.
The kids are getting really competitive with the balls, the toddlers are. So we're going to follow them to an area of Florida, Jupiter, Florida, where they bring all these toddlers together and they see who could chuck the fastest ball.
Wow. Oh, I heard about this. This is called Get More Stupider, right?
No, that's That's my other project.
They go to Jupiter to get more stupider? I thought that's what it was.
Yes.
Okay.
Netflix is sending you to space.
Oh, I mean, Netflix is sending me everywhere where there's a competition and a kid willing to cry.
And that's space too?
Oh, yeah, you better believe it. They got middle schoolers up there that want to make it to mathletes so badly.
So you guys really think my friend was killed by a shark?
Yes, man.
Release the bats.
What? Oh, God! Oh, my God!
This has been Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists, answering the question, now that's why they call it show business. Good night, Hollywood.
So these posters.
Artists on Artists on Artists on Artists is an improvised Hollywood roundtable podcast created and performed and produced by Kylie Brakeman, Jeremy Colhane, Angelo Giratana, and Patrick McDonald. AOAOAOA is a Sugar 23 podcast. Michael Mayer and Michael Sugar, executive producers. Liam Billingham, producer. Production support by Angelo Restaino and Anthony Defranchesco. Music is by Gabriel Ponton. The opinions expressed on this podcast do not reflect the opinions of anyone who works on it, not even the performers, because this is an improvised podcast and we're stupid. Full video versions of AOAOAOA are available on YouTube, so please like and subscribe and leave us a 5-star review wherever you get your podcasts. Good night, Hollywood.